Chapter 551. Why the Ferryman? Splash. A black river, a ferry, a purple lamp, and the ferryman seated atop it. It had been a long time. Waking in a dream, or the world of impressions itself, was a rare occurrence. Naturally, Encrid's gaze fell on the ferryman. This time the figure wasn't as blurry as before. The ferryman's visage was relatively clear. Beneath the hooded robe was skin cracked and parched like a drought-stricken earth. His eyes, clouded with a milky haze, gazed directly at Encrid. "Did you hope I'd disappear since we haven't met for a while? That won't happen. You mortal, who dares to dream of immortality." Encrid, meeting the ferryman's eyes after so long, leaned against the edge of the ferry. "There was no chair today. You could claim the throne by killing just one person. Don't you feel any temptation?" Was it because it had been so long since they last met? Or had the ferryman decided to change his ways? Rather than urging him to stop here, the ferryman probed at the core of human greed today. If you killed him, you could be king. Damage to your will? That can always heal. Besides, even if your will were slightly damaged, it wouldn't matter. Instinctively, Encrid knew the ferryman's words were wrong. Will didn't operate in such a way. If Encrid acted on those impulses, the endless will that he drew from might disappear. Of course it might not. After all, no one could predict the future. If will could vanish due to a single mistake, then Aspen's Knight Corwin would have lost his will when he fled. But that wasn't the case. While the ferryman's words provoked many thoughts, Encrid neither argued nor questioned him. The moment will come when a perfect today is necessary. Perhaps this was the ferryman's main point. His detached voice pierced Encrid's mind, or rather, it directly imprinted itself on his consciousness. After all, this was the world of impressions. Unlike the time he had warned of a coming curse, the ferryman's tone carried a different weight. It wasn't a warning of imminent disaster, but a statement of inevitability, like the rising sun tomorrow morning. Encrid, who had been half lowered, lifted his head at those words. This scene seemed oddly familiar, but he didn't dwell on it, and opened his mouth. "It's not a wave sword, but a wave-blocking sword. That seems right." The ferryman wasn't as caught off guard as before. He already knew the guy was lost in thought. A sword that blocks crashing waves instead of striking like them, huh? With ease, the ferryman picked up Encrid's words and added his own thoughts on swordsmanship. "That's right. Blocking alone? Then a shield would be better." Indeed, the ferryman had a point. It was the same dilemma that had haunted Encrid before bed last night. As he worked to refine the shape and flow of his swordsmanship, he found himself developing a style not of crashing waves, but one that blocked them. Wouldn't it be better to wield a shield instead? No, that wouldn't do. Encrid already had a technique, after all, the snake blade. A move that didn't just deflect but countered the attack. What if his blade could transfer a kind of recoil instead of merely blocking? Polished like a mirror reflecting sunlight, it could become quite useful. A mirror doesn't stop light, it reflects it. Not holding back the crashing wave, but blocking it while advancing to strike back. Abstract ideas began to solidify in his mind. He felt like he might get somewhere if he tried it in motion. "Don't you ever tire of it?" the ferryman asked. Encrid stared at him blankly, unsure what he meant. "Tire? Of what?" "No, never mind. Go." The ferryman's tone shifted subtly, but that was the end of it. He added one final remark, but it was inconsequential. Awaking from the dream, or the world of impressions, Encrid stepped off his bed. At his movement, a faint cough came from the servant waiting outside the door, who announced, "It's dawn, my lord." Light, he thought. His body felt unusually good. Not that he had felt unwell recently, but today it was exceptional. Was it the dream's influence, the result of last night's deliberations, or the ferryman's favor? Right before waking, the ferryman had remarked that no matter what kind of today awaited, he would have to face it. And that fate was inevitable. Encrid brushed the words aside. Paying heed to such things would only hinder him from doing what needed to be done. "I'll fetch water for washing," the servant said. Encrid lightly rolled his neck and wrists before shaking his head. Later. With that, he stepped outside. There was a training ground within the palace. It used to be exclusive to royal knights and the royal family, didn't it? Krang had called it an interesting spectacle and overhauled it entirely. Now, it was a place for anyone who wanted to sweat to gather. A crisp blue, a vivid darkness. If he were to describe the moment, it would be like this. It was early morning, the air tinted with a bluish hue, as though hinting at the approaching light. A cool autumn breeze swept through, filling his lungs with its brisk clarity before leaving again. Thunk! Before the training ground came into view, his ears caught the sound of someone's presence. The communal ground, formerly reserved for royalty, was encircled by a small stone wall. Soft earth, filtered of stones, filled the floor, while sparse grass grew at the edges. Do they have too much time or too little to waste? They build a training ground, yet leave it unused by those who need it. Krang had once grumbled during their travels through Aspen. Someone within the grounds was already warming the cool autumn morning. Encrid vaulted over the wall without touching it, landing inside. The person swinging a heavy wooden practice sword turned their head. Reavart. Encrid greeted him first, a figure from his past. Seeing the faint sheen of sweat on him, Encrid spoke out of habit. "Spar? Iron." A smile broke across Reavart's face. "Gladly." Seeing someone who never stopped moving forward brought joy. Encrid felt that way. Looking at Reavart, he couldn't help but think, was this the ferryman's doing? Had the ferryman's words last night been advice, even assistance? But why? Did he enjoy watching Encrid's progress? The ferryman? That seemed unlikely. After all, he had ended their meeting with a pseudo-curse. It didn't matter now. Encrid picked up one of the wooden swords neatly stacked on the side. Reavart, who had been wielding a stone practice club, put it down and switched to a wooden sword, giving it a few experimental swings in the air. "Up early? I didn't sleep. Came straight here after duty." Fair enough. Not that he cared. Encrid gripped his sword and faced his opponent. He adjusted his strength and speed to match Reavart, focusing instead on deflecting and countering strikes. Reavart's blade came straight down, a technique he was confident in, likely one he had honed to reduce preparation time and movement. But it posed no threat to Encrid. Clack! The wooden swords clashed. Reavan frowned. What? Though he had swung with full strength, he wasn't new to handling a sword. What was this? The unexpected impact left his wrist faintly throbbing. It felt as though he had struck something harder than rock, harder than stone, like solid metal, or perhaps even tougher than that. Reavart had swung a wooden sword several times during his training, so he had a rough idea of its strength. Yet, as he swung once more, a crisp crack echoed as their practice swords crossed. This time, instead of a full clash, the blade merely grazed past the other. Reavart swiftly stepped aside, utilizing a hit-and-retreat footwork technique. However, as soon as he executed the movement, his wrist began to tremble. Brrr! His wrist throbbed with a dull ache. That slight graze had done this? "It works," said the knight with piercing blue eyes, standing just a sword's length away. Had this been a real battle, a single thrust would have ended Reavart's life. But Encrid, the owner of those blue eyes, chose not to pierce his throat. Instead, he twirled his practice sword a few times in the air before commenting, "But this weapon won't hold out much longer." The middle section of Encrid's wooden sword was twisted and splintered. At this rate, it might shatter even without the use of advanced techniques. "What is this?" Reavart asked, his voice filled with genuine awe. It was the first time he had encountered such a technique. In truth, even Rem would find it remarkable. The wave-blocking sword, Encrid replied. The name implied a sword that could block even surging waves, but in reality, it was a sword technique that absorbed and redirected the force of an opponent's strike, leveraging the rebound energy. It was a step above the snake blade. While the snake blade relied on pure skill without invoking will, this technique used an endless reservoir of will as its weapon. Even if Ragna saw and tried to mimic it, he would likely choose not to use it. It was far too inefficient, wasting will recklessly to envelop the entire body in energy just to deflect attacks. The simplicity of its structure also came with drawbacks. Striking a solid rock with a blade often results in either a dulled edge or a broken wrist. Without immense physical conditioning, speed, or timing, the technique was useless. But for Encrid, it was an ideal match. Not only that, the technique still had room to grow. As Encrid spun his wooden sword through the air a few more times, he eventually tossed it aside and began practicing his isolation technique. "Train yourself," he said. Rievart's lack of wrist conditioning had made him an easy target, but how would Rem or Ragna fare? Even against Odin, the technique likely wouldn't work so easily. Still, it was undeniably intriguing. The experience of conceptualizing a technique in a single night and executing it the next morning was new to Encrid. His body moved exactly as he envisioned it. The sheer joy of training made his face light up with a smile. Encrid had always enjoyed wielding a sword, but even he had moments of doubt, despair, and frustration. Now, there was no room for doubt, just a grin plastered on his face. From the side, Reivart watched, his pupils trembling. Does one need to be mad to achieve this? That thought naturally crossed his mind as he observed Encrid lifting and squatting with a large stone from the training yard, all while smiling like a lunatic. The Encrid Reivart had once known had never been normal, but this version seemed downright unhinged. Yet, watching him stirred something within Reivart as well. Had it not been for Encrid, Reivart wouldn't even be training like this after a day's duties. He wasn't extraordinary. He was diligent, yes, but he also enjoyed a drink after work and took his rest when he could. The difference between himself and Encrid wasn't talent or opportunity, but the willingness to do. Encrid spent every moment this way, while Reivart did not. Smack! Reivart slapped both cheeks with his hands. "All it takes is determination," he shouted, loud enough for Encrid to glance over. "I'll train," Reivart declared. If Rem had been present, he might have remarked that another soul had been led astray. Encrid spent the early morning hours training alongside Reivart before demonstrating the wave-blocking sword to Rem as well. "Not bad," Rem said, unusually starting with praise. The technique had proven to be quite formidable. Even with minimal contact, his wrist felt the strain. "How does it work?" Rem pondered. After some thought, he concluded it was a wasteful technique that expended will excessively. By channeling explosive bursts of energy, it bent the opponent's wrist angle through sheer force, utilizing timing, technique, and strength in harmony. But wouldn't a vibrating blade be more efficient for that purpose? Rem assisted Encrid with his refinement, recalling how an aspen swordsman once shattered a vibrating blade with a crushing strike. "No, that's different. Vibrations could be countered with finesse, but Encrid's technique would evolve and adapt to the opponent. That made it more dangerous. If avoiding contact entirely was the only counter, was that even feasible? Perhaps summoning a spirit wolf from afar to attack. But if someone used such spirit arts on Encrid, he'd likely charge straight at the caster, ignoring the wolf entirely. After considering all this, Rem summarized, "You seem unhesitant in your progress, brother." Auden, joining in, added, "Agreed." Later that evening, as the trio prepared for the royal banquet, a servant arrived with tailored formal wear for each. After some deliberation, Auden donned a light blue jacket that ended at his waist, while Encrid wore a deep purple velvet vest. Rem opted for a gray waistcoat. Despite the general uniformity of the formal attire, the three looked striking once dressed. As servants spent hours perfecting their hair and appearance, neither Odin nor Encrid lost their temper, a fact that Rem found particularly remarkable. Moments before entering the Grand Palace Hall, a herald hesitated, gritting his teeth as he consulted with his superior. Then, steeling himself, he shouted with determination, "The Madmen Knight Order have arrived!" The once lively hall fell silent as dozens, then hundreds of gazes turned toward the trio entering the banquet. Chapter 552, Viscount Harrison. When Encrid and his two companions entered, the entrance to the banquet hall seemed narrow, and for a brief moment the room felt overwhelmingly full. Some nobles saw a radiance emanating from them, while others felt an unsettling foreboding. Couldn't the ones standing there kill everyone in the room if they really intended to? Moreover, wasn't one of them rumored to be a noble killer? Of course, such anxiety was felt by only a few. The majority were merely astonished, captivated, and awestruck by their presence. Would it be an exaggeration to say that their steps carried power? Probably not. With each step they took, it felt like the world shifted. Perhaps this was the aura of heroes who had changed the balance of the continent. In truth, they were simply walking, but their already remarkable presence combined with their appearance made them seem even more extraordinary. Encrid, Rem, and Odin had done nothing more than enter the hall. So they've arrived. One noble clenched his fists upon seeing Encrid. It was a moment that seemed to call for resolution. The man was bald with lean, sun-darkened muscles and nails blackened at the tips. Dressed in an old but intact evening suit, his appearance could easily be mistaken for that of a farmer, if not for the attire. Yet his presence in this venue, wearing even such worn garments, confirmed his status as a noble. Feeling the coarse fabric against his skin, the noble adjusted his collar. The Madmen Knights. The name still struck him. This bald noble had been among those denouncing Encrid in the royal court, advocating for limits to their excessive use of force and the necessity of restraint. Since Encrid entered the hall, this noble's eyes had never left him. In truth, no one else's had either. Several ladies, particularly those unmarried, seemed mesmerized, their gazes clouded. Was it natural? It seemed so. Encrid drew every gaze toward himself the moment he stepped in. Appearance could indeed be a weapon, and this was the moment when Encrid's greatest asset shone. His black hair gleamed as if oiled, reflecting the light from the chandeliers despite its dark hue. Aesthetic judgment varies from person to person, but when faced with exceptional beauty, opinions often converge. Such was the case with Encrid's face. His high-bridged nose, bright blue eyes, and well-proportioned features harmonized perfectly, as if a god had descended to mold him with divine care and blessing. The bold noble shared the sentiment. Truly handsome, he thought. Ah! A woman holding a glass 2 steps away gasped softly. Her companion on the other side reacted similarly, their eyes vacant, as if they might soon drool. Is that a moving sculpture? Some murmured absurd remarks. Several others stared silently, forgetting to speak altogether. At least half the ladies in the hall were now experiencing the kind of love-at-first-sight encounter that happens only once in a lifetime. It was as if Encrid had cast a charm spell to enchant everyone. Magic, perhaps? Such words came out naturally. Even those not smitten found it difficult to look away. The noble reflected on this. Even when he had seen Encrid in the royal palace, his remarkable appearance was evident. But now, with his hair neatly styled, his evening suit immaculate, and his features fully groomed, his allure was inescapable. Even male nobles couldn't summon competitive thoughts. His presence was simply too overwhelming. Among the attendees, even a female frog stood out for her boldness. She stepped forward and addressed him directly. "Do you know any frogs here?" Her question disrupted the spell over the room, breaking the collective silence and replacing it with murmurs. Who is that? The madmen knights, aren't they? Oh, the demon slayer. Words flew around. In the capital, Encrid was still better known as the demon slayer than the unyielding knight. The title demon slayer seemed more familiar, though it was ironic, as Encrid had never actually slain a demon. If a real demon were present, it would find the situation absurd. Even if one confronted him, Encrid would likely shrug it off. He had never asked to be called that after all. That frog. Lua Garn, wasn't she in the royal palace before? The answer to the frog's question came from a nearby figure with grey hair. The bald noble recognized him immediately, despite slight discrepancies from what he'd heard. Grey hair wasn't common, and it could only be one person. The noble killer! Though his reputation painted him as a noble-hating brute, the man's indifferent tone and behavior as he addressed the frog betrayed none of the violence. The noble had never fully believed the rumors. Could this man really attack every noble on sight and regularly execute them? While many had died by his hand, none without cause. Had he been truly consumed by hatred for the privileged, he would not stand beside Encrid, a hero. Still, his nickname was no accident, and among those present he was undeniably the most dangerous. Yet, even standing next to the dazzling Encrid, his unique charisma did not fade. Like a sweet potato distinct from a potato, he exuded his own appeal. The gray-haired man's appearance, half-tied hair framing a sharp jawline, held a rugged, masculine charm. While Encrid's exceptional beauty overshadowed him, he was still undeniably striking. "Dear sister, the competition is already fierce. You'd best restrain yourself," interjected a towering man nearby. His frame was immense, his biceps likely thicker than the corseted waists of the women present. His presence was as imposing as a mountain. The bare beastkin. Yet rumors were just that. Rumors. Despite his epithet, he bore no traits of a beastkin. Instead, his enormous build and muscled physique, from shoulders to fingers, exuded an overwhelming physicality. For some in the hall, he was the second most captivating presence after Encrid. "I'd like to be held by him," one lady murmured. "His arms could hold me up," whispered another. "Look at those thighs!" Though spoken softly, the man heard every word. Standing alongside Encrid, his raw, formidable presence remained unshaken. Each of the three had their own unique aura. As they entered and took their places, the whole shifted from silence to murmurs. The bald noble, watching Encrid, found himself lost in memories. Ever since opposing Encrid, he had prepared for this day to be his last. Such thoughts naturally led to reminiscence. "What's the most important thing in this world? Land," his father had said. He had lived by that principle, managing his territory with care. Why land first? Because it feeds the people. Knights don't live without eating or relieving themselves, do they? For him, the kingdom existed to protect his land and his people. He held no ulterior motives. He knew Encrid as the hero who had ended the civil war. If I told him I meant no harm, would he believe me? Though he had never met Encrid, he knew people. No one appreciates being ostracized or treated with hostility. Resentment is inevitable. Some rare individuals, however, rise above such treatment. He had seen it once, in the king he served with unwavering loyalty. The noble slipped his hand into his pocket, feeling for something hard. He concealed it in his sleeve and stepped forward cautiously. "It's unfair. If someone fights well, they shouldn't look like that. At least have a rugged face, small eyes, and a crooked nose," muttered Marcus, the king's confidant as he observed them. Despite such grumbles, the banquet soon returned to its usual clamor, with chatter and merriment resuming all around. The bold noble stepped forward from the crowd of onlookers, his gaze fixed on Encrid. His hand remained tucked into his sleeve. Sensing the stare, Encrid turned to look at him. He would not have forgotten the face of someone who had openly criticized him in the royal palace. "I have something for you," the noble spoke as he approached. Marcus and the others nearby turned their eyes toward him. Viscount Harrison. Andrew Gardner, one of the king's aides, recognized the man and spoke sharply, as if interrogating why he was here. Viscount Harrison ignored Andrew's gaze and took another step closer to Encrid. With a swift motion, he pulled his hand from his sleeve and thrust it toward Encrid's chest. The speed was surprising, unnatural for an ordinary person. Don't hate him too much. Who? Krang's words came right after the oath had ended. Encrid blinked in surprise and asked again. That noble from earlier. He didn't act out of malice. Who are you talking about? Encrid had never felt any animosity toward the nobles. The nobles? He figured they were just acting as nobles do. He even vaguely understood their circumstances. Being called a demon slayer or whatnot, it was natural for people not to believe such things without seeing them firsthand. In this era, it was no wonder. If every rumor were to be trusted, there would also be tales of priests winning arm-wrestling matches against giants. Such stories always carried a layer of exaggeration. Of course, in Encrid's case, many had witnessed his feats firsthand, so the rumors were harder to dismiss. Opposing him was no small matter. To stand against Encrid was, on a smaller scale, to oppose the nobles who supported him, and on a larger scale, the king himself. Yet despite the risks, some nobles still argued against the knight, emphasizing the danger he represented. Did they act out of simple disdain? It didn't seem that way. While some of them were fools, others stood there with purpose. Encrid, who knew what it was like to live chasing dreams, ambition, and light, could recognize it immediately. Some of those nobles were prepared to risk being struck down by swords or falling out of favor with the king, just so they could say their piece. When Encrid jokingly asked, "So who exactly are you talking about?" for the third time, Krang laughed and said, "You've managed to survive this long, haven't you? With that way of speaking, you should have been killed dozens of times over." Encrid nodded. Though he had never died because of his tone, he had been killed thousands of times over in other ways. "Why are you nodding?" Anyway, among those nobles, one of them is desperate to work with border guard. They want to use their savings to carve out a safe route. Krays had constructed 2 major safe routes. One led to the capital, Norilia, and the other bypassed Martai. If the Martai route extended further south, it would greatly benefit the lords of that region, especially those whose territories encompassed trade cities. Yet there was one who wanted it even more, a noble who had long dreamed of cultivating land outside the city. That noble's name was Harrison. Cultivating land and creating settlements had been Harrison's lifelong goal. The idea of securing the land with outposts and military presence immediately captivated him. It was inevitable. Even as Harrison approached, Encrid sensed his presence. Seeing him again after the royal palace, nothing much had changed. The man stood out with his worn, weathered clothes and severe expression. Yet despite the faded fabric, his garments were clean and neatly arranged, a sign of a life accustomed to frugality. Encrid didn't know where Kray's safe route extended, or what exactly this man wanted. Their eyes met, and Encrid simply stared back. Something in Harrison's gaze reminded him of a solid, unyielding stone. Would a person's will be useless if they could not wield will itself? Could someone without talent only ever meet a predetermined end? Should they stop everything they were doing just because others said it was impossible? Were they supposed to give up on what they chose, based solely on others' opinions? As Harrison thrust his hand toward him, Encrid's sharp vision caught the object immediately. It was no weapon, nor was it an assassination attempt. The object fit snugly in the man's palm, a glass bottle sealed with a cork and wrapped tightly with string. Encrid simply let him place it in his chest. "I was rude earlier. This is an apology," Harrison said. Encrid didn't ask what the Viscount had given him. Instead, He asked another question. Is there something you want? Harrison appeared to be at least 20 years older than Encrid, though it might have been the bald head adding to the impression. He blinked a few times, then finally spoke. As a bribe? No, well, it is a bribe. Can you direct the safe route toward our land? The Viscount's tone was devoid of shame. It carried the stubbornness of age. Ordinarily, it would have been Encrid's turn to ask why, or demand something in return. But Encrid did none of that. All right? He simply nodded, catching Harrison completely off guard. You're not even going to ask why. I'll listen if you tell me. This was Encrid's way of judging people, based solely on their character. Their eyes, their posture, their clothing, everything. If it turned out to be a poor decision, life was full of choices, and no choice was guaranteed to be right. Encrid knew that truth well. So there was no fear in his choices. To be paralyzed by fear meant standing still, and if he were going to do that, he would have stayed trapped in the happiness others defined for him long ago. And in the man before him, Encrid saw a similar nature to his own. Though surprised, Harrison quickly regained his composure and replied in the tone of someone who had spoken these words many times before. I'll cultivate the land. Chapter 553. The youngest gone mad with blood. Harrison was a noble who cultivated his land with his own hands. Even as his skin darkened under the sun and his hair receded, he upheld his life's purpose. Why? Because he loved the land, found joy in his work, and had a clear goal in life. So it didn't matter if someone mocked him for being bald or called him a miser. Was he not living a life of luxury? On the contrary, he enjoyed greater indulgence than a king, who got to taste the finest wheat, grain, and fruit from his land first, the king or himself. Himself. There was no greater luxury. He was both noble and farmer. Is it really just the safe route you need? Encrid asked again. Harrison found his counterpart's reaction unusual. He had never met someone like this before. Usually, people would demand something in return for such help, or at least ask him to join their faction. It wasn't strange for a noble to serve under another noble. Wasn't the Duke of Octo also surrounded by a group of subordinate nobles? But Encrid didn't seem to want anything. He just offered to help. Why are you being so kind? Harrison asked. After all, he had obstructed Encrid and challenged him despite knowing his reputation. Even if Encrid had threatened to cut off an arm or a leg, Harrison wouldn't have been able to complain. Not that he would have offered his limbs without a fight, of course. Just because. Encrid didn't bother explaining him so. That's just the kind of person he was. Naturally, Harrison found it perplexing, having never encountered someone like him before. At that moment, the gray-haired noble slayer stepped forward, holding a wine glass in one hand, and remarked surprisingly well suited to the scene. That's just how he is. I'm sure there's a reason, but don't bother trying to understand it. It'll only give you a headache. Instead, have you heard about the blackened stray cat burned by heartbreak from countless women? Rem had been spreading Jackson's nickname for some time. Harrison ignored Rem's rambling and looked at Encrid, who spoke as if reading his thoughts. Cultivate your land, if that is your dream. See? No reason at all. Rem said. Harrison was struck speechless, as though he'd been hit by lightning. A dream. Did he even understand what he was saying? Harrison had tried to establish a local militia, similar to a safe route within his domain, but it was easier said than done. The time and costs were no joke. Hiring mercenaries wasn't much different from letting bandits into his land. What if mercenaries decided to seize the territory, or cause trouble, or worse, accidentally killed one of his people and called it a mistake? Did he have the power to punish them? Ultimately, he needed trustworthy people to form a militia, but swordsmanship talent wasn't exactly common. He could build walls for defense, but cultivating an entire force to protect the farmlands was far more difficult. Moreover, while Harrison excelled at raising farmers, he wasn't skilled at nurturing warriors. A few wandering swordsmen seeking stability had lent their strength, helping him hold out so far. Still, Harrison dreamed of reclaiming all the dead land and protecting the farms. Based on his knowledge, it was possible. He knew it wouldn't be easy, far from it. But I have to do it. For the sake of his descendants, for his land to thrive, and for a better future, he had to. Yet whenever he tried, those around him always tried to dissuade him. You're already doing fine, so why push it further? Why expand the land? People die into monsters is natural. There's no need to invite death intentionally. No, it wasn't natural. He didn't seek to expand the land at the cost of lives to monsters. He wanted to cultivate safely, protect those who wished to work, and offer them a better life. Wasn't that the duty of a lord? That was how Harrison saw it, even if others mocked him. A miser living off the land, that's what people called him. And now here stood Encrid, the leader of the Madmen Knights, a hero of the Border Guard, the demon slayer and the knight of unyielding wall. Encrid, who could have dismissed him with even harsher words, was telling him this, to cultivate the land and fulfill his dream. Harrison thought of his wife waiting at home. Wouldn't the god of prosperity send a message when they need you? Why was that memory surfacing now? Was this the moment? He didn't know. But even if it wasn't the gods, Harrison chose to believe this was it. While gods gave life, it was a being's will that made them live it. With that will, Harrison made up his mind. He reached into his coat and pulled out a glass bottle. Give me the one you handed earlier. Let's trade. Without asking why, Encrid handed it over. The glass bottles exchanged hands. Dozens of pairs of eyes were watching them. Among the spectators were Marquis Varnaz and Duke Octo. Even Krang had taken a seat. When kings entered a banquet hall, it was standard to announce their arrival loudly. But Krang had stopped them. Clearly, something interesting was unfolding, so he decided to enjoy the show. Harrison was a well-known figure. He was a noble who stubbornly farmed and harvested his own land. In his domain, it was mandatory for everyone to study and research ways to increase yields. Even the Lord himself led by example, and experts were employed to specialize in such matters. Whether by divine whim or not, a miraculous blessing had touched his land 10 years ago. It wasn't a bountiful harvest or anything mundane. It was an actual divine event. A small spring had bubbled up, leaving just enough water for a single sip before vanishing. At dawn, Harrison, pitchfork in hand, discovered the spring and carefully scooped the water into his palms. Strangely, not a single drop fell. He bottled the water in an expensive glass flask, one he would never have used otherwise. It became the famed holy spring water. Priests and merchants had tried to claim it, but Harrison had refused. He even carried other potions to dispel the rumors. Holy spring water. Now he had taken it out. The very water he'd denied having. Encrid took the flask without a second glance, tucking it away without questioning its authenticity. He accepted it simply because it was given to him. The holy spring water was priceless. It couldn't be exchanged for gold, no matter how much. One of the watching nobles gasped. He gave that away? Encrid, sensing the reactions, asked, "It seems valuable. Why give it to me?" Half joking, he threw out the question. Harrison, for the first time since the tournament, smiled, a rough, genuine smile. "Just because, I'll put it to good use. Do so." And that was that. Harrison didn't tell Encrid to keep his promise or demand anything. To most people, this was beyond strange. Some muttered questions. Why give him that? What's going on between them? Because he's handsome. Some uttered nonsense, but it was simply a matter between the two of them. Puh. You watched without even breathing. When Krang spoke among the onlookers, those who recognized the king stepped back. "Ah, your majesty." Oh, when did you get here? Carry on as you were. Don't mind me. After saying this, Krang approached Encrid. I told you not to hate him, but did you torment him instead? Although they were friends, in public Krang was still the king. But since this was a banquet hall, it wasn't exactly an official occasion. Who tormented whom? It was a joke asking if Encrid had bullied someone to snatch a precious item. Encrid quickly caught on and replied, as long as it's not true. That was Krang's opening line. I heard you're still alone. Why is that? The Duke of Octo suddenly butted in. Do I need a reason for that? Not at all. I heard Kin secured a position at the border guard. Did you know that? Then the Marquis of Bizarre chimed in. It was as if they had been dying to talk to Encrid all along. I doubt he knows, Marquis. Kin Bizarre, who had also recently returned to the capital for some business, was nearby. She spoke to the Marquis of Bizarre, then turned to Encrid with a slight bow and said, You'll remember my name by now, won't you? While there were many who were captivated by Encrid's face and aura, Kin Bazar wasn't one of them. She kept a suitable distance. She was beautiful, but Kin was not foolish enough to set her heart on a man uninterested in her. It's not a name easy to forget. Encrid greeted her smoothly. What followed was the banquet. Eating, drinking, and enjoying themselves. That kind of banquet. But no one was reckless enough to get drunk and cause a scene in front of the king. And besides, they were all busy greeting Encrid and leaving an impression. Some young nobles were jealous of him, but there were far more who respected or admired Encrid. Of course, part of that envy was due to his looks. With a face like that, what are we supposed to do? Such comments were whispered around. Even those who envied him acknowledged Encrid's abilities. Now and then, nobles known for bloodshed wandered about, exchanging bits of gossip. Despite rumors of him being a madman, he was surprisingly clean-cut, particularly regarding women. Your name is, correct. A widow who had lost her husband early gently touched Rem's arm as she spoke. It was a signal, a subtle way of expressing interest. I have a wife. With one sentence, Rem firmly rejected her. Such incidents happened more than once. Yet Ram continued conversing politely, showing no signs of displeasure. There was no force or violence in his words, nor any chilling aura. He simply talked while sipping wine and eating dishes, bread and desserts. It was a scene commonly seen at banquets. He didn't discriminate by status or gender. He even spoke to bodyguards who had accompanied the guests, some of whom were clearly stagnant in skill. Rem offered them all advice. Hey, you should focus on consistent training first. Complaining about talent with that belly fat? Want me to split your head with an axe? At times his words sounded brutal, but everyone, speaker and listener alike, took it as a joke. And that was enough. His closing comments, however, often sounded similar. Have you heard the rumors at Border Guard? About a stray cat wandering around every night because he keeps getting dumped by women? Think it's nonsense? What? You're saying, I'm not that kind of person? Sure, I'm not, but that cat is real. His name is Jackson, don't forget it. Such words flowed naturally. He would talk to attendants, semi-knights, nobles, anyone, young or old. In contrast, Auden, who had previously been misunderstood as the Bear Beastman, merely observed the surroundings. Some people approached Auden to talk, and he did respond, but not with the same energy as Remy. Even so, Auden still said what needed to be said. You mean the sly stray cat? Yes, he's real. Oh, and the bloodthirsty maniac? Yes, he enjoys seeing blood, but he's bedridden right now. He broke his leg. That's what happens when you neglect training. The youngest. Ah, that's an inside nickname in the Night Order. Don't mind it. Oops, I misspoke. Lord above, punish my unworthy lips. So the bloodthirsty maniac is the youngest? That just slipped out. Please forget it. While Graham spoke to anyone and everyone, Auden used a far more refined method. When you ask people to spread rumors, they keep silent. But if you ask them to forget, they'll spread it even further. Thus was born the tale of the bloodthirsty youngest. Though, of course, no one realized it just yet. Chapter 554. It was a confession inside the banquet hall. Rem dashed around like a shepherd dog, while Auden played the part of a hunter spreading rumors, lying in wait with a trap. Encrid couldn't care less about any of that. Too many people were looking for him. The crowd pressing in was dense. So many faces. It felt like he would have to use wave-blocking sword here, because people were truly surging toward him, like waves. Encrid greeted a great number of nobles. Some of them were vaguely familiar, but the majority were strangers to him. There was one amusing person in the mix. It was the same guy who had been scheming behind a merchant when they entered the capital. I won't ever do that again. This noble apparently ran a few small trading companies under his command. He had no city under his charge and stayed in the capital without holding any particular rank within the royal palace. Occasionally, he made a name for himself as a legal representative in court cases. The capital was full of nobles like this. Some of them, having lost everything, skulked around other nobles' banquets. Others abused their status to conduct schemes that bordered on fraud. Krang couldn't clean them all up, but he ensured a degree of self-regulation to keep things under control. The idea was to let the nobles live in a way befitting their status. Didn't he say the royal family secretly bought titles? They bought titles from those who failed to live up to their status and turned to crooked paths. Using force would have caused an uproar, so they resolved it with silver and gold coins. It was something Krays had suggested, so when Encrid had asked about it, Krang had laughed. Big Eyes said that if a problem can be solved with krona, it's the easiest way to handle it. Krang had laughed as he said this. I agree. Encrid had nodded. It was part of a conversation they had had while traveling between Aspen and Norilia. No matter how much gold you have, you can't make someone withdraw the sword at your throat. If a problem could be solved with krona, it truly was the easiest way. Kreis's words came to mind. The noble who ran the trading company wasn't at the level of selling his title. He seemed to have some skill at managing things. His methods might have been questionable, but his overall intentions weren't entirely rotten. Given the royal palace's constant lack of funds, Krang still needed krona donated by such nobles. If you're caught pulling such a stunt again, you'll lose one of your 4. Encrid's offhanded comment turned the noble's face pale. His face drained of blood, which was quite satisfying to see. One of my 4? The noble asked. An arm or a leg? Oh, those 4. Yeah, those 4. Ignoring all pretense of noble decorum, Encrid had spoken his mind. The noble backed off, his legs trembling slightly, though he didn't collapse. This noble wasn't some monster or great villain, so this wasn't anything significant or worth fretting over. After all, this was a world where some lords killed everyone who entered their lands and took all their possessions. At least in Aurelia, such things had disappeared after Count Mulsanne's death. Rumor had it that if you went to the southern border of a large nation, you'd find plenty of lords who were indistinguishable from bandits. Encrid had personally seen plenty of them during his time as a mercenary and guide. Compared to that, swindling a few traveling merchants almost seemed cute. Of course, if it happened again, he would indeed claim one of the man's limbs. Encrid wasn't one to make idle threats. If he said it, he would follow through. He always had. As soon as space opened up around him, another noble approached. The pattern repeated itself, and Encrid responded with a few perfunctory words. It was dull but not exhausting, neither physically nor mentally. He had once spent an entire night at a banquet, clinging to the arm of a noblewoman, like an accessory. This was better, by far. Of course, it would have been even better to spend the day swinging his sword from morning till night. I've fallen for you." Here and there, a few brave noble women declared their feelings. "I'm not interested." Encrid shut them down without hesitation. With Kin Beza, the self-proclaimed most beautiful woman in the capital, by his side, few ladies had the courage to approach him. The reputation of Kin Beza, the most beautiful woman in the kingdom, isn't unwarranted. Don't say things like that. Encrid didn't even remember when he and Kin had started speaking so casually. But it felt natural. Both their conversations and their actions. Recently, Kin had devoted herself to running a workshop in border guard, which had led to a peculiar trend. Young noblemen from the capital frequently visited the garrison. But after seeing Esther or Shinar, so that's true celestial beauty. An angel has descended upon us. It was the reason why their nicknames, Black Witch and Golden Flower, had spread even to the capital. Kin hadn't sought such titles, but young men who visited border guard often said such things about her. Kin may be the capital's most beautiful, but the kingdom's most beautiful are the Black Witch and the Golden Flower. While Encrid didn't particularly care, the remarks were still irritating, and it didn't help that both were frequently seen near him. As Encrid caught a breather from the tiresome exchanges, he spotted Rem blending in surprisingly well with the banquet crowd. "Did you know? If you mention women in border guard, there's a crazed stray cat who goes wild, for human or beastskin alike." Rem's confident demeanor and casual chatter, drink in hand, suggested he had done this many times before. His motives were obvious, but at least he wasn't breaking anyone's neck in the middle of the banquet. Encrid's gaze naturally sought out Odin, who had stationed himself in a corner, wearing a soft smile as he reassured a group that he was not a bare beastkin and did not have a hobby of tearing people apart. He then followed up with comments about a pair of gloomy stray cats in border guard, their blood-crazed youngest, and how unfortunate his indiscreet mouth was. Encrid was perceptive, and neither Rem nor Odin were hiding their intentions. Their antics were obvious. At that moment, at least, Rem and Odin were of one mind. It wasn't a bad thing to witness. At the very least, the banquet's atmosphere was lively. Krang had said he was sorting through which nobles were worth keeping around. When discussing Aspen's downfall, he had summed it up neatly. In an environment where you must rely on religion, with two powerful houses to keep the king in check, you can't do anything freely. And you're different. Narilia's royal family, too, had long been influenced by the Holy Church and the balance of the state religion. Krang's response had been striking. "I am different." When asked how, his answer had been memorable. "A friend and knight who shares my goal is on my side." At such moments, Krang's words were shamelessly confident, yet true. Encrid was a knight, and their goals aligned. Krang gestured to the nobles. "Take it easy on him. Otherwise, he'll start hating the word banquet." A young, clean-cut noble stepped forward, full of flowery compliments, and asked, "Your Majesty, what will you do next?" In Narilia, there were the emerging noble faction, nobles who covertly supported the royal family, and the overtly loyal royalists. All of them were ultimately Krang's people, though on the surface they appeared divided. Krang placed his goblet on the table with a deliberate thud. Since the banquet followed a standing format, there were no chairs. Everyone stood. Drawing the noble's attention with his natural magnetism, Krang smiled and announced, "For the time being." "For the time being?" Encrid turned his gaze toward him. Rem and Odin, noticing the relative hush, also looked on. With all eyes on him, the royal bloodline smiled as he spoke. "My goal is to live well and eat well." Though the statement seemed out of place, those with sharper minds understood immediately. It was time to consolidate their foundation. As they ate, drank, and observed, a group entered the banquet hall. They were draped in flowing robes adorned with large grapevine patterns. Priests of the god of abundance. Encrid of the border guard. Who doesn't know that name in this land? The priest spoke with the same smile, but Encrid didn't particularly like his face. Still, he didn't spit on the smiling priest. He simply let it be. However, when he saw the clear, long scar of a blade on the priest's exposed forearm, and the way he walked, it was clear this was no ordinary priest. The traces of training were evident. May the light of abundance rest upon the hero. The high priest, offering his respects, marveled at all Encrid had accomplished before withdrawing. The priests following him quickly departed in a group. The banquet continued late into the night and ended quietly. The next day, strange rumors began to spread. Rumors about a fugitive heretic. It was the story of a priest who betrayed his god, abandoned someone akin to a father, and fled. Heretics, in some ways, were persecuted even more harshly than cultists. It wasn't hard to figure out who was at the center of the rumors. The heretic supposedly gained the strength of a bear through misguided faith, and had the bulk to match it. Someone seemed to be spreading the word with deliberate intent. Yet, Encrid, uncaring whether rumors spread or not, set out for the border guard. Don't mind it, it's all nonsense. The captain of the guard, who was fanatically loyal to Encrid, personally came to see him off and spoke those words. Having already exchanged greetings at the banquet, there was no need to see anyone else, so he left quietly. The captain, holding the reins, spoke again. That merchant scum won't pull something like that again. What? Did you kill him? Rem asked from behind, and the captain merely smiled without answering. Even if he hadn't killed the man, it was clear he'd made him suffer. There was no need to ask. Make way! The unyielding knight of the Madmen Order is departing. There was no need to announce it so loudly, but the captain shouted, and the crowd parted in response. Everyone in the capital watched as Encrid departed. From demon slayer to the unyielding wall knight, a supreme hero born of Norilia. Despite the noble faction's opposition to the common citizens of the kingdom, Encrid was a hero beyond compare. Blessings on your journey. Someone said it, and soon the crowd repeated the words. People wearing quaves or straw hats removed them and bowed their heads. Encrid had entered quietly, but now as he left, nearly the entire capital watched him. There was no space for rumors to reach his ears. Thus, on his return journey, the sound of horses' hooves clattered, and the afternoon autumn sunlight enveloped the entire group. Just as they were leaving the city, Auden spoke to Encrid. I am that heretic. It was a confession. Chapter 555. Do not forgive my sins in a land where polytheism, the belief and worship of multiple gods, was acknowledged. Being labeled as heretic meant being forsaken by all gods. Simply put, in a society where faith formed the foundation, a heretic was treated as less than human. Thus, those branded as heretics had nowhere to live. Where could someone go if they were cast out of cities, which were the backbone of life? They would either turn to banditry or flee to places like the oasis towns of the west or the eastern frontiers. Of course, such a journey could never be easy. It was a matter of risking one's life. A scholar who once acknowledged this harsh reality claimed that witch hunts and the persecution of heretics were the root causes of banditry. However, he too was branded a heretic and burned at the stake, proof that even when truths were known, it was easier to turn a blind eye. Being branded a heretic essentially meant opposing the central faith of the continent and worshipping idols. In other words, cultists were those rejected by all gods and religiously defined as enemies, the truest form of heresy. Truthfully, any heresy beyond cultism was merely arbitrary, a tool used however convenient. Anyone who wasn't fanatical in their beliefs, or naively innocent, already understood this reality. Ideally, heretics should have been rare outside of cults. But since when has the world ever been perfectly just or straightforward? The term witch hunt didn't come about for nothing. How many people on this continent had the courage to kill those truly deserving the title of witch? Mages were already exponentially more dangerous in their own sanctuaries. Even if someone dared to try, they would likely die before succeeding. No amount of courage would keep such a fool alive. And really, why kill witches who remained in their sanctuaries, content to spend their lives in magical research? Of course, not all witches were so benign. Some cultists still performed horrifying rituals, such as consuming the hearts of children, yet the church failed to deal with them. Because when it came to the church, any excuse could be used to justify inaction. Seeing the true nature of the church's witch hunts would be enough to make one sick. Although such things happened less often now, they were not entirely unheard of. The world was inherently unjust, and that injustice always struck the weak the hardest. It was this injustice that branded Audin a heretic. Has my father abandoned me? Audin had asked himself this countless times, even considering abandoning his faith. Yet the gods had never taken away their proof of love from him. The blessing given by the god of war, the divine power, remained firmly within Audin, even when he was cast out of the church. Even now, nothing had changed. If he had truly been a heretic forsaken by the gods, his divine power would have disappeared first. But it had not. The divine power remained intact. Even the church, for all its authority, could not erase what existed. They could only seal it as taboo. Thus, when the church declared Audin a heretic, it was for reasons entirely separate from the teachings of the gods. The stigma of heresy often served the church's political interests and power. Audin was simply a symbol of that injustice. A man with extraordinary talent who refused to fulfill the duties of an inquisitor and ultimately stood against the church. While speaking to Encrid, Audin lowered his gaze, staring at the hands holding the reins. He could almost see blood dripping onto the ground, a vision of the wrongs and sins committed by those hands. The hands that imprisoned and struck down the innocent. Do not forgive my sins. He silently recited the opening line of his dawn prayer, a prayer that had remained unchanged since he abandoned his position as inquisitor. Encrid, who had been lost in thought the entire journey, finally raised his head at Audin's words. With his shoulders relaxed, his posture atop the horse was casual, yet composed, a clear sign of exceptional riding skill. The horse trotted lightly, the autumn breeze pleasantly cool, though the sunlight felt somewhat harsh. Golden grass stretched across the land, trampled under the horse's hooves. What is this land called? Audin idly wondered, but before his mind wandered further, Encrid spoke. Do you want me to curse at you? Fine, I'll grant it. At first glance, his response seemed indifferent, almost dismissive. Here was Audin sharing what could be considered a lifelong confession, and this was Encrid's reply. Curses? I'll handle that. Ram chimed in as if seizing the opportunity. So, big guy, what kind of curses do you want? Audin fell silent for a moment. He had anticipated Encrid's reaction. I know. Fine. So what? What do you want me to do? Audin had expected such a response, acknowledging the rumors, but brushing them aside. Yet the words he received were different. Curses? Why would he say such a thing? Didn't you say you wanted to be cursed? Encrid's voice broke through his thoughts again. In that moment, Audin realized something. A lightning bolt of understanding struck him. Did I want to be cursed? Surely Encrid had a rough idea why rumors surrounded him, and why Audin stayed in Bodergard. Yet Audin had confessed to being a heretic. Why? Had he wanted someone to judge his sins? To punish him? The gods had not punished him. Thus, in Audin's mind, he had received no retribution. With his pure and severe faith, Audin truly believed he had yet to be punished. Self-flagellation is not a healthy habit. Encrid's tone remained calm and detached. What's self-flagellation? Just curse him already. That's what he wants. Rem added enthusiastically. Hey, you bear, how about you choke on honey you stole from a tree and get stung in the eyeball? The attempt was at best uninspired. That doesn't seem right. Yeah, even I don't think so. Audin ignored the barbarian's nonsense, his thoughts fixated on Encrid's words. The man was right. What he had been doing was self-flagellation. The scripture said not to defile the body gifted by the Father. But did that only refer to the flesh? What about the mind? The soul? Audin had always trained his body rigorously, but had neglected his mind. He had whipped himself ceaselessly, repeating his past sins, tearing his soul and heart to shreds. Why? If asked, he would have said, because it must be done, to reveal his sins to the Father and plead for punishment. It had been an unspoken cry, punish me. Ah! Audin exhaled deeply, a low rumble escaping him. Once again, the Father had taught him a lesson. Self-flagellation stood opposite to the teachings of the Scripture and led only to ruin. I will never unleash my divine power, at least not for himself. Even in death, Audin would remain steadfast. It was not a matter of seeking forgiveness, for he did not dare to hope for such a thing. The divine power sealed within him stirred violently, a light trying to burst free. Audin calmed his heart, suppressing it once more. I will not use this power for myself. Above them, an eagle soared its cry cutting through the air. Is that supposed to be a confession? If so, I'm a Westerner. Then I'm a man of the continent. Encrid replied dryly. Audin smiled faintly. Both men knew Audin had been exiled as a heretic, but also knew he wasn't truly one. It was a clumsy but genuine gesture of care, even from those savage brothers of his. Kia! The cry of an eagle was quickly followed by the roar of a beast. The resonance was distinctly different. One was clear, even awe-inspiring, while the other was unstable, an unpleasant cacophony. In the distance, a few harpies flapped their wings, the figures hazy but discernible. It wasn't too far, but it wasn't particularly close either. Near the capital or around border guard, it was difficult for beasts to rampage. But in areas where safety routes were not yet firmly established, sightings of monsters and beasts had increased. When monsters or beasts were driven into one place, colonies sometimes formed clusters of those driven together, gathering into groups. There were only a few harpies, but leaving them unchecked might prove troublesome later. Besides, it wouldn't take much effort to handle them, so there was no reason to ignore them. I'll go. Rem spoke up, and Encrid nodded. To ordinary travelers or merchants it would have been a significant threat, but not to Rem. As the Western barbarian kicked his horse into motion, the thudding of hooves against the dry ground sent clouds of dust billowing into the air. It hadn't rained for days, leaving the land dry and parched. As Audin watched the swirling dust particles for a moment, he opened his mouth. I used to be an inquisitor. If spreading rumors about himself was an act of self-harm, then this was a true confession. I see. Encrid's response was the same as always. Audin shared his past with him, a brief story, simple and stripped of embellishments. Orphaned, raised by a priest he regarded as a father, the doubts he gained while judging heretics and the life he led after leaving the church. He left out the reasons for coming to border guard, or any revelations he gained along the way. Encrid thought Audin had no talent for storytelling. He offered no empathy, nor did he pass judgment. He simply accepted it for what it was. After all, who was he to say anything? What could he do by dredging up someone's past? Tell them to live better? Warn them not to repeat the same mistakes? What right did he have to say such things? As an inquisitor, Audin had sent some people to the church's prison. Revealing this, he wondered to himself, were they truly sinners? Now he didn't think so. Then, for what purpose had he captured them? As he talked, he felt as though his thoughts were settling into place. It was a strange thing. Encrid, while offering no comfort, listened intently, without negligence or dismissal. He listened earnestly, and that alone helped Audin feel a little better. The church being rotten probably isn't your fault. Encrid stated it as a fact, neither comforting nor empathizing. Audin didn't respond by saying he thought so too. Whether the church was corrupt or not, his sins wouldn't vanish. It was similar to the way Encrid approached life. Everyone said it was impossible, but since he decided to become a knight, he simply lived that way. Audin's heart was the same. He followed what he believed. Everyone's perspectives differed, and so did the values they placed on life. Encrid never tried to fix or blame someone's way of thinking. If he forced his way onto someone, would it really be right for them? Who could say? It wasn't his place to force anything. Everyone lived by their own will. Of course, Audin wasn't so easily swayed by a few words. If he were, he wouldn't have reached his current level of skill. Resolve, will, determination. Without those, overcoming walls and advancing would have been impossible. As he spoke with Audin, Encrid resolved a dilemma he had been grappling with in his swordsmanship. Strength of will, to remain firm and unyielding. Had he become hasty after glimpsing a shred of talent? Had he been intoxicated by seeing others support him? Lately, he had struggled with his technique Wavebreaker sword, which added a counterforce. With his experience in many sword techniques, his instincts urged him to find a way around the problem. He had sworn to resolve it before reaching Border Guard, but now he realized that wasn't the answer. Rushing ahead wasn't always the correct path. The method itself isn't wrong. It simply wasn't the right approach for his current self. For someone else, finding a detour might be appropriate. Each person lived in their own way, and the Wavebreaker sword would find its own path, too. Refining techniques was something he always did. Under the autumn sun, their return journey was uninterrupted by rain or the need to rest in caves. Along the way, they stopped by Jaltenberg. In a tavern, Encrid sparred lightly with a mercenary eager to test his skills, and nobles and merchants swarmed him after someone recognized him. "You won't cut off my head, will you?" One noble, trembling at the sight of Rem, asked nervously. Rem had tried hard to improve his reputation, but rumors persisted. A madman who splits the heads of nobles with an axe after losing his parents to one. Damn it, why would my parents be killed by nobles? I'm a Westerner. There's no concept of nobility where I'm from. Rem was frustrated, but he didn't vent his anger on the nobles before him. While there were no bandits, sightings of monsters or beasts gathering couldn't be ignored. Whenever they appeared, Rem took the chance to stretch his limbs. "I send you to the Lord." Audin occasionally stepped forward to fight, and Encrid learned a few aspects of his martial arts from him. It wasn't a bad study. Having real combat and skilled teachers around was invaluable. Rem grumbled at him from time to time, but it was part of their routine. A proper knight should understand with just one word: you're hopeless. In terms of dueling, it was hard to say who would win, but Rem said what he felt he needed to. And he wasn't wrong. Through these experiences, they finally returned to Border Guard, where Encrid resumed his usual days of training and sparring. As Krang had advised, it was time to eat well and build strength. Then, Encrid formally announced the founding of a knightly order in Border Guard. Madmen Knights. Why would you name it that? Kreis shook his head, but it was too late. The official name had already spread. The news traveled faster and farther than they had expected across the continent. The founding of a new knightly order? It was an event people hadn't heard of in a long time. Rumors of Border Guard's growing strength also spread, thanks to the efforts of Rem and Audin. Chapter 556, Strolling Through the City. Why is the Madmen Unit called that? When the merchant, who was both a peddler and a trader, asked the question, his companion quickly replied, "Well, it's because there really are only madmen in it." Is it okay to talk like that out loud? What's the big deal? Everyone already knows. At the entrance of the bustling market at the center of Border Guard, two peddlers were chatting. The one with the thinner lips and the looser tongue did most of the talking. The conversation might have sounded like ramblings of fools, but in reality, it wasn't any great secret. These were stories everyone already knew. Besides, the subject of their gossip wasn't even present, and it's human nature to badmouth even kings when they aren't around. Can I hear more about that? Suddenly, a new voice chimed in, and the merchant flinched, his shoulders tensing as he turned to see the speaker. His expression quickly darkened as he looked at the source. It was an old, white-haired blind man who had somehow approached without a sound. The elderly man, hunched over and wrinkled, leaned on his cane as he stood there. "What do you want?" Startled by the man's quiet approach, the merchant stiffened for a moment. But when he got a good look at the old man, he relaxed and replied, "Why are you eavesdropping on other people's?" Before he could finish, the old man held out a silver coin, and the merchant's demeanor changed instantly. "Well, it's something everyone's talking about." The merchant trailed off, staring at the blind man. Seeing him, the merchant felt it would be heartless to swindle a helpless, blind old man, so he promised to explain as much as he could. After all, he'd been paid. A true merchant delivers value for what he receives. "All right, listen up. There are 5 madmen in total. The first was a madman who lost both parents to a noble, and now split noble heads with his axe whenever he saw one. They say he's dangerous, so be careful if you run into him. If you see gray hair, well, never mind." The merchant stopped himself abruptly. "That wasn't something you said to a blind man." He quickly redirected the conversation and began distinguishing rumor from fact, talking until his mouth was dry. His attitude had grown noticeably more enthusiastic. He wanted to make up for his earlier slip. Then there was a half-bear beastskin who ripped people in half, saying it was divine justice. Another madman who supposedly drank blood every 3 days. A sword-crazed lunatic, and the youngest of the unit. And lastly, there was a perverted murderer who found pleasure in stabbing people in the back after being heartbroken by a woman. But rumors are just rumors. If you talk to the people in the city, they say it's all exaggerated. In reality, they might be rough around the edges, but they didn't kill for sport. Rumors spread, but you gain nothing by badmouthing them in border guard, so don't go repeating this elsewhere. The merchant decided he had earned his silver coin. Sure, you could find this out by wandering around the city, but getting such detailed information wasn't so easy. The old man didn't seem destitute, but he wasn't particularly well off either. A blind man probably couldn't go around picking up stories easily. "No, your story's a little wrong." Just as they were about to part ways, a man with a menacing look approached. The merchant instinctively raised both hands, as if to shield himself. The man looked ready to throw a punch at any moment. But whether the merchant flinched or not, the man simply spoke his mind. The axe-wielding man. "He's just plain crazy." There was weight to his voice. It carried an intensity and conviction that only came from personal experience, as though every word was etched into his bones. Even the merchant could tell that this man wasn't just talking. He had lived it. The blind old man turned his milky white eyes toward the newcomer, as if examining him. Though blind, his gaze seemed almost perfectly directed. The man placed both hands on the merchant's shoulders, and the merchant shivered. Even through his thick clothing, he could feel the heat radiating from the man's hands. "Remember this. That guy is truly insane." The man was one of the soldiers under Rem's command. Normally, he wouldn't have left the barracks, but Rem was willing to give occasional leave to those who earned it. It was a brief reward for those who stood out in training. Of course, escape wasn't an option. "Run? Go ahead, try. I'll hunt you down and your punishment will double." "Double what?" "Probably the training. If not, it'd be a beating." Rem had said it without a hint of humor, and the so-called Axe Squad soldier realized in that moment that he'd been trapped. Life was unfair. So he decided to make the most of his brief outing before returning like a man walking to his execution. But hearing someone defending that madman was just too much. He couldn't hold back. "Sigh. I may do. With a deep breath, the man pulled his hands back, turned around and muttered, "That lunatic deserves divine punishment." He walked off with heavy steps, his gait lacking energy. Even though the man had already turned away, the merchant nodded instinctively. "Not everyone seems to like them," the old man asked slowly. "Oh, that? He's probably a soldier. I hear it's like that during the early days of training." The merchant shared what he'd heard from a guard before. The old man nodded a couple of times, then turned his head toward someone else, a figure wearing a hood. For a moment, the two locked eyes. The old man's milky, clouded eyes seemed to meet the hooded man's piercing blue gaze, as though cutting through the air between them. But the old man was blind. The hooded man frowned and asked, curious, "Can you see me?" "No, I can't. I see." It wasn't much of a conversation. The old man nodded again, as though it were a habit. "Well, we're busy here." The merchant left, and the old man began walking again, tapping his cane against the ground. He moved deftly through the crowded streets of Borderguard, which was at its busiest in recent memory. The hooded man, Encrid, watched the old man for a moment. He walks well. Not many people recognized him, but when they did, it was always a hassle, so he wore a cloak and hood in the city. Fortunately, plenty of people dressed similarly, so no one gave him a second glance. Still, something about the old man nagged at him. Even though he was blind, it felt as if he had looked right at him. There was something odd about him. His presence was faint, yet unmistakable. His body seemed trained, but then again, maybe not. It was strange. But Encrid had come to the city for a reason, and he intended to get on with it. All he had to do was wait for the old man to pass out of sight. The less crowded streets would be a better route anyway. At first he'd thought to go through the city center, but it was just too noisy. Now about this leather. What is it, you ask? This is crocodile beast hide. This stone is a lucky stone. It came all the way from the west, blessed by dozens of shamans. Firewood for sale. Firewood! Voices screamed from every direction. Makeshift stalls filled the gaps between buildings, merchants shouting to advertise their wares. There wasn't even room for carts here. And to make things worse, construction workers were bringing in supplies, dragging donkeys and carts through the chaos. It was more warlike than an actual battlefield. No one was bleeding or dying. At least, not usually. "You bastard, I told you this is my spot. There's no such thing as your spot here." Two grown men swung punches at each other, clearly untrained but plenty angry. A young man watching from the sidelines jumped into the fray, and chaos seemed imminent. And in the middle of all this, the blind old man was walking straight into trouble. Encrid, who had been watching, pushed his way through the crowd, grabbed the old man's sleeve and said, "I wouldn't go that way if I were you." The noise in the market was deafening, and Encrid wondered if the blind man had lost his sense of direction because of it. "You're a good person," the old man said without even turning his head. It seemed he knew who was talking to him and who was holding his sleeve. Encrid found that particularly fascinating. And that was truly the end of it. The old man changed direction and began walking again. And as commotion broke out, guards came rushing in. "Pitik!" A guard blew his whistle and shouted, "Stop! That's enough! You put the stone down. If someone dies, you're dead too. If you don't want to be dragged to the courtroom, knock it off." The approaching guards efficiently broke up the fight and restrained the situation. There were 3 well-trained soldiers, fully armed, leaving no room for clumsy brawlers to interfere. Once the fight was over, all that remained was frustration. Some drifter from another city. "Oh, so you're a local of Borderguard, huh?" The 2 merchants continued to grumble angrily, seemingly unable to let go of their frustration, while a few young men standing behind them looked much the same. Encrid recalled something Craze had mentioned a few days prior. It was about the usual things that happened when people gathered in one place. Conflicts tied to factions. One side consisted of those who had settled in Border Guard long ago, and the other side was the recently relocated newcomers. Their relationship wasn't particularly harmonious. Some stuck together based on their origins from the capital, while a few southern nobles from Norillia had also crossed over into the city and formed their own group. All this factionalism caused quite a headache. When people flock together on a small patch of land and fight desperately to secure profits, such things inevitably happen. Then there were those who ignored the factions entirely, some who kept a distance and merely observed, and others who exploited the divisions for their own schemes. Not exactly scheming, but someone like Vanessa seems to be doing just fine. Vanessa, a native of Borderguard, had recently expanded her inn, opened a new restaurant, and even set up a cafeteria. Word had it that the pumpkin beverage she served there was especially delicious. Encrid hadn't tasted it yet himself. The line was always too long. Not that he could just declare, "I'm the madman knight general of Border Guard," to skip to the front. He had ways to get a taste if he really wanted, but Encrid wasn't particularly gluttonous. He liked good food but wouldn't chase it down relentlessly. In any case, when people gathered, it was natural for various issues to arise. What had just unfolded before his eyes seemed to be one of those problems. If left alone, it might fester. Who knows? Encrid himself had never seen a city this bustling before. Border Guard had grown at a breakneck pace, pulling ahead significantly compared to nearby cities. Skilled bakers from Martai had already migrated here, and even people from the Aspen's border city were beginning to trickle in. With the city developing so quickly, oppressive lords in neighboring territories no longer had a foothold. So, what did they do? Some nobles naturally sought to come under Encrid's jurisdiction in Border Guard. When they were rejected, they opted instead to become direct subjects of the kingdom. In short, it strengthened the royal family's power. Still, Border Guard's gates remained open, welcoming anyone who wished to come. From what Cray said, Green Pearl hadn't yet filled its need for labor either. After briefly recalling these stray bits of information, Encrid watched the guards responsible for maintaining public order before heading down a quieter path. The situation earlier hadn't been particularly pleasant, but there was no reason for it to sour his mood. Encrid exited the central area and passed through several alleys. These alleys, which once reeked of filth, were now clean and spacious thanks to recent urban renovations. Along the way, he saw a few individuals who looked like members of the Gilpin Guild. "Where do you want this moved?" A human man, with 3 scars on his face that somehow made him look ruggedly handsome, carried a crate of fruit. Judging by his appearance, attire, and the dagger at his waist, he was indeed from the Gilpin Guild. A black square emblem engraved on the dagger's hilt confirmed it. Recently, the guild had established a standard crest that all members carried with them. These were the ones who, along with Border Guard's standing forces, ensured the city's safety through the night. When Encrid stepped into the alley, a few sharp-eyed guild members briefly turned their attention to him, but merely observed him without causing trouble. Emerging from the alley, Encrid found himself on a wide, open road. He strolled along the solid stone-paved path and looked up at the brilliantly blue sky. Not a single cloud marred the view. It was the kind of day that made walking, while gazing at the heavens, feel worthwhile. The breeze was cool, and the sunlight warm. Encrid walked unhurriedly, his footsteps sounding softly on the road. Giving his all in everything didn't mean rushing around, panting for breath. In that sense, this was a road worth walking. Chapter 557. A mighty battle. The central part of the city was bustling with activity, but the area Encrid moved to was almost deserted. Despite the contrast in atmosphere, Encrid enjoyed the peace of the moment. A butterfly with red wings fluttered by, and nearby a long flower bed stretched out, with yellow and orange flowers in full bloom. The flowers were known as holy gold, or the flower of the Virgin, not for being sacred in nature, but for its symbolism. It was said to be the flower that blessed the beauty of the world, representing not only the Virgin, but also saints and holy figures, as those who carried divine blessing were seen as holy. In front of the flower bed were a few maple trees with their red leaves scattered on the ground. It was a pleasant walking path, newly paved on the outskirts of the city, with no commercial facilities in sight. Instead, one could see construction guilds or artisans working on buildings, which seemed to blend naturally with the surroundings. It was peaceful, almost idyllic, as though the only purpose was to enjoy the present. A road built on a scale rarely seen in rural towns, perfect for a leisurely stroll. Encrid continued on and reached his destination. Thud, thud, thud. The rhythmic sound of a hammer striking echoed through the area. It was the blacksmith's workshop. Encrid crouched to enter through the small entrance, and immediately the scene inside came into view, with the heat of the forge pushing back the cool breeze. The space had expanded since the last time, but much of it remained unchanged. Grey ash, black soot, and a glowing furnace alongside a bellows. People who seemed to blend into the scenery worked in the heat. "Eitri," Encrid called out as he greeted the blacksmith. "Ah, you've come," Eitri responded, turning his head to meet Encrid's gaze from where he sat in front of the forge. "How is it?" Since the battle with the Aspen Knights, Encrid had retrieved the weapons of the fallen knights, selecting only the engraved ones. These weapons, crafted from rare metals and intricate forging techniques, were obviously valuable. Encrid had brought them to Eitri for research and experimentation. "Right now, I can't make any engraved weapons," Eitri said, his tone firm. "That's fine." Encrid wasn't concerned. He had already decided to entrust his weapons to Eitri, a man with dreams. He was stubbornly determined in his choice. People around him had already known that about him, and even Shinar would likely agree. "Then, will you share with me what you've learned?" Eitri asked, his curiosity piqued. He wanted to know about the insights Encrid had gained during his battles, about the use of will, mindset, and the changes that had occurred. As Encrid shared his experiences, he also noticed that Eitri had impressive martial skills. The two spoke and answered each other's questions, and Encrid realized Eitri had trained with various weapons as part of his forging process. Eitri, though talented, had only learned the minimum necessary skills. "Do you train separately?" Encrid asked. "No, just enough to meet my needs," Eitri answered. Eitri's method was shaped by necessity. His talents were put to use in the forge, where heat and iron brought forth the results he desired. Engraved weapons required a specific process, but this didn't concern Encrid much. He trusted Eitri, regardless of the outcome. His faith was unwavering. "Do you believe in it?" Eitri asked after a pause, sensing the unspoken thoughts between them. "I don't know," Encrid replied honestly. The two men continued their work, with Eitri staying composed despite his inner anticipation. Encrid, equally unfazed, continued to speak about his insights, and soon the frog sculptor joined them. It was clear that this sculptor, too, was dedicated to his craft, training and honing his skills. The three of them spent the rest of the evening in conversation, with Encrid learning even more from the exchange. As night fell, and Encrid prepared to leave, Eitri handed him a short sword. "Use this instead. It would be better to stop using the gladius," Eitri suggested. Encrid didn't ask questions and accepted the sword without hesitation. Eitri's apprentice handed him the weapon, its blade slightly thicker than the gladius, with a shorter length. It felt heavier in his hand, and Encrid noticed the weight balance shift. "It's mixed with mute metal," Eitri explained. "I'll use it well," Encrid said, already knowing the cost had been taken care of by Krez. With the Eitri's encouragement and the support of those who understood him, Encrid stepped outside into the clear night. The full moon shone brightly overhead. He reflected on the conversations of the evening, revisiting the day's events in his mind. The thunderous realization he had hoped for did not strike him. Was I driven by an obsession to give my best every day? Encrid thought to himself. As always, he picked up his sword again, continuing his relentless pursuit of mastery. He walked through the city, reflecting on the letters and duties awaiting him, including one from King Anu in the east. It seemed the rumors had spread that far. Unyielding knight, is that you? What have you done? Write me in detail. Oh, and the one you sent is still alive, but maybe not for long. And the Madmen Knights, nice name. Sounds like a bunch of lunatics. It wasn't entirely wrong. The knights Encrid led were all, in some sense, mad. After reading the letter, Encrid quickly wrote a short reply. Things just happen that way. Dunbakel isn't someone who dies easily. He finished writing and returned to training, preparing for the challenges ahead. Reem, who was carefully cleaning his axe blade at one end of the training ground, asked, "So why did you name it Mad Men?" Encrid didn't believe all the rumors. However, he didn't think the people under his command were entirely normal either. It was the same as when he subtly responded to Anu's letter. When Rem asked, Ragna, Jackson, Odin, Teresa, Ropord, and even Fell all turned their attention to him. Even Luagan, who rolled her large eyes, tilted her head with curiosity, as if the frog's innate inquisitiveness had been piqued. Luagan puffed out her cheeks and said, "Yeah, I was curious too." Encrid briefly pondered on whether it was right to blatantly call someone crazy. It wasn't. Therefore, Encrid couldn't bring himself to answer, because he fight like madmen. His voice was a bit weak, but the meaning was clear and conveyed. Rem nodded in acknowledgement. That's true. As Encrid had said, Rem and everyone else nodded. It seemed like the right explanation. Afterward, they practiced with swords, meditated, moved their will, and tried various things until the sun set. It was then that Cray arrived to speak with Encrid. His face seemed to carry many thoughts. At least that's how Encrid saw it. Kreis's face was marked with the traces of deep contemplation. Kreis had come to a crossroads. All right, let's think this through. He had two paths in front of him. One was to continue living like this, and the other was to abandon everything and escape to some remote part of the Empire. What did it mean to live this way? It's a life where you could die from poison or get shot by an arrow at any moment. Then what about running away? You'd hide somewhere and live a quiet life until you die. Honestly, the second option wasn't exactly what he desired, but the danger was far less. Would Nurat follow him? No, she wouldn't. In other words, he would have to leave behind everything he had. That's the way to go. By doing so, he'd significantly reduce the chance of dying. There would be no more headaches like the ones he had now. That was enough. Living a short and intense life was foolish. Life should be lived long, comfortably, and with a moderate amount of enjoyment, wasn't that right? He could live in a quiet corner of some city, open a salon, and live well. Kreis was different from others. He knew this better than anyone. I'm perfectly normal. The name Madmen didn't suit him at all. That was why. Time to give up. Kreis could already foresee some of what would happen on the continent. Fire, iron, blood, and the boundary between life and death. Monsters and beasts. In the end, he would lose his mind due to the anxiety. Could he keep finding ways to survive by calculating every situation? It might be faster for Ragna to travel across the continent. The world would be drenched in blood. It was inevitable. However, it was too late to tell Encrid to go easy and focus on living well with just the few of them. Would I have a place here? There would be a place for him. There would always be things for him to do. But that would also mean becoming close to death. In the end, he might have to leave for the faraway world beyond the river, hand in hand with his friends. A firm decision took root in his heart. The same resolve Encrid had when he built the wall with Will. Kreis hadn't been able to speak to Nurat first. He had spent days contemplating, and once his decision was made, he sought out Encrid. "Captain." It was dusk. The orange light of the setting sun faded behind the mountains, leaving a darkening sky. It was almost like the final struggle of the sun scattering its light, creating a blue darkness. In the midst of this darkness, two blue eyes, straight and unwavering, looked at him. The owner of those eyes would never bend his will, no matter what happened. Christ knew, looking into those eyes, that his own resolve remained unchanged. A man like me doesn't belong here. The continent would burn. The war with Aspen wasn't the problem. Until this point, he could manage it somehow, but no longer. Christ felt that the problems of the city, internal strife, factional disputes, and countless other issues were beyond his ability to solve. It didn't make him sad. It was simply that his capabilities had limits. Actually, perhaps he was a little sad. He was curious to see how far Encrid would go. But Craze knew that his own life, his own dreams, were more important than that. Nothing was more important than that. This is the end. Encrid had become a knight. He had achieved his goal by continuing without stopping, and Craze felt no regret in the end. "Do you have something on your mind?" Encrid asked, and Craze shook his head before answering. "I don't think it's a concern." The matter had already been decided. His eyes were cloudy, and his voice rough. He didn't look neat, either. Encrid had noticed how Craze had been burdened with an excessive workload recently. Some of it was work Encrid himself should have taken care of, and some of it wasn't something Encrid could resolve by stepping in. At times like this, shouldn't he offer support? "I heard from Krang about his ambitions while we were passing by." Ambitions? Craze wasn't particularly curious, but since he was already hearing everything, he would listen and say what he needed to. The Empire and the Great Kingdoms were all part of Krang's plan. Magic realms, the Empire, the Great Kingdoms, and the nobility. Even if the scale was huge, it felt too large to even fathom. As expected, this isn't a place for me. His resolve still didn't waver at all. "Imagine, even in the entire..." Encrid said, and Craze experienced a sense of shaking. It wasn't his body shaking, but his heart. Chapter 558, Festival and Guest Thump. The organ that had quietly been pumping blood throughout his body suddenly announced its presence. His heart was pounding. It beat loudly as if to say, "I'm here." In truth, there was something more important to Craze than dreams, life, or even survival itself. How should one describe it? A preparation for the future, a tangible, graspable symbol of value. In other words, Krona. To him, the future, the symbol of value, the dream and life itself, all converged into Krona. What would he do after earning piles of gold coins by running a salon? He didn't know. He just lived doing whatever he wanted. Even if he didn't know what he wanted to do, it would be enough to have his pockets filled with gold coins. That was how Craze envisioned his future. And now, Encrid whispered dreams and the future to him. "If it works out, you'll make an unimaginable amount of Krona." For a moment, Craze saw a mountain of gold coins appear before his eyes. It was an illusion. He hadn't even taken any drugs, but there it was. Building the city of pleasure you mentioned on the border of the Empire and the southern great nation wouldn't be a bad idea. Craze's eyes grew hazy, as if his mind had already traveled to that distant future. Recently, he'd heard that Anne, while developing a remedy, had failed and accidentally created a substance that glowed at night. They were now using it to construct lighthouses with glowing water to illuminate border guards' nights. If they refined it further, a few alchemists had joined Anne since then, so it wasn't impossible. They could create a giant sphere in the center of the city and fill it with glowing water. If they erected it as the iconic centerpiece of the city of salons, the construction guild, known for their skilled building techniques, could easily make it happen. In his dream, Craze climbed the tall walls built along the southern border. "Look here. This is the city of pleasure." Spreading his arms wide, he would introduce the city to dozens of nobles. As they turned their gazes in the direction of his hand, a luminous city appeared, shining even in the dark of night. It was a literal city of pleasure, glowing on its own. The mere thought sent an electrifying thrill from his toes to the top of his head. No, that wouldn't be enough. It should move. They could build a contraption to rotate it side to side. Couldn't they implement a magical power device to make it move automatically? Behold! This is the shining city, Salon de City. The city wouldn't just glow. It would scatter its light outward as if sprinkling it over the surroundings. The name rolled off his tongue, and though it was improvised, it somehow felt right. Kreis hadn't realized it, but the moment he decided to give up, his mind had stopped engaging in deep thought. In other words, he had stopped thinking. That was why every problem had felt insurmountable, like an unscalable wall. It was a lack of willpower and a heart that had drifted away. But now, Kreis's mind, once like hardened bread, softened and began to whirl like warm soup. Encrid watched as Kreis's vacant expression suddenly shifted, his eyes lighting up. Why is he acting like this? Encrid didn't know. Honestly, he didn't particularly care. He simply cheered Kreis on, as always. This was, after all, the dream Kreis had always talked about. Kreis himself had forgotten it for a while, but Encrid hadn't. A large-scale city of salons, the piles of krona it would generate, and the mountain of gold coins he would accumulate. Kreis had once said he liked the idea of the salon city and the krona. That's why Encrid mentioned it. As he spoke, Encrid found himself suddenly curious about his soldiers. No, his knights. Goals. What were they all fighting for? He could roughly guess, but he had never asked. Until now, there had been no need. But things were different now. They had officially become a knight order. Just because he had ambitions, did that mean Rem and the others had to follow him blindly? They had a formal knight order name, but he hadn't explicitly called them knights. Rem might follow him to erase the demonic domains. But what about the others? As Kreis rambled on, Encrid decided that he would have to go around and ask them, one by one. He would also need to define the Knight Order's size and structure properly. Until now, Kreis had handled all matters related to the Order. But while Kreis was momentarily distracted, Encrid had been the first to think of these things. "Are you sick?" Encrid asked, seeing Kreis's eyes spinning in their sockets. Maybe he had a fever. No. Kreis's lifeless eyes, like those of a dead fish, regained their shine. He wasn't sick, apparently. For a brief moment, however, it seemed Encrid noticed Kreis's contemplative state and began to chatter again. "You've been worried about the tension around the borders with Aspen, right? Plus, all the factions and other issues in the city must have been a headache." Actually, it hadn't been that much of a headache. The truth was, he simply didn't care much. If a problem arose, he'd solve it. But for now, he couldn't just cut everything down with his sword, so wasn't it better to leave it be? Encrid was clever enough to recognize the issues, but his approach had always been simple. If something festers, cut it open and remove the rot. However, the scale of the territory was too large for such crude methods, and while there wasn't outright discontent, many people felt stifled. The city itself was functioning well. There was surplus food and plenty of krona flowing, and yet things couldn't be perfect, no matter how good they seemed. What was the answer to this situation? Until recently, Kreis hadn't known either, but now he had an answer. "I have an idea." At some point, the only thing left in Kreis's mind was a rolling contraption, one that poured out gold coins in real time. Risk? Giving up. Weren't those the things one had to endure to achieve results? Hadn't their commander done exactly that? Kreis decided to forget his wavering heart. Resolving to overcome it wasn't enough. He would erase it entirely. This year we've stockpiled plenty of food. I'll use it. They had started cultivating green pearl, built secure trade routes, and expanded the surrounding farmland. They had also focused on herding and hunting. Ranger training included monster and beast hunting as well. Border Guard's role as a trade city had grown even more significant. Recently, the Henri caravan had arrived from the west, potentially opening trade routes with the western regions. One of the resulting benefits was an abundance of food. If this sounds like Border Guard was already wealthy, the problem was that none of this belonged to Kreis personally. He couldn't take it all for himself, nor did he want to. Watching Encrid move forward with integrity had taught Kreis the same lesson. He would move forward and build the shining city. Kreis made up his mind. All right, yes then. Kreis turned and left. What was that all about? Rem asked, toweling his wet hair as he emerged after a wash. No idea. Encrid answered honestly. I thought he was busy? Yeah, exactly. Encrid brushed it off as just another one of those things. The next morning, he heard that Kreis had convinced Abnaya, half a prisoner at this point, to join him. When asked why, Kreis simply said, I'll put him to work. And when questioned about trust, I don't trust him. I don't trust anyone, actually. I just make sure no one knows what anyone else is doing. Moreover, Kreis limited Abnaya's responsibilities strictly to trade and diplomatic stabilization. There's no time for anything else. Not for armies or military affairs. Abnaya dove into his tasks with focus. When Encrid finally visited him, Abnaya was buried in paperwork, his head on the desk. He wasn't asleep. He wasn't asleep. He was simply too busy. Who's there? Put the documents below. Encrid left silently, feeling his visit had been pointless. With Abnaya managing trade and other tasks, Kreis could breathe easier. In his spare time, he created a citywide festival. It might have seemed sudden, but it was what the city needed most. Why? Because people needed an outlet. Border Guard had defeated Aspen and claimed victory, but now they were neighbors. Not everyone was pleased. Some had lost family and friends to Aspen. Not that there were that many people like that. It was rare for a large-scale battle to occur while fighting against Aspen. Still, some dissatisfaction existed, and unsettling rumors circulated here and there. On the other hand, Aspen was the same. They had suffered far worse. Aspen attempted to resolve the issue by relocating those who hadn't lived near the border to its vicinity. Of course, it was Abnaya's handiwork. That was the reason for the massive migration within the Principality. In such a situation, they needed something to unite everyone. That was the Memorial Day, a festival. Kreis added a few features to it. Shall we call it the Order's Foundation Day? Or the Day of Border Guard Protection? Encrid didn't care about either. But since the Order hadn't yet gained everyone's approval, he thought the latter would be better. Thus, the Day of Border Guard Protection was established, and a festival was held. It was a 3-day-long event of eating and drinking, culminating in a martial arts tournament on the final day. Preliminaries were held within each unit, while the finals took place in the city of Green Pearl. Anyone who wasn't affiliated with a unit could participate, so excitement spread far and wide. The knights only observed while their unit members competed. The winner was given a pouch full of gold coins, and if they wished, they could even be honorably discharged. As a result, Rem's unit members went wild, competing so fiercely during the preliminaries that those who advanced to the finals limped onto the arena. Will there even be a fight, brother? Odin asked, seeing this. The opponent was a martial artist personally trained by Odin and Teresa. Who needs a leg anyway? Rem snorted. But the victory went to Odin's holy infantryman. Whoa, I am a bear. For some reason, the shout of triumph was a little strange. Want me to teach you a frog war song? Hearing this, Luagarn offered, but Auden declined. I can sing quite well myself, Frog Sister. After recovering fully, Luagarn had wandered the mountain ranges like a crazed frog. But lately, she stuck close to Encrid. Next is... Oh, it's Stumbling Clemens? Clemens had practically become a proper noun at this point. She stepped forward with a short wooden sword, and her opponent was from the sword infantry unit led by Ragna and Vice Captain Ropert. What ridiculous names, Encrid thought as he watched the fight. As he always did, regardless of the skill level, there was something to learn from everything. For that reason, Encrid enjoyed watching every fight starting from the finals. The fight was one-sided. Clemens wasn't skilled in swordsmanship, but in fighting itself. She tangled up the opponent's sword, dashed in, swept their legs, and struck their throat with the edge of her hand. Her movements and use of strength were impeccable. She's good. Luagarn nodded as she watched. Stumbling Clemens had followed Luagarn around and learned a few techniques, but she had also sought teachings from others indiscriminately and trained like a madwoman. She didn't even need sharp eyes. Encrid could feel the flow of will from Clemens. It was like an intuition, a kind of insight. While fighting, it was as though she foresaw the future. Encrid saw traces of someone advancing within Clemens's movements. She'll become a semi-knight. Like any order, there was a squire stage before becoming a semi-knight. Clemens had risen to the level of a squire. She had started as an ordinary soldier, but her talent and effort had led her here. We'll say that winning will grant entry into the order. Hearing this, Craze added another prize for the tournament. Encrid nodded. It wasn't a difficult thing to do. Of course, any soldier with sense wouldn't want to join the order. Encrid was the one who showed them what true relentless training looked like. From afar, he was a heroic figure, inspiring respect and awe. Up close, however, he was just a crazy bastard, a training maniac. It wasn't called the Madmen Order for no reason. Even the Hurrier family in Aspen joined the martial arts tournament. The atmosphere was electric, and the winner came from Encrid's direct unit. Ka! Victor roared into the air as though they were a giant hybrid. The winner was a female soldier with her hair braided in a single plait, Stumbling Clemens. She requested to become a squire of the order, and so it was. And thus, the 3-day festival came to an end. Once the festival concluded, the city's improvement projects surged forward like a runaway carriage. It was reminiscent of when Encrid returned from expeditions only to find new walls had been built. After the festival, there was a reorganization of the city's layout. The outer ring road was established right next to the walls that had been expanded earlier. The inner area was divided into an inn district and a commercial district. Artisans were grouped with artisans, and merchants with merchants. All of it was Christ's handiwork. It was around this time. While training, meeting Eitri, and attending to various tasks around the city, Encrid was on his way back to the barracks. The festival was so delightful I couldn't take my eyes off it. He heard the nonsense of a blind old man standing before the barracks. What did it mean for someone blind to say they couldn't take their eyes off something? It was like a joke a fairy would make. It was a clear autumn afternoon. Encrid's hand unconsciously rested on the hilt of his sword as he gazed at the old man. "Don't let your guard down." Jackson's voice came from behind him. Jackson had approached with deliberate steps, so Encrid wasn't surprised. It seemed their timing had coincidentally overlapped. "Why? That old man is strange." Coming from Jackson, the words sounded unusual. If there was danger, he would say it was dangerous. If it was annoying, he would say it was bothersome. But strange. It was an expression Encrid had never heard from Jackson before. Chapter 559. The Blind Man Clink. Plates were placed one after another on the table. While one might not be picky with food, no one truly disliked delicious meals, and Encrid was no exception. This was a dining hall built separately from the barracks, reserved exclusively for the knights. It had been created when Chryse expanded and renovated the barracks. While the knights usually ate the same food as the soldiers, serving proper dishes when guests arrived was considered a form of courtesy. It was a cultural norm, originating from the empire and neighboring kingdoms, to warmly welcome guests with food. In the West, if one wished to show respect, they would cook something themselves, even a small dish, or serve food made by their family. In the central continent, however, the culture was like this. The old man had requested an invitation, and Encrid, with a nod, had accepted. Jackson had remarked earlier how the man's presence felt faintly strange. The man could deftly deflect even the faint killing intent that Jackson had tested on him. Through this exchange, Encrid felt a vibe similar to King Anu of the East, meaning the old man likely fought at a knight's level. Strangely, however, when face to face, Encrid sensed nothing of the sort. It was baffling. In fact, he hadn't felt anything remotely like this before. He was peculiar, this blind old man. That was all Encrid had thought of him until now. But today, something felt different. Luagan, too, seemed to feel the same, her large eyes rolling about as she observed the man closely. What would a frog's discerning gaze see? Curious, Encrid glanced at Luagan. She opened her mouth. Nothing. So even she couldn't see it. The discerning eye of the frogs wasn't infallible. "Why are you staring at me?" Luagan puffed her cheeks slightly under Encrid's gaze. "You look pretty today. You can distinguish frog appearances?" He could. Whether they were beautiful or not was another matter entirely. Encrid had always been observant. Shinar turned at this comment and spoke. "Do frogs suit your tastes more than fairies? Let's eat." If he entertained this topic, Shinar's jokes would dance across the table, something Encrid didn't particularly welcome. So he steered the conversation away. "Right. The food comes first," the blind old man said. Seated at the table were Encrid, Jackson, Shinar, and Luagan. No one else. Ragna was asleep, and Rem had taken his unit into the mountains for training, armed with nothing but an axe and without proper supplies. It seemed more like he was tormenting his subordinates than training them. Then again, those who endured such torment emerged far stronger than before. The twins from the West had also joined as training instructors. These twins had originally been part of the Western merchant group led by Henri. They had followed the caravan to the border guard before deciding to remain here. The Border Guard and Rockfried Trading Company had cooperated in escorting Western goods, which was only natural. It wasn't simply due to Encrid and Henri's relationship. Chryse and Leona had realized the immense value of the trade routes stretching from the west to here. The two had already named the route the Stone Road. Its primary goods included obsidian, among other valuable rocks. The plan was to establish secure paths with fortified roads and temporary cities at major junctions. Of course, this wasn't a task that could be completed in a day or two, or even in a year. Despite the advances in construction techniques, building roads and cities, at least 10 of them, was no easy feat. It wasn't enough to throw money at the problem and hastily build cities. People needed to live there for it to have meaning. It was a long-term project, one that required careful dedication. The fact that they had eagerly embarked on it showed just how enormous the potential benefits were. Chryse and Leona both understood well that expanding trade routes could multiply profits exponentially. It had already been proven elsewhere. To the southeast of Norelia was the continent's largest trade city-state, whose prosperity stemmed from its waterways. Of course, waterways alone weren't enough. The shipbuilding technology to create cargo ships and swift vessels, as well as their skill in building cities at key points, had enabled their current success. At any rate, Ragna was absent, and Rem was in the mountains. Odin had also taken Teresa somewhere for a ritual, supposedly to awaken her talents. Encrid hadn't listened to the details. Rupert and Fell were around, but both were too busy training. The two constantly spurred each other on. Whenever one of them realized something and began to train like a madman, the other would naturally follow suit, adopting Encrid's insane training methods. In other words, the two didn't care who came or went. Esther was in the barracks but had taken her panther form. She hadn't explained why, but she mentioned something about needing to stay as a panther for the week to accumulate natural power. And so, only Shinar, Luagarn, Encrid, and Jackson were seated here. The chef who had laid out the plates stepped back. Madam. The white-haired old man tilted his chin and sniffed left and right as though savoring the aroma of the food. Soup, dried fish drizzled with a rich sauce, and tender cuts of pork paired with steamed vegetables were the main dishes. Asparagus, carrots, and leafy greens accompanied beautifully sliced pork that drew everyone's eyes, except the old man's, as he was blind. Yet, it felt as though he could see with his nose. They used pork. The fish? It seems dried, the old man said, correctly identifying the dishes by scent alone. It was an impressive feat. It looks as good as it smells, Encrid added. Beside the main dishes was a plate of halved marinated tomatoes. The dish delighted with its aroma and vibrant color. The old man tapped his fork on the table, finding the plate naturally, then speared a piece of pork and vegetables to bring to his mouth. Despite his blindness, his movements were fluid and effortless. Anyone observing might not even realize he was blind. How can that be? Encrid watched quietly, lost in thought. From his observations so far, he could tell one thing. The old man's actions were always. He never seemed flustered and always appeared to know his surroundings. Even now, no one had guided him to his plate or utensils. He had located them on his own, without hesitation. After tasting a bite, the white-haired old man nodded toward the empty air and spoke. "Do you know what I value most? What is it?" "The doneness of the vegetables," the old man replied, holding his thumb and forefinger slightly apart. Then, spreading his hands wide, he continued in a serious tone. "They're neither too hard nor too soft. Perfect. Excellent. Even the texture from the knifework is remarkable. It's food prepared with care for the eater. What's in this sauce? The flavor is excellent. Is it pork liver?" His sense of smell wasn't the only thing that was extraordinary. His palate, too, was as sharp as one of the finest on the continent. With pinpoint precision, he had deduced the cooking process and ingredients. "Yes, that's correct," the chef replied, sounding thrilled. "Good?" "It's delicious," the old man repeated, focusing again on his meal. Encrid found himself naturally following suit. As the old man had said, the food was truly exceptional. He couldn't have dissected it as meticulously, but the perfectly cooked pork and the smooth, rich sauce made from mashed potatoes and pork liver were deeply satisfying. "Were you a chef?" Encrid asked after filling his stomach. The old man smiled faintly and said, "I lost the joy of sight, but gained the joy of taste." He waved the fork in his hand, and Jackson, in turn, gripped his knife tightly, ready to throw it at the slightest provocation. If Encrid sensed it, then surely the old man did too. Yet the old man merely continued speaking unfazed. "Without such pleasures, there's no joy in living. Wouldn't you agree?" It was a natural tilt of the head, so fluid it almost seemed like the gaze was meeting theirs, even though the man couldn't see. "It's an honor to meet you in person. Just as I've heard, you're quite the handsome man." Shinar reacted to the statement. "What do you mean? Handsome? You can't even see." Shinar tilted his head in confusion. "Just a joke." The old man laughed at his own words. "In my youth, when I could see, my wit alone caused many ladies to suffer lovesickness. Did you perhaps learn that joke from the fairies?" Encrid asked seriously. Shinar's eyebrow twitched at the remark. It was an annoying question. "No, it's a natural gift, and actually I've never been able to see. I was born blind." The old man laughed after his words, but no one joined him. Instead, they all thought the same thing. This old man is truly strange. Has he lost his mind? Luagarn questioned the old man's mental state, while Jackson remained silent as always. The old man took out a clean but worn handkerchief and wiped his mouth. "Well, I've enjoyed the meal, so I suppose I should pay for it." It was a matter-of-fact statement. After all, it's not like he would just eat and chat with anyone for no reason. "Let's spar." Encrid responded as though he'd been waiting for this. He had eaten well, had a conversation, but the old man's affiliation, position, reasons for being here? None of that mattered. He wasn't curious yet. Everyone sees the world differently. It was simply a difference in perspective. This was Encrid's second time seeing the old man. The first time he hadn't seen what he now saw. This old man can fight, and fight very well. It was a gut feeling. Why was it so hard to gauge the old man's skills? Was this why Jackson found him odd? Why Luagarn couldn't assess his abilities either? What the blind old man had shown thus far was, to Encrid, brimming with potential. Who cares about affiliations or motives? The burning flame ignited in his chest and spread through his body. His will rose instinctively as he expressed his intent. He wanted a fight. He didn't know what the old man possessed, and that unknown thrilled him. After all, there had to be a reason why they had been brought here and well fed. "Do you enjoy beating up blind old men?" the old man asked. "You don't look like you'll take a beating quietly, will you?" Encrid countered immediately, and the milky white eyes curved softly. "I can't win against you in a war of words. Even when I joke, you don't laugh. That's because I've already been trained by someone else." "Well, that someone isn't me, isn't that right, fiancé?" Shinar interjected suddenly. Encrid knew that in difficult situations, staying silent was the best option. So he pushed his chair back. "Scrap. Dot hoi." He pushed the chair back with his thigh, stood and said, "Let's go." Without waiting for a response, Encrid headed outside. Shinar watched him go and muttered under her breath, "We'll have to discuss this later, fiancé." It was a quiet voice, but her sharp-eared fiancé would have heard it all. The fairy contemplated for a moment before standing as well. She wasn't as eager as Encrid, but curiosity did spark her interest. That old man wasn't from the forest tribe, yet he demonstrated assimilation better than her kin. Assimilation was a technique that allowed one to blend completely with the environment, melding into the forest, water, or surroundings by aligning their energy with it. Many trained knights who wielded will could perform this technique, but its origins lay with the fairy tribe. In that sense, the old man was peculiar. Even to Shinar's senses, his presence was faint, as if he had melted into the environment. "Well, it's only natural to pay for what you eat. That's the way of the world," the old man said as he rose, tapping the floor with his cane before heading outside. Chapter 560, The Old Man and the Question. The knight's exclusive dining hall also served as a reception room, and, quite naturally, was located right next to the training ground. The layout of the buildings was designed for Encrid, by Encrid. Everything revolved around the training ground. The old man, having stepped outside, gripped the handle of his cane without hesitation and pulled. "Srang!" A blade gleamed as it was drawn. Encrid, standing opposite him, unsheathed his Valarisan steel sword. "Srurong Dotcherlol." The sound of the blade scraping against the scabbard was sharp and refreshing. Encrid let go of the rest of his equipment, wielding only his sword. Without a word, they faced each other, both holding live blades. Though it was a sparring match, it could easily turn deadly. After all, there were no promises or agreements between them. Then the old man clicked his tongue inside his mouth. Tack! The sound rippled out like a wave. Encrid's sharpened senses, refined through Jackson, allowed him to feel the sound waves as if they were physical vibrations. Some waves passed unimpeded, while others struck his body and bounced back. The vibrations carried information directly to the old man. It was a technique called echolocation. Using sound, one could identify the distance and shape of objects in their surroundings. The old man raised his sword handle beside his face, its tip pointed forward, his eyes closed. His milky white eyes were no longer visible. The old man spoke. "Be careful." With those words, he moved. This time, there were no vibrations, no sound, only a blade falling straight from above. A knight's speed was far too fast for the ordinary eye to follow, mysterious and almost miraculous in its swiftness. Of course, no one here would fail to perceive the old man's strike, and everyone watched closely. Luagarn puffed out her cheeks unconsciously, her eyes darting about. She had been training to develop her dynamic vision since first picking up a sword, and now she saw the results. The old man's slash seemed as though he had folded space itself to fly forward, a rapid strike she could barely keep up with. It was certainly not all the old man had to offer, but the fact she could even see the knight's movement proved how effective her training had been. It was a slash from above. If Luagarn could barely perceive it, Ragna and Saxen, standing a step back, had precisely understood the old man's motion. He crossed his feet to gain momentum, dust scattering beneath him without a sound, his steps silent and secretive. At first glance, the strike didn't seem to contain will either. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Encrid moved. With instantaneous reflexes, he responded to the old man's blade. He lowered the tip of his sword ever so slightly from its central stance. Strength gathered in his trained muscles and poured into the blade. Like an eagle snatching prey, a surge of blue light shot upward from below. When the upward swing of the Valerizan steel sword met the old man's cane sword blade, the old man's weapon bent like a snake. Ting! The resulting sound was surprisingly faint for clashing metal. The slender blade, flowing along Encrid's steel sword, looked almost like the snake blade technique Encrid himself used. In that fleeting moment, Encrid made a decision and moved. Though the bending blade threatened to slice his arm, Encrid's step advanced instead of retreating. The sword that had been about to strike vanished as the old man leaped back to gain distance. And then, tack! He clicked his tongue again. Though he was blind, his swordsmanship was far from defensive. His movements were aggressive, and even as he stepped back, he changed his stance. Crossing his feet, he brought his blade to his cheek, a position that signaled his attack. With echolocation pinpointing Encrid's location, the old man stepped sideways. Swish, swish. His steps skimmed the ground before rapidly shifting into quick strides, his soles pressing down as though memorizing the terrain beneath him. He walked in a circle around Encrid, his movements creating an illusion, his figure multiplied as though there were many of him. It was a technique that deceived the eyes through controlled changes in speed. Shuffle drive, Saxen muttered under his breath. It was an advanced assassin's technique. Ragna recognized it too. She had faced something similar before. Though many could attempt shuffle drive, few refined it to such a level. As the afterimages of the old man multiplied, his figures surrounded Encrid. The old man's blade slashed, retreated, thrust, and twisted, his myriad stances targeting every inch of Encrid's body. Anyone else would have panicked, but Encrid was used to such tricks. He had already learned and mastered similar techniques through the wraith imprisoned in his blade, Acker. If the will could be used to pressure the opponent with illusions, Encrid could wield something similar, perhaps even more. In that instant he felt it, an intuition that he would gain something more, move forward. Encrid's blue eyes gleamed brighter than ever. Though his eyes emitted no actual light, they appeared to glow. The old man, too, sensed that Encrid was doing something. And indeed he was. Encrid was a madman who enjoyed grueling, near abusive training. What was needed for progress in such moments? Talent? Effort? Both were important, but readiness when the moment arrived was far more critical. In that sense, Encrid was ready every day. Acre's web. Will was willpower. To press an opponent with will, that was intimidation. If slightly transformed, it could be used in other ways. Having trained himself to project an iron wall behind him, Encrid now grasped another realization. It was an opportunity presented to the prepared, and he seized it. Encrid adjusted the positions of his shoulders, toes, and sword tip in response to the old man's illusions. Some movements were too subtle to perceive, while others boldly swung the blade. All of them controlled the flow of speed, mirroring the old man's movements. Jackson let out a faint groan, surprised. What would it look like if one faced Encrid's sword now? Though impossible to understand fully from a distance, it'd be stifling. Shinar's words were the truth. The oppressive weight of Encrid's will, previously like a solid wall, had transformed into countless movements pressuring his opponent. The old man stopped, clicked his tongue again, and retreated. Tack! What else do I have to show? The old man, contemplating, returned his sword to position. Encrid pursued him, sensing the tide had turned. There was no reason to retreat. Bang! Finally, their blades collided fully. With a strike from his monstrous strength, Encrid sent the old man's body flying sideways. Or rather, the old man propelled himself in that direction. Sensing this through his sharpened senses, Encrid chased after him, smoothly rotating his ankle as he flowed into another attack. His blade again targeted the old man's neck. Bang! Their blades met once more, sparks scattering in the air. Vines bulged across the back of the old man's hands. He was exerting his full strength. Through this exchange, Encrid was surprised by three things. First, no presence, no will. Though it was clear the old man was using willpower, there were no signs of it to detect. Second, his mastery of silencing sound and presence was exceptional. If Encrid lost sight of him for even a moment, he would be hit. Third, the old man was weaker than expected. Though he had reached the level above knights, not all knights were equal. Encrid seized his moment. With a horizontal slash of overwhelming force, he pushed the old man's blade aside and held his own sword to the man's neck. Is this your best? Even in defeat, the old man smiled. You'd think I wouldn't last a single move in a contest of strength, but I lost. One more time? Are you trying to kill an old man? It wasn't something an elder with the skills of a knight should be saying. However, the strength emanating from the old man felt different from his own. If he had to compare it, it seemed similar to Jackson's type. What's your name? He was only now asking for the old man's name. I've forgotten. It wasn't that he didn't want to say it. It seemed to be the truth. Is it only fun when you clash swords and force against each other? No. For Encrid, everything he did with a sword belonged in the realm of enjoyment. How strange, strange indeed. You find this fun? Though the old man couldn't see, or perhaps because he couldn't see, he spoke as if seeing through Encrid's psyche with more clarity. In truth, everyone would know. Who couldn't tell when Encrid's eyes gleamed with excitement, his face practically screaming with exhilaration as he fought? Yes. Encrid replied and raised his sword. The second sparring match, too, ended with a decisive victory. As Encrid fought, he thought, even if they sparred 10 times, he would win all 10. Meanwhile, Jackson, observing from the side, thought differently. He recognized the danger in the old man. How terrifying! From his movements, decisions, and the trajectory of his blade, Jackson could tell. If the old man chose a different kind of battle instead of a head-on duel, very few would survive. And if Jackson compared himself, he wouldn't know until he tried. For the first time in a long while, tension surged, quickening his heartbeat. When was the last time I felt this? It must have been since he took on the role of Georg's dagger. That old man was of the same breed as him. Clack! Oh, so you can hear sounds and figure out positions and get a rough understanding of the surroundings? Rem asked, sitting across from the old man, who had demonstrated echolocation. That's right. Really? That's how I know you just rolled the dice in secret. Wow! It was a test. A test. You really can see it, huh? The old man naturally stayed in the city, even after sparring with Encrid. He didn't eat or sleep at the barracks, but stayed at an inn in the city, occasionally visiting. At first, the soldiers at the barracks tried to stop him, but once they realized Encrid had allowed it, they left him be. No one told him to leave, and no one scolded him for staying. Some members of the Madmen unit didn't care who came or went. Others thought it better to have the old man within their detection range. He's not a new member, is he? At one point, Christ came to ask, and the old man shook his head. I've forgotten my name, but I have work to do. I can't stay here for long. In other words, even if they tried to recruit him into the knights, he wouldn't join. Knight-level skills, was it? Then what exactly did this man do? Christ regarded him with suspicion. Knight-level skill? How common was someone like this across the continent? Absolutely not common. Even if the entire continent was scoured, there would be fewer than 100. Moreover, the neighboring country of Aspen probably didn't even have one now. Wasn't it strange for such a figure to suddenly stay in Bodergard? It was very strange. Encrid simply let it slide, so the others did too. Even if Gilpin investigated, no one knows who he is. Given his knight-level skill, if he had any fame, gathering intel would usually reveal his identity. But there wasn't even a rumor about this old man. A blind man wielding a cane sword should be famous, yet he wasn't. All right. Craze, let it go for now. It wasn't something he could do anything about. That didn't mean he stopped completely. He continued using people to investigate the man's identity. The old man smiled with his cloudy white eyes, as if silently saying that no matter what Craze did, he would never uncover his identity. What is it that you do? What would happen if he asked directly? Uncovering secrets through conversation was one of Craze's specialties. Wasn't he once renowned for his skill in uncovering hidden truths from noble ladies? I can't tell you. Then what organization are you from? That's a secret. The old man gave a wink. Despite being blind, he somehow managed such gestures. Faced with Craze's direct questions, the old man just as directly refused to answer. If he shut his mouth so firmly, there was no way to pry anything out of him. Leave him be. Encrid interjected at the right moment, pulling Craze back. It was as if he was saying he would take responsibility for the old man. Craze nodded. After that, the old man spent his time mingling with the soldiers. Ragna wasn't interested, while Rem enjoyed playing games with him, laughing as the blind old man repeatedly caught him cheating at dice. Apparently, that was fun for IA, and he spent several days playing with the old man. Jackson always stayed in a position where he could keep the old man within his field of view. He did so naturally, even during meals or bathroom breaks. Watching this, Encrid found it fascinating. For Jackson to do that meant aligning his entire schedule with the old man's patterns, yet he did so seamlessly. Unless someone paid close attention, no one would even notice. You still haven't left. Whenever Shinar ran into him, she'd scold the old man, but he would only smile. The old man's routine consisted of going back and forth between the city inn and the barracks. Encrid paid him little mind and went about his usual business. He focused on training and honing his skills as always. He knew that not a single day should be wasted, as today existed because of that effort. To others he might seem like a training fanatic, but that was simply his way of life. About 10 days after the old man arrived, on a bright moonlit night, the temperature had dropped, making the air chill as night fell. The cold wind made the moonlight feel even colder. Encrid was heading to his quarters. On one side of the training yard, Jackson stood silently, sharpening his dagger, while the old man sat on a log bench opposite him. It was quite late, yet he hadn't returned to the inn. But for that old man, day and night probably didn't matter. After all, his world was always dark. As Encrid walked across the stone-paved ground, the old man's voice rang out. Can I ask what you plan to do from here on? It was sudden, but the weight in his words froze Encrid's steps. The moonlight behind the old man cast his shadow forward. Though the man sat in darkness, the shadow looked darker still, as if it were the very essence of the void. The shadow's head moved, as if turning toward Encrid. Chapter 561. Dream to erase the troubles of the world. Where is this coming from all of a sudden? I'm curious now. Encrid still didn't know who his opponent was, but he had a sense of why they were here. It was something felt in the realm of instinct and intuition. The old man was sizing him up. So, Encrid let it be. He had nothing to hide or conceal. There was nothing to gain by hiding anything. Everyone knew the truth. Craze, Jackson, and Rem all knew. So, Encrid left things as they were. There was no smell of blood coming from the old man, nor any signs of preparing to kill. Would he push him away now? The old man might become an enemy, but it wasn't about prophecy or foresight. It was just a feeling. So why not send him away? If the opponent sees me, I can see the opponent as well. That's what Luagarn had taught him. While observing, Encrid sensed that the old man, too, harbored something deep within his heart. It was likely similar to Encrid's own, and perhaps to Krang's as well. A great, hard-to-achieve goal. People sometimes call that a dream. The cynical ones called it delusion. But whatever it was, if it was part of the process to achieve it, it could not be dismissed as mere delusion. When I was young, I wanted to change the world. The old man spoke first, but it sounded like a lie. The desire to change the world was true, but the statement about his youth was not. It was a lie to speak as if that was his mindset from the past. He still wanted the same thing now. The direction and shape might be unclear, but the will was definite. It wasn't the faint will of the past. It was a clear and determined will rising up. Behind the old man, something seemed to push away the moonlight. In the land of night, watched over by the moon and stars, he expressed his intent. Encrid knew better than anyone that this was his true feeling, and so he stopped walking. Can you tell me what you're trying to do? If his vow was to protect whatever was behind him, then the dream of becoming a knight was something else entirely. Since there was nothing to hide, Encrid disregarded the old man's lie and spoke plainly. I plan to erase war from the continent. Encrid said it in his usual calm manner. It wasn't a speech nor a resolve. He simply believed that he would do it, and that was all. He didn't raise his will to add force to his words, nor did he respond to the sincerity the old man showed. His tone wasn't just calm, his attitude and heart were the same. Encrid spoke plainly, as if saying he would eat bread and soup the next morning. It seemed so natural, like something that was already decided. That's something I hear all the time. No one was ready to sleep yet. Though it wasn't particularly cold, Rem had already thrown a heat leather cloak around his shoulders like a cape, and opened the door to the shelter. The old man ignored Rem's words. He also ignored Jackson, who subtly showed hostility. Instead, he raised his cloudy eyes to look at Encrid, and continued speaking. Do you really think that's possible? Do you truly believe it can be done? The old man asked again, and Encrid stared at him silently. Even though he was curious about the old man's identity, he didn't ask. Even if he did, the old man probably wouldn't answer. There was much about the old man that was secretive, but Encrid had learned things by observing and watching. The old man was very skilled at handling will. Encrid had observed him for days, sparred with him, and learned many tricks. The old man was quite good at answering questions too. From Encrid's perspective, it didn't matter who the opponent was or where they came from. Starting with the techniques of will he had learned from the counterbalance position, he had gained much from various skills. The old man had also been observing Encrid, and seemed to have many questions to ask now. Or perhaps he had many things to share. You must be stronger than both the well-known monsters or disasters. as well as the unnamed monsters lurking in the demon territory. Do you think you can do that? Truly? This time, Encrid silently looked at the old man without answering. The old man, as if spitting out his words in fervor, continued speaking. You must be cautious yet bold, intelligent yet perfect in power. A hero like something out of a storybook. Can such a person even exist? Would such a person exist? Encrid didn't know. But he could give an answer. Such a person wasn't needed. I'll do it. His tone remained calm. Why do you think that? The old man tilted his head, pausing for a moment. His cloudy eyes, reflecting the light of the lighthouse, glowed red. The old man asked the reason, but the answer was simple. Encrid had never seen anyone else willing to do it. Because I'm the only one who will, Encrid responded. It was a grand and foolish dream. The old man thought so, but he also realized that he couldn't ignore what this man, Encrid, was saying. Having observed him for days, the old man knew this man wouldn't stop. If he was going to break his will, the only way was to kill him. Though he didn't show any intention to kill, the thought briefly crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. In the end, Encrid's dream was similar to his own. Though the direction was different, the result was the same. It amused the old man, who laughed softly for a moment. I was curious. I heard you've caused quite a stir, so I wanted to talk to you directly. Did you have fun? Rem cut in and asked. You kept bothering me all the time I was here. The old man smoothly responded to Rem's words. You were giving off a strange smell, so that's why. Rem answered, resting his axe on his shoulder. He looked like he'd split the old man's head open if he tried anything funny. Jackson had sensed something odd in the old man's demeanor. But Rem had sensed it on a primal level, his foul scent. Ragna, Luagan, Shinar, and even Odin could sense the same. But they let it slide, because of Encrid. He hadn't intervened, and the old man hadn't harmed him. Moreover, he had been teaching Encrid something. This friend keeps watching me. They're an interesting bunch, really. The friend in question was, of course, Jackson. Jackson kept silently observing, whether the old man called him or not. The old man spoke and turned his back. His steps were those of someone leaving. We'll meet again. As the old man turned to leave, Jackson thought about using his hand, but he didn't act on it. Leave it. Encrid sensed it instinctively. The old man had never fully revealed what he had. But there was much to learn. Where did the old man belong? He didn't know. But he was certain the old man wasn't an ally. I must erase the troubles of the world. That's my dream. In his youth, the old man had cried this out, and had done many things to achieve it. And that journey was still ongoing. It's fun. It's truly fun. Life is to be lived for a long time, to truly see. The old man, one of the apostles of the demonic Holy Church, thought this way. Having lived so many years, now waiting only for death, he found joy and amusement in Encrid's will. When he saw Jackson use his skills and react, he realized that Jackson, too, was a technician of great skill. The old man walked away from the border guard. He left as the night turned to dawn. Not everyone in the church was on the same path. Though his journey differed from the church's teachings, the destination would likely be the same. That was the difference between the church and the old man. And that difference was simply the value the old man placed on his life. Dreams belong to those who dream them. It felt as though the words the old man had once shouted in his youth echoed back to him. The old man walked through the night, spreading the resonance technique. In front of him was nothing but darkness, making no difference whether it was day or night. Eventually, he saw a cart coming from a distance, a group of hard-working merchants. As he walked, the people around him gradually increased. The old man rubbed his cloudy eyes with his hand, and white powder fell from them. At the moment when he crossed paths with the merchants, the old man disappeared. Whether he ascended to the sky or sank into the ground, he vanished in an instant. I missed him. Among the assassins of Georga's spear, there were a few skilled in tracking. 2 guild members, acting on the orders of Jackson, shook their heads. There was no trace of him, and he did not appear within their sight. Just like that, the old man had disappeared. Clap, thought Kate. Why is he drinking this? Encrid asked in disbelief. Weird Eyes just shook his head with a flap. After the old man left, he and Weird Eyes played for the first time in a long while. But suddenly, this guy pounced on him. He thought it was meant as a playful gesture, but to his surprise, Weird Eyes man pulled out a glass bottle filled with holy spring water from his robe, broke it, and drank it. You shouldn't swallow glass shards. Encrid didn't think it was wasteful. He didn't even know what use the spring water had, but he was curious how Weird Eyes had known to drink it. It's nothing important. Though it was strange, Encrid didn't think much of it. After meeting Weird Eyes, he patted his back, feeling that his spine was slightly protruding. He was worried it might hurt, but judging by how the curd stayed, he was running joyfully. It didn't seem to be a problem. In fact, it seemed like he was running even better than usual, as if his feet were barely touching the ground, striking the earth faster and harder than before. Yee-haw! Weird Eyes drank the spring water as if it was his goal all along, smashing the bottle and gulping down the liquid. After leaving only the broken shards of glass behind, he went on his way again. You didn't even come for water. Well, it was just one of those things. After training as usual, and meeting Weird Eyes, Encrid returned to his quarters and found a letter waiting for it. It had been left by the old man. I am the apostle. The letter contained a confession from the old man. He openly proposed him to join the holy demonic cult. Would you consider joining me, seeing you reminded me of my youth, especially your face? So, I say this, I don't wish to be hostile toward you. Thus, I ask you to join the holy demonic cult. Such nonsense, carefully written. Rem casually approached and glanced at the letter. An apostle? Luagarn showed a brief flash of anger. Jackson muttered, I'll kill him. Encrid didn't think much of it. He hadn't expected an apostle to make such a proposal, nor did he think someone like him would get one. But this was just the beginning. With the change in reputation and the remarkable things Encrid had done, guests started arriving to prove it. I'm Bianca Conti. You may call me Countess. A matchmaker from the Empire arrived. The next day, a guest bearing a letter appeared discreetly. I've come to deliver the message and letter as instructed. The merchant had a sharp, intelligent look. Whether he was of noble birth wasn't clear, but his clothes were luxurious, and his speech reflected high status. What he brought was a letter and message from the king of the southern kingdom. The merchant was from the south, and seemed to have a purpose similar to that of a matchmaker. Additionally, invitations had come from trade cities. They mentioned a commemorative event in autumn, asking to come before winter. It seemed to follow the border guard protection day created by Craze. And then Encrid asked, a request? Normally, the border guard was a kingdom's direct territory, and its military was under direct control. But practically speaking, it had become Encrid's command. The Madmen Order was even more so. Krang had never applied any force to the knightly order. Instead, he left them to act on their own. In return, when they needed something, mercenary soldiers were used. This time was no different. Krang had made a request. A saint? Encrid asked again after hearing Craze. It was a continent-wide commotion. The saint had been kidnapped, and they were asking for her rescue. The request had officially come from the Holy Kingdom, saying that the saint and the kidnappers had entered Norilia. There were political implications involved, and technically this wasn't something Encrid had to involve himself in. Craze thought so, but Krang had specifically requested the border guard. I'll go. Encrid stepped forward, and Auden followed. I'll come with you, brother. Whether it was curiosity about the saint or something else, Encrid didn't stop Auden from coming along. Don't get beaten up while I'm not there. Rem was busy with unit training, but he clearly found it amusing, so he quietly withdrew. Next, Ragna tried to join, but it was impossible to take him along. Do you need a guide, Rest? That was one refusal. If you leave me behind, I'll be cutting you off. Then Shinar joked as she joined in. She didn't specify what she was cutting, and so, while the guests from the Empire and the Southern Kingdom were causing a commotion, Encrid made his escape. Really? Just leaving? Hey, Captain, you need to deal with those two before you leave. Craze grumbled, but no one was around to hear his complaints. The guests from the Empire and the South were not happy. But what did that matter? Encrid didn't care. Excellent handling. Hearing the situation, Shinar supported Encrid's decision. Chapter 562. There is no vice-captain? Bianca Conti's face betrayed her frustration. She had arrived unannounced, but had displayed proper etiquette, staying in the city for days while waiting to be summoned. Yet her host had ignored her, vanished without a word. If they harbored animosity toward the Empire, saying so outright would have been understandable. But this silent avoidance? It was a first. Vanishing without even a shall we meet or not. My apologies. The captain is away on a mission, Cray said. Wasn't he here just yesterday? The brown-haired man with large eyes sighed, shaking his head slightly, his gestures effortlessly natural. It was as if even he was a victim of circumstance, sharing her bewilderment with a faint smile. Bianca, an imperial noble and an emissary, had encountered countless people hiding behind masks in the Empire's social circles. Even so, it had been a while since she had come across someone who could so flawlessly conceal their true intentions. To anyone else, his tone might have seemed genuine enough to inspire pity. Well, as you might guess from the name alone, the captain has quirks, Cray said, tapping his temple lightly with a half-curled index finger. Grace knew that Encrid had no intention of mingling with an imperial envoy or entertaining talk of matchmaking. Revealing a fragment of truth about the captain's eccentricities wasn't a big deal. Bianca, however, didn't let anger cloud her judgment. Losing composure in any situation was the mark of an amateur. A seasoned go-between in the Empire's social circles, Bianca wasn't about to fall for such transparent tricks. Ridiculous, she thought. Crace's demeanor and acting were so impeccable that she almost wanted to put him on an imperial theater stage. But Bianca focused on the circumstances, not his words or actions. He avoids me despite my messages, claiming business, then leaves for an assignment. He was clearly dodging her. Why? Because she was from the Empire. Did he find that intimidating? If that was the case, she could simply approach things differently. Bianca hadn't come under anyone's orders. She had hoped to claim the man at the center of the rumors, spreading even to the Empire's borders as one of her triumphs. I'll wait, she declared. Doc. Doc. The teacup in her hand met the sturdy rosewood table with a deliberate sound. Bianca believed that if she could just have a conversation with him, winning over a man whose life revolved around swords wouldn't be difficult. Such men were typically exceptional in their field, having dedicated their lives to training. But they often lacked understanding of other aspects, like power, influence, or what they could truly seize for themselves. No bear hates honey. No merchant despises gold coins. No man resists women. This was Bianca's philosophy. Exceptions to the rule existed, of course, but she knew well how rarely anyone strayed from the logic she understood so deeply. And she knew of the Black Witch and the Golden Flower. But her proposal wasn't just about a simple union. That's up to you, of course, Craze replied, trailing off. But the castle is undergoing renovations right now. so there aren't any suitable accommodations. With drooping eyelids and a subtle tilt of his lips, Crace conveyed both the honor and inconvenience of the situation. "That won't be a problem," Bianca said decisively. She figured she could always stay at an inn. Crace's eyes flicked between Bianca and the man guarding her. Behind him stood Nurat and Luagarn, acting as escorts. "The Empire, huh?" "Ah." Obtaining information about the Empire from this side was difficult. Bianca Conti, a countess from the Empire, wasn't someone who resided in the imperial capital or the royal court. Between the Empire and the kingdom lay the towering gigant mountain range, a barrier so vast it was nicknamed the Wall of the Gods. The range influenced the local climate, blocking winds and clouds. Legend said that one of the ancient gods molded the mountain range and placed it on the land, causing rain to nourish one side while leaving the other parched. This was a poetic explanation for how the mountains acted as a natural barrier. Crace's thoughts briefly wandered into myth before snapping back to the present. "What do you think?" Crace asked, looking ahead. His question wasn't about whether the woman was an imperial envoy or a matchmaker. "The woman shows no signs of training, and her escort is a semi-knight," Nurat replied. "Agreed. She has 5 escorts, all of similar skill and temperament," Ruagarn added. "Temperament? It suggests they were trained by the same person. Their techniques show signs of long-term practice in the same martial discipline," Luagarn explained. Crace, while trained enough to handle himself, wasn't on par with semi-knights or higher. Frankly, given the caliber of people around Encrid, he knew his head could be lopped off with a single stroke. Not that he intended to let such a situation arise. Luagarn puffed out her cheeks thoughtfully, blinking a few times as she reflected on her observations. While escorting Bianca, she had sensed a refined form of will emanating from the group. If someone had formalized the process of understanding will and developed a training regimen around it, she began after a pause. "And," Crace prompted, "an excellent listener. Then people like those escorts could emerge," Ruagarn concluded. The Empire wasn't just a strong nation. It was unique on the continent, as the only one ruled by an emperor. Why was the Empire so powerful? There were countless reasons. But Crace felt as though he'd glimpsed one of them. Even a minor noble wandering at will could afford to bring along 5 semi-knights as escorts, an implicit demonstration of the Empire's might. And these weren't official imperial knights. If they were, their presence alone would be an act of aggression. Instead, they likely belonged to a unit stationed in a city near the kingdom's border. No imperial knight of such caliber would be relegated to guarding gambling dens. From this lone envoy, Crace could infer much about the Empire. The fact that they didn't feel the need to conceal their power was telling. He shivered momentarily as a chill ran down his spine. For a brief moment, his courage wavered. But Crace took a deep breath and steadied himself. "No backing down now. Take this and start running." "What's that?" Encrid couldn't help but ask, his curiosity piqued by the object in plain view. Rem held what resembled an axe, but it was a training tool without a sharpened blade, and its weight distribution seemed haphazard. Where the axe blade should have been, there was a crude chunk of iron, and even the handle was made of solid metal. When he picked it up, it wasn't unbearably heavy, but its weight was no joke. It seemed like a good tool for arm muscle training, but its chaotic balance made it less ideal for that purpose. Could carrying such a thing and running really count as training? Not bad. Rem's technique of recoilless chopping came to Encrid's mind. Its essence lay in wielding the axe's weight entirely with raw strength. Not every swing could be recoilless, but if one could manage it once or twice in a critical moment, it could be a life-saving technique. What if an entire squad could chop like that? It would require both talent and effort. But if it worked, Rem's unit would turn into a group of fearsome warriors. Not bad at all. Encrid voiced his thoughts, mixed with a hint of admiration. He reflected on his own training. Rem's approach, and what the future might hold. Rem's sincerity in training was clear, and this method seemed well thought out, not something conceived overnight. It felt like a training regimen imbued with genuine care. Encrid mused that he might adopt a similar routine for himself later on. Of course, if Rem's soldiers overheard this, they would likely call their esteemed unyielding knight a conscienceless ghoul, and come at him with axes in hand. Turning his attention away from the training tool, Encrid asked again, "Is getting rid of the demonic domain all there is to it?" In the west, there was the silenced demonic domain, and Rem was intent on erasing it. Was that all he wanted? Would it truly end there if he achieved just that? Did joining the knighthood truly reflect Rem's aspirations? "What are you getting at?" Rem tilted his head in confusion. Encrid often, no, frequently, said bizarre things. This time was no different. The gist of it was this. Encrid was implying that while Rem had a place in the knighthood, if he had deeper desires, he was free to leave and pursue them. "What nonsense are you spouting? Ain't I the vice-captain?" Rem retorted, utterly baffled by the notion. Encrid paused for a moment before responding. "There is no vice-captain. Other than the position of captain, no other ranks existed. There was no avoiding it. Creating such a role would inevitably lead to discord. No, it would spark catastrophic flames of chaos, chapter 563. Why stay in the order? Make Rem the vice-captain. I request the immediate withdrawal of this improper appointment. Jackson would say this. If it is not permitted by the gods, then I shall personally carry out Father's will." Odin would step forward, fists clenched in determination. And Ragna? Wouldn't he just start slashing without a word? Thus, the idea of Rem becoming vice-captain was dismissed outright and ignored entirely. After a bit more conversation, Rem revealed what was on his mind, speaking as if he had nothing to hide. "Once we wipe out the western demonic domain, everyone will figure out how to live their own lives. By then, the captain will have done whatever he wanted. As for me, when I'm old, I'll probably just smack my wife's behind, get a few hits in return, and spend my time watching my kids play around." Rem unusually envisioned a peaceful retirement, not planning to die halfway through or anything. Encrid asked with curiosity. Based on Rem's behavior in battle, he didn't seem like the type to care much for tomorrow. His aura didn't suggest otherwise either. But his true feelings were different. Rem dreamt of a future, a dream of closing the demonic realm and spending time with a wife and children. Encrid suddenly realized that, despite appearances, Rem probably wanted to see his wife again, to meet his yet-to-be-born child. Was there something Encrid could do for him? Surely there was. With an idea forming in his mind, Encrid looked at Rem, who responded to his half-joking question. "Die? Who? Me? Don't be ridiculous. Of course I'm not dying." Rem's smirk, full of confidence, almost made it seem certain. He wouldn't die. That self-assuredness manifested in his will, radiating his determination. Although Rem's power stemmed from sorcery rather than will, the effects were similar in Encrid's eyes. Even Rem had once said that sorcery and will shared similarities in enhancing the body. "Well then, I'll head out. Go on. Why are you wasting time talking?" As Rem grabbed training equipment and headed toward the smithy, Encrid reminded him not to overwork Eitri. "Do I look like someone who'd bully others for fun?" Not nodding in response would have meant discarding his conscience, which Encrid wasn't willing to do. Humans who remove their guts inevitably die. Encrid still had much to do, so he couldn't afford to. Sure. Thus, he nodded decisively. Annoying. Seeing Rem's sulky demeanor, Encrid moved on to Ragna. He asked a similar question. What did Ragna want? Was the Order the right place for him? Ragna was a genius, more talented than anyone Encrid had ever seen. That talent had fully blossomed, and now Ragna had found his path. While he often seemed directionless, his sword knew its purpose. A mere sparring session made that clear. Ragna's blade carried no hesitation or doubt. Ragna answered with conviction. I intend to go as far as I can with my sword. For that, I need strong opponents. It's tedious to go out and find them. But if I stay near you, they'll come on their own. Was he serious? Most likely. Ragna wasn't one to lie or speak without meaning. That's why you stay in the order? Because it's tedious otherwise. This wasn't shocking. Ragna had always been like this. Afterward, Ragna mentioned becoming vice-captain, much like Ram. Even if Encrid was the order's centerpiece, someone had to step forward to guide the way. Ragna spoke passionately about this, which didn't suit him at all. When told there was no such position, Ragna's response was devoid of hesitation or annoyance. Then I should be the first blade, the leading sword. With furrowed brows and a serious tone, Ragna proposed creating a nonsensical title for himself. There's no such thing. Why not? Because it doesn't exist. Understood. Getting Ragna to give up was easy. He wasn't the type to put much effort into things anyway, yet his sudden enthusiasm was bewildering. After all, a madman is their name for a reason. When Encrid approached Jackson with the same question, the response was simple. It's fun. That's all. And that was the end of it. Though Jackson might have hidden deeper thoughts, he wasn't one to express them. After answering, he merely cast an enigmatic glance that seemed to say, "Why ask such a thing? Everyone has their reasons. I can't force anyone to stay in the order." Encrid spoke candidly, hiding nothing. "Indeed," Jackson responded with a faint smile. Encrid merely shrugged. If he possessed some mind-reading ability, he might have found Jackson's thoughts puzzling. Jackson had considered wagering his entire Carmen collection if even one person left the order. From an outsider's perspective, it was all too clear. The order revolved around one person, but each member expressed their own desires and will. Because the central figure had the capacity to contain them all, no one wanted to leave. That was Jackson's conclusion. Instead of revealing his thoughts, Jackson made a subtle request of Encrid. "I don't need a title, but if you wish, I can take on the role of vice-captain." No, there's no such position. Had they planned this? Why did their answers feel so coordinated? After reiterating that there were no titles other than captain, Jackson merely replied, "I see," as if he'd expected that answer. Later, Encrid spoke with Auden and Shinar, who were heading off together with him, and eventually met with Ropard, Fel, Luagarn, and Teresa. Between training and dealing with people sent by the Empire or other nations, Encrid's schedule was packed. He dismissed those outsiders without a second thought, as their intentions were predictable. They all offered rewards for him to come to their lands, just as the blind old man had written in his letters. Amidst this, the next person he met was Teresa. "I like it here." Was there a need to ask further? Teresa answered unprompted. "I enjoy singing. I find fighting exhilarating. I discovered these joys here. I've also come to understand the teachings of our Father anew. And all of this was possible because of you." She didn't say the last part, knowing he would understand. Encrid nodded, sensing that this was the time to nod, acknowledge her words, and give her a reassuring pat on the shoulder. It's not as if Encrid could know Teresa's true intentions. He wasn't a god, after all. He could only assume. But she certainly seemed to be enjoying herself. Honestly, among those who stayed by his side, Teresa appeared to be one of the happiest. Whether she was spending time with Odin, praying, singing, or wandering the city, it was evident that she found joy in all of it. "I am a shepherd of the wilderness. That will never change, even until my death. But for now, I want to hone my lacking abilities here," Fel said. Fel had grown polite over time, speaking in a tone that almost seemed to plead to stay. His change in demeanor wasn't a turn for the worse. On the contrary, he seemed more earnest, putting more effort into everything. His camaraderie with Robert reflected this as they competed and got along. "All right, go ahead," Encrid replied with a nod. He saw no reason to oppose it, and someday, if Fell chose to return to his life as a shepherd in the wilderness, Encrid wouldn't stop him. "It's an honor," Fell said. Robert naturally nodded in agreement. "Aren't you officially a member of the Crimson Mantle Knights?" Encrid asked. "Oh, I've already left them," Robert replied, grinning. It seemed an odd thing to say with such cheer, but Ropert's smile remained bright. To him, Encrid, Ragna, and the others were figures he deeply admired. Being among them was a privilege. For Robert, the time spent at Border Guard had been some of the most meaningful of his life. "If I'm to be expelled, then I'll stay on as a squire. If not, even as a common soldier I'll remain," Robert declared. Encrid responded matter-of-factly, "Stay with the knights." As a semi-knight, Robert had talent. He'd advanced to squire in the Crimson Mantle Knights. Encrid found it surprising that someone so capable would speak so humbly. Next was Luagarn. "It wouldn't hurt to have a frog around, would it? Especially a beautiful one," Luagarn remarked. Encrid couldn't gauge frog beauty, but he nodded. Hadn't Luagarn herself claimed to have become more beautiful? Yes, a beautiful frog knight. "Not bad at all," Encrid said. "Do frogs even have knights?" Rarely, if ever, though there were historical records of such cases. After consulting everyone he needed to, Encrid made an unprecedented decision. "You're part of the knights now." The recipient of this declaration was none other than a horse, Weird Eyes. The horse neighed loudly, rearing up on its hind legs as if in celebration. "What the hell?" Encrid muttered, dumbfounded. He had only spoken because the horse had been staring him down with an intense gaze. Had it been waiting for this? Ever since drinking from the sacred spring, the horse had become even more human-like. Its intelligence went beyond mere cleverness. Its actions showed a calculated understanding, sometimes even toying with its enemies before dispatching them. "All right, just make the most of what you've been given," Encrid said. The horse's mismatched eyes glimmered, as if emitting a palpable will. It seemed to say, "I won't let you down." It was just a passing remark, Encrid thought to himself, baffled by the intensity of the reactions around him. "You may call me the Magic Knight, Esther," came Esther's voice. Unlike the horse, Esther could communicate, so Encrid questioned her reasoning. "Why are you staying with the knights?" Esther was a witch, and it was clear she had no obligation to remain. Loyalty to the kingdom wasn't her priority, far from it. Few in the group were bound by such allegiance. A mage is one who explores. For now, I find satisfaction in exploring you and the world through you. Thus, I have no intention of leaving. If you fear I might, we can establish a pact or contract, Esther offered, her tone unwavering and genuine. "No need for that," Encrid replied. He believed that forcing someone to stay through external means was pointless. Only those who remained willingly could truly dedicate themselves to their roles. "Very well, then I shall stay." "A magic knight I shall be," Esther said, chuckling softly. It was a rare sight. Esther smiling. Her laughter was light, her shoulders shaking slightly, and it almost seemed unfamiliar, like the sound of a squirrel's chittering. He considered suggesting. She tried transforming into one, but refrained. "Huss, I'm off." And so the composition of the Knight Order was settled. Encrid as the commander, with Rem, Ragna, Jackson, and Odin as its core members. If Dunbakel returned and wished to stay, she'd be included as well. Teresa and Odin made a pair, while Robert sought to train under Ragna. Jackson preferred to work alone, and Luagarn and Fell were part of Encrid's personal guard within the order. Nothing extravagant was needed. Basking in the autumn sky, with its winds, clouds, and sunlight, Encrid organized his thoughts before turning to the last two individuals walking beside him. "Will you join the knights?" Encrid asked, addressing Shinar, who walked silently nearby. Her green eyes met his, steady and unreadable. Unlike the others, Shinar had her own ultimate purpose, a goal Encrid had overheard her discussing with Krang. Chapter 564. The final outing, there was no need for pretense, no intention to beat around the bush, only a straightforward approach. Shinar blinked her signature green eyes. The wind blew, pushing and tossing her golden hair about. Her hair scattered into the air like delicate strands of gold, only to gently settle back in place. Even on ordinary days, she was often described as possessing inhuman beauty. But now, looking at her, it seemed unfathomable that such a breathtaking face could exist in the world. Even among fairies, beauty like hers was likely a rarity. Despite the comfort of their journey, it was impossible for cleanliness to be a priority, yet her skin bore not a single blemish. Encrid himself had naturally flawless skin, but hers seemed to emit a glow. In fact, her skin even reflected sunlight. If Krang captivated people's attention with his speeches and Encrid with his swordsmanship, Shinar could undoubtedly draw gazes with her beauty alone if she wished. She gazed at Encrid with a thoughtful expression before speaking. All three of them, Encrid, Auden, and Shinar, continued walking as she spoke. The sound of their steady footsteps was joined by her voice, which alone felt like the melody of a finely played instrument. "My name is Shinar Kirahais, a fairy knight born and raised in a noble fairy family. Yes, I wish to join your knight order." Shinar did not elaborate on how her life was limited, or how she might one day be forced to leave the order. Nor did she mention the weight of the responsibilities before her. Watching Encrid, she had learned not only to dream, but also to never give up. What else had she learned from him? This man never made premature judgments about the future. Instead, he lived fully in the present moment, in the now, in today. Shinar embraced this lesson wholeheartedly. She chose to savor the present, the moment, the here and now. At that moment, she couldn't bear to be away from Encrid's side. "I don't need the vice-captain position. My current position is sufficient," she added. There was no room left for Encrid to tell her she could leave if she wanted. Shinar had spoken her desires plainly. There was no reason for the Knight Order to refuse her, and Encrid felt the same way. The fairy who enjoyed her playful jokes, Shinar, had once been reduced to near dust, yet still tried to save him. When she had activated her will and faced death that day, Encrid knew he would never forget her. Recalling that moment, Encrid made a silent vow. If there was ever anything she desired, anything within his power to give, he would repay her for all the help she had given him, both then and now. With that resolve came a sudden realization. Wait, what did you mean by current position? What other role could she be referring to besides vice-captain? The commander's fiancée, the mother of your future children. That's more than enough, isn't it? Without a hint of a smile, Shinar's playful jab landed perfectly. Beside them, Auden let out a soft chuckle. Encrid wanted to scold him as a commander, who dared to laugh at him, but held back, for he too found himself letting out a small laugh. "It's good to see you smile," Shinar said. A faint smile appeared on her face, and it seemed as though that alone could bring some men on the continent to their knees. They wouldn't merely fall for her, they'd succumb to a love sickness so profound it might be termed an epidemic. Afterward, Encrid turned to Auden and asked him the same question. "What is it you want?" Auden clasped his hands together briefly in prayer, as if seeking guidance from his father above. Then, turning his gaze to the distance, he spoke. "I wish to spread the teachings of the Holy Father, to protect the unfortunate, to bring happiness amidst sorrow, to care for orphaned children, to meet those whom I must guide to the Father's side. How about that?" All of this, I believe, is possible if I stay by your side, Captain. That is why I am here. It is the will of the Holy Father, after all. Above all, I believe I am fulfilling my duty in my current position." The way Auden spoke with such eloquence and conviction made it clear he might very well be the most articulate member of the entire unit, excluding Craze and Encrid himself. Speaking of Craze, he too had joined the Knight Order, ostensibly for easier protection and more straightforward affiliation. Salons, cities, ladies, gold. Crace summed up his reasons for remaining in the Order in just 5 words. His dreams were both clear and unabashed. The Knight Order traditionally accepted only those who proved themselves through strength. Yet, exceptions had been made, like the one with strange eyes, who wasn't even human, or the witch they had taken in. Encrid saw no reason to adhere to convention. "Fine, understood," he said with a nod. Thus, the Knight Order grew even more peculiar, but it didn't matter. They hadn't formed the group for appearances anyway. The Madmen Knights Order, the name at least, was well chosen. Encrid resumed walking, leading them across open plains and up mountain trails. After the talk of dreams, Auden seemed unusually talkative. The weary, the downtrodden, they will find strength in the Father when they seek him, just as you do for those behind you, Captain. It sounded remarkably similar to Encrid's vow to protect those who stood behind him. "Why did you follow me?" Encrid asked. Auden gave a sheepish smile. Even if he had aspirations, there was no compelling reason for him to tag along. Unlike the time they had traveled to the capital, this seemed more like a deliberate choice to escape some unseen prison of despair. Whatever the reason, his determination to join had been clear. And now, his reluctance to answer revealed there was indeed something he was hiding. Encrid didn't press him further. There was no point in forcing someone to reveal what they didn't wish to share. They continued northward for 2 days, the journey growing slightly monotonous. Training and sparring passed the time, but no monsters or beasts appeared. The path they traveled wasn't officially secured, but strangely, there was little to see. Auden eventually broke the silence, sharing part of what had been on his mind. "Do you know what defines a saint? In the church, they're a symbol of sacredness," Encrid replied. "Such cynicism, Captain? Is it wrong?" Shinar chimed in, agreeing that the church had its fair share of corruption and decay. "Saints are those truly born with divine grace. Men are called saints, women saintesses. The church recognizes them accordingly. There were indeed a few such individuals within the current church. I once knew a boy called a saint. It was a story that piqued their interest, perfect for passing the time during their journey." Auden began recounting his tale. "My name is Filde. And you are?" It was autumn then, too. Under a tree, whose fallen leaves had formed a soft seat of brown, sat a boy. The boy didn't need a second glance to reveal how weary he was. Auden had returned to the monastery after a long time. It was a secluded corner, a place he had often retreated to as a child for solitary prayer and contemplation. There, he encountered the boy. The boy's dark brown hair appeared almost black, and his dull brown eyes were strikingly lifeless. The exhaustion in his gaze made him seem far older than his years, like an old man battered by life's hardships. His casual and abrupt manner of speech somehow didn't feel out of place. Auden replied gently, "My name is Auden Fumrai." "Oh, you're from the monastery? I stayed there for a time." "Are you a martial artist monk?" "Ah." It referred to the individuals commonly called monks. It was a natural question, as the monastery where Auden had stayed also trained martial artists. Looking at Auden's physique, it was a question bound to arise. "Yes, I was. Not anymore? I now work as an inquisitor of heresy." It was a brief leave, a journey taken to soothe an uneasy heart. To catch heretics? Ah, I see. And what do you do, Brother Filden? Me, I make medicine. He wasn't an alchemist. Anyone could tell that. He didn't give off that kind of aura at all. I spend all day underground making medicine. It feels like I'm dying. But that's how I live. Filden was a saint affiliated with the Temple of Abundance, which symbolized the Earth Mother. When the god of the scales, who governed the sun and moon, split into radiance and divine light, and darkness of the underworld, the god of abundance embraced the underworld. So the teachings of the holy texts said, and the god of abundance said to preside over fallen fruit, always cared for orphans. Separate from that, 8/10 of the divine power potions supplied across the continent came from the Temple of Abundance. While priests of the war god dismissed potions as unnecessary, believing a mere spit could heal wounds, the priests of abundance thought otherwise. They produced and supplied countless potions. Incidentally, the war god's apostles weren't actually taught to use spit for healing. Their doctrine was about tempering the body so it could heal itself. That philosophy birthed the art of regeneration. You don't seem happy, Auden noted. Happy? Why would I be? It's not even fun, Filden replied, conjuring a glow of divine light at his fingertips. It was truly remarkable. To manifest divine power so easily and visibly with just a simple movement. Auden let out a quiet sound of surprise. Then from afar came voices calling, Brother Filden! Brother Filden! Someone was looking for him. You'd better go back, Auden said. I don't want to be a saint. That response carried an air of dissonance, like a broken instrument trying to play. But at the time, Auden paid it little mind. After all, he had once hated monastic life too. It had been stifling and suffocating. That was when he was about 12 or 13. He couldn't explain why, but he just wanted to escape. Not that he disliked the holy texts, the teachings, or the monastic life. They were all fine. It was just a vague feeling. Was Filden feeling the same way? And even if he wasn't, what could Auden do about it? Nothing. Nothing? As an inquisitor and a mere believer, he couldn't question or criticize anything. At this time, Auden hadn't even mastered divine power. Filden, on the other hand, wore pristine white robes made of fine cloth. His hair was neat, his body well nourished, though he looked tired. He seemed slightly frail, but if he picked up some stones and trained, he'd likely grow stronger. That, however, was none of Auden's business. Wouldn't it be better to just die? Auden dismissed it as the impulsive words of a child. He chose to think of it that way because, at the time, standing against the doctrine was unimaginable for him. Soon those looking for Filden arrived, and scolded the saint gently, warning him not to wander off and to stay put. Auden watched from a distance, then turned away. Their encounter had been brief, but it may have been the seed of Auden's later distrust toward the church. Later, Auden heard news about the boy named Filden by chance. Saint Filden is dead. They say he died while treating a plague. A plague? Where? Auden had never heard of such a thing. Apparently it had struck a rural town, and Saint Filden had sacrificed himself to eliminate it. At the time, Auden was returning from capturing someone suspected of heresy. Struggling with questions of right and wrong, he decided to visit the town Filden had saved. But when he arrived, no one there knew the name Filden. A plague? Oh, a few people got sick, but they recovered quickly. That was the end of it. Filden's story didn't exist there. Should Auden have pursued the matter further? He should have. Does he regret it? He does. But the dark despair that engulfed him at the time had kept him from acting. Still, one doubt gnawed at him like a storm in the darkness, tormenting him over and over again. Why did you pretend not to know? You knew I would die. That the divine power would drain me until I withered away, you knew. He had dreamed that nightmare countless times. In it, Fildon wept tears of blood and resented Audin. Now in the present, Audin stared at Fildon's apparition, visible only to him, and spoke. I don't know if that boy's death was an accident or something else, but with the doubts that have grown into monsters within me, the saintess's appearance feels far from coincidental. Encrid spoke, borrowing Odin's words. You think it's a revelation from the Lord? Odin replied with a faint smile. Even now, he could still see Fildon's spectre. Yes, I do. Odin wanted to stay by Encrid's side, but he had no intention of breaking his vow. Since you abandoned me, why bother upholding the vow now? Fildon's phantom accused him. Even if that weren't true, Odin would not break the vow. If this mission required his life, if even a small contribution was needed, he would gladly give it. Unlike Encrid, who had joined with a light heart, Odin was profoundly serious. At this moment, Odin was confronting his faults, his failures, and his sins. No matter how it ended, Odin resolved to act according to his beliefs. Let's go, Encrid said. Encrid felt the weight of Odin's determination. What could he do for him? Nothing. But if what Odin suspected turned out to be true, and their enemies stood in their way, Encrid wouldn't hesitate to draw his sword, no matter who or what they were. There was no need for him to summon great resolve, or even mentally prepare himself. That was just how Encrid lived, and had always lived. This was who he was. Odin knew that well, which was why he had come along. If anything went wrong, Encrid would protect him. And if the time came, Odin might have his own role to play. When he first arrived at Bordegard, he couldn't even imagine stepping out into the world again. Yet now, he had left the capital twice. Once to fight, and once to escape the prison of despair he had built for himself. Odin walked, savoring the scent of autumn all around him. If this were to be his last outing, he wanted to enjoy it to the fullest. Chapter 565. The field where the saint stayed, the child crying on my land, must be saved. There is no other reason. That was the justification written in Krang's letter. More precisely, it reflected his inability to overlook any wrongdoing he came across. Krang, for instance, tolerated no banditry anywhere within the kingdom's territory. Of course, there might have been those who resorted to banditry out of desperation. Some might have turned to it because of oppressive lords. Could such cases exist? Certainly. But those were very rare, nearly non-existent. Surviving as a bandit in lands infested with monsters and beasts required extraordinary confidence in one's abilities. Thus, anyone working as a bandit or highwayman in Aurelia wasn't just desperate. They chose thievery and plunder because they preferred it. And nowadays, no high noble would secretly sponsor bandit gangs to invade another noble's territory. Such schemes were relics of the past. Living as a thief or highwayman means stealing and plundering for a living. To declare such a thing was akin to openly praying for death, an earnest plea for someone to sever their head. In truth, if Krang even suspected banditry, he'd mobilize forces from the kingdom's direct dominion to crush it. If necessary, he'd even deploy the capital's security forces. Over time, this had all but eradicated bandit or marauder gangs roaming the kingdom's vast lands. What remained were the crime guilds parasitizing cities. Even those, if caught engaging in vile acts like human trafficking, faced certain death. No excuses or bribes could save them. And now, kidnapping a child and fleeing to Aurelia? Could such a wretch be left unpunished? That was the essence of Krang's message. Agreed. Encrid promptly aligned himself with Krang's sentiment. This was why he had gotten involved in the first place. That was the entire reason. The empire and its prominent guests were already forgotten in his mind. Overlaying that was Odin's past, adding layers of meaning. At first, his resolve had been moderate, but it had grown more resolute. Encrid extended the thoughts he'd been mulling over during their journey. Every problem began with a question. What is necessary to wield a sword effectively? Adequate strength. Thus, he had trained his body first. He sought answers to his questions and acted accordingly. Even now, he began with a question to resolve the matter. Where should I start? This wasn't his first time dealing with such a situation. It's been a while since I worked as a bounty hunter. While he was pursuing kidnappers this time, the task wasn't too different from chasing criminals with bounties on their heads. In both cases, once the target was on the run, the process was nearly identical. Should one move unseen? Yes. Should one avoid being recognized? Yes. Why? If suspicion arose or instincts warned of danger, should one flee? Yes. If things went south, should one eliminate all witnesses and move on? Yes. I'll see. The same principles applied. Thus, Encrid figured he should approach this task similarly. So, my thoughts are... He trailed off, glancing at Odin and Shinar. Seeking the input of his companions was the prudent thing to do. Perhaps they had better ideas. Feel free to share your thoughts. We know nothing about the kidnappers or the saint's appearance. Our tracking conditions are the worst, but if you have any suggestions, speak up. Odin responded first. I await the guidance of our Lord Father. He clasped his hands together in prayer and smiled serenely. His words required no further contemplation. This bastard is telling me to figure it out myself. Encrid quickly accepted this. Having heard parts of Odin's past, he now understood. Odin had experience capturing heretics, but lacked any history of crossing continents to track someone. His heretic hunts had mostly involved locating hidden culprits within city corners. Once found, his primary task was interrogation, confirming whether they were truly heretical. In essence, Odin could be a master of coercion, but calling him a skilled tracker or hunter would be a stretch. So, without divine guidance, shall we leave it be? Go home and wait for a sign. Encrid double-checked, just in case. Certainty never hurt. Isn't our leader here with us? Odin's honesty was disarming. In some ways, he was even more carefree than Ragna. The man would bare his soul, exuding gravitas, only to delegate all tasks to Encrid. Yet, lazy wasn't the right word. He prayed, trained, and fulfilled his duties without fail. Odin seemed deeply committed to his own words about waiting for the right time. If that moment arrived, Odin would surely be the first to act, regardless of what he stood to lose or gain. Seeing that resolve, Encrid let it slide and nodded before turning to Shinar. Are you asking me? Her voice carried no trace of humor. The autumn sunlight was warm, the breeze cool, and wildflowers dotted the ground. Even while walking amidst such scenes, Shinar, attuned to her finely honed senses, detected Encrid's gaze and spoke. If it's just about finding tracks, tracking them down shouldn't be hard. Not all fairies were naturally swift or skilled trackers, but Shinar was. The problem lay in the process leading up to finding those tracks, something she had never considered. In short, Shinar excelled at short-term pursuit, but lacked the means to locate a target in the first place. How could one track without a starting point? Her abilities were clear. Tell her to begin tracking from a specific spot, and she would be the swift fairy and master tracker she was. But in this situation she was practically useless. Just as I expected. Honestly, Encrid hadn't been counting on much, so there was no disappointment. He remained composed. The silver lining was that he himself had dealt with many similar cases. Meanwhile, Shinar remarked on the flowers, identifying their symbolic meanings, and Audin chimed in about the bees and butterflies tirelessly flitting for their nectar. Both seemed to have lost interest in the mission and had started chatting instead. Unexpectedly, there seemed to be some unspoken connection between Audin and Shinar. "You don't seem to desire the nectar yourself," Shinar commented. Encrid, still preoccupied with planning, overheard the conversation. The exchange struck him as profound, like a burning brand in his mind. "Nectar belongs to the butterflies and bees. If every passing bearkin claimed it, there'd be nothing left," Audin replied. "Bears prefer honey hidden in tree hollows." This exchange resembled a koan, a dialogue aimed at uncovering truths. To outsiders it might sound nonsensical, but to those seeking meaning, it held profound insights. Encrid regarded their exchange as a near koan, initiated and guided by Shinar. It was an unusual sight, a fairy seemingly uninterested in others taking the role of teacher to Audin. In the midst of their dialogue, they walked through a field of holly gold, its blossoms radiant under the clear skies, as if sunlight had kissed the earth. The field was said to be where the saint once stayed. Indeed, bears seek honey stored in trees, Audin mused, his eyes unfocused, his steps never faltering. "Give the nectar to those who desire it," he murmured again, perhaps quoting scripture. "Those who hoard the honey are tainted by evil. Scold the greedy ones harshly, and send them to the side of the divine." In this context, being sent to the side of the divine was synonymous with death. In other words, it meant killing such people. It was said that 3 years as a servant to a noble would naturally ingrain proper dining etiquette into a person. Encrid himself was the perfect example of that. After hearing Audin's incessant ritual prayers so many times, he could roughly make sense of their meaning. "But such deeds should be done by someone qualified," Audin said, his tone devoid of emotion, like a puppet utterly bereft of feeling. Then he fell silent. Shinar had likely not spoken out of any sense of responsibility. She didn't seem to care about Audin's reaction, and simply let the matter drop. Instead, her attention turned to the flower field before them. "My fiancé, that field of flowers looks like a bed prepared just for us," she remarked with a fairy-like jest. "Perhaps you should take a nap," Encrid replied absently, intent on finishing the thoughts swirling in his mind. There was no use trying to decipher Audin's emotions or thoughts at this moment. What mattered now was doing what needed to be done. So that's what Encrid did. He walked through the flower field, his thoughts focused on what was necessary for the pursuit. "The most important thing is information," he mused. Yes, information. Where the target was, their condition, appearance, and the like. The commission had been received, but the pursuers from the Holy State hadn't provided any of that essential information. That was, to some extent, understandable. To be honest, those people probably hadn't truly intended to ask for help in the first place. So how should he obtain the information he needed? The solution Encrid devised came partly from his own experience, but also incorporated Craze's input. After all, they had discussed this before setting out on the mission. "I gathered some tidbits through the Gilpin Guild," Craze had said. "Remember that town you visited before? The one where you told me to threaten the village chief, or headman, or whatever? The village where they wanted to name the town walls after the captain? Though the events felt like they had happened a lifetime ago, they were hard to forget. How could anyone forget the Null colony created by those cultists? What about it?" The kidnapper was reportedly heading toward that village. Their first destination after leaving the border guard was thus set. Even so, Encrid still had no information on the kidnapper or the saint's appearance or age. But was there really no way around this? No, there was. If he couldn't identify the pursued, he would follow the pursuers. It was a method he had learned early in his bounty hunting days from a senior hunter. "Hey, people like us, where do we get our intel and plan our moves? You think we can afford to keep paying the information guild? Forget that nonsense. Instead, memorize the faces of the famous ones. If you spot one of them, just stick to their tail. It was a revolutionary tracking method. Any highly coveted target would always have pursuers. And if the target was completely hidden, well, those kinds of people weren't the ones to chase in the first place. Also, if you're chasing alone, are you sure you can take them down? What kind of person becomes a fugitive with a bounty on their head? Could a weakling survive the dangers of traversing lands crawling with bandits, monsters, and magical beasts? Of course not. It was an obvious conclusion. A fugitive with a bounty was likely an expert, almost certainly so. Our role is to pick up the scraps. If you want to live long, stick to the hunter's code. Such teachings were part of his early lessons. Not that Encrid had ever adhered to the hunter's code or intended to. But the rules went something like this. Don't stake your life on a hunt. If you can't win alone, work with allies. Even if the target is visibly bleeding, start with a crossbow or throwing dagger. These and similar principles made up the code. The first senior hunter Encrid had met had been a good person. The ones who followed, however, were the opposite. People who pushed him forward, saying things like, "If you catch them now, I'll give you 70% of the bounty." Such individuals didn't know the first thing about tracking and relied solely on their brute strength, betraying anyone who became a liability. It was, of course, a lie. The moment he got injured, it was clear they'd try to kill him immediately. Sorry, I was just in a hurry," one such hunter had said while pointing a dagger at him after he'd been wounded. Drawing on those early experiences, Encrid decided to apply what he had learned. If he couldn't identify the target, he would track the trackers. Chapter 566. Why the method of pursuing the pursuer instead of the target proved far more effective than Encrid had initially thought. Things had changed significantly compared to the old days, when he would chase down rumors alone and investigate on his own. Grace had established a network of information while breaking through safe trade routes and dabbling in commerce. It wasn't anything grand. He simply gathered local stories through cafeterias set up in various cities. The owners and patrons of these cafeterias, wandering merchants, storytellers, and others, brought new tales in exchange for a few copper coins. Although copper coins weren't a significant reward, telling a story wasn't a particularly burdensome task either. Moreover, the structure of the information circulation was so simple that the speed at which stories spread was remarkably fast. To add to this, the agents dispatched from the Holy Nation were distinctive in appearance, making them relatively easy to locate. They didn't even bother hiding their identities. Who would even think they're being pursued? Probably no one. Naturally so. Why had they requested a search for the Saintess from the kingdom of Narilia? Or rather, why had they not requested but merely notified them? "We're heading into your kingdom, and we'll be roaming around, so cooperate, will you?" No? Are you out of your mind? Do you want no more potions? Or do you not need them anymore? Fine. Then we'll stop selling them to you. Open your borders quietly, and let our forces pass through, and no one gets hurt. Everyone stays happy. When you boiled it down, that was essentially the message. Not that they would have said it so blatantly, at least outwardly. "We simply hope you'll assist us in fulfilling the revelation bestowed by the Mother of the Earth." They probably even presented a neatly packaged set of 12 potions as a gift. High chances they did. Encrid's prediction was spot on. The envoy from the Holy Nation had indeed delivered a beautifully wrapped box containing 10 potions, which Crank promptly accepted. And with it came the statement, "We will be sure to lend our strength." The specifics of the gift didn't matter. What mattered was the Holy Nation's expectation of this charade. They didn't require a grand welcome or fully opened borders, just basic compliance. If needed, checkpoints could be opened upon request. From Narilia's perspective, the Saintess was nothing more than a young girl. Would the kingdom go so far as to mobilize its forces for her? At most, some warnings about unusual activities in cities would be circulated. Deploying troops for such an event? That was unheard of. It shouldn't happen. Typically it wouldn't. But Krang had made the request, and Encrid had accepted it. As for Krang's intentions, one letter sufficed to explain, "A child is crying and I want to help." And so here they were. But from this point forward, things became increasingly unsettling. Chasing? Sure, that was doable. But the details were puzzling. It was rare for Encrid to feel such intense curiosity, akin to a broth simmered for days, extracting every ounce of flavor from pig bones. How are they managing to escape? Even if the kidnapper was one of the few knights on the continent, this made no sense. The Holy Nation's strength wasn't to be underestimated. Its reputation as a powerhouse wasn't for show. There was even a saying that the Empire, which rarely intervened in central affairs, deferred to the Holy Nation. Stealing away a child, no less, a saintess, from such a power? Even more baffling was how they managed to evade capture while traveling with an unwilling companion. Were there other collaborators? Encrid tried imagining himself in their shoes, but he couldn't muster much confidence. It doesn't seem easy. Odin's words alone shed light on the difficulty. The saintess was an immensely valuable resource. There was no way the Holy Nation's priests would leave her carelessly managed. While ordinary soldiers might complain of fatigue when assigned 3-shift rotations, devotees armed with faith would gladly take on the duty. Could someone really abduct the saintess from such a heavily guarded environment? And even if the ones protecting her weren't just ordinary followers, wouldn't the thought of abduction be unthinkable? So, how was it accomplished? And how had they remained uncaptured? I'd really like to catch them. The questions were mounting. Yet, Encrid had no intention of being a passive observer. Too much was bothering him. Odin's words weighed heavily on his mind. He had spoken of the past, and Encrid had listened. But was it just a recounting of old events? Nothing more than regret and remorse? No. The bear-like man's words carried not only faults, reflections, and regrets, but also determination and resolve. Encrid had seen that same spirit before. In the past, during the process of understanding will. He remembered Odin, radiating light as blood poured from every orifice in his face. The energy and demeanor Odin displayed when speaking of the past mirrored that moment. The only difference now was that he wasn't dying, bleeding while shining like a beacon. What Odin's intentions were, or what thoughts he held, Encrid didn't know. He wouldn't have received an answer even if he asked. But one thing was certain. He wasn't going to just sit back and watch. If the child truly had been kidnapped, and if that was all there was to the story, Encrid had every intention of treating the kidnapper's skull like a roast, to be split apart. With those thoughts and a head full of questions, Encrid arrived at his first destination. The city whose wall was named Mad Wall Encrid. As soon as he entered and sought out the mayor, the man bolted out barefoot. The sight of him sprinting across the dirt path, dust flying up in his wake, was remarkable. "Welcome!" The man's shout greeted Encrid enthusiastically. This scene unfolded the moment Encrid asked for the mayor's residence and revealed his identity. The overly enthusiastic welcome raised suspicions. The man before him had a rugged face, a well-trained body, and a missing eye. A man who clearly knew how to fight. His posture betrayed a preference for heavy weapons, and his calloused hands and muscular build confirmed his prowess. His hair was cropped short above the ears but longer on top, and his face bore several scars. Though unfamiliar, Encrid recognized him. He couldn't recall the man's name no matter how hard he tried. He had seen this face during one of the many loops through the day. "Long time no see. You're—" As Encrid trailed off, the man filled in the blank. "Deutsch Pullman." The man smiled as though it was only natural for his name to be forgotten. This city had once been home to a mad architect who named the walls after Encrid. Why name the walls? Because Encrid had shattered a gnoll colony created by cultists while repeating the same day over and over again. Although the walls had been named after him, the moniker didn't catch on. Instead, people preferred to call it Null's Lament. Encrid, too, thought that name was more appropriate. The frontier town was now known as Felheim, a name derived from the surrounding terrain. According to legend, during the Age of Myth, a fire-breathing divine beast had once lived here. Felheim meant City of Flames. No matter how intimidating someone's face may seem, a sincere smile can make it look pleasant. That was exactly the case with Deutsch Pullman's face at that moment. Yes, that's how it turned out. This man had now become the most powerful figure in Felheim, recognized by the kingdom. Despite that, his attitude remained respectful. Was it due to his reputation? That may have played a part, but more than that, the impression that Encrid had left on the city when he erased the former colony still lingered, especially for Deutsch Pullman. "Please, help yourself." Deutsch led the group into the sitting room. As the maid glanced at Encrid before serving tea and snacks, Encrid asked, "I have a question. Did people from the Holy Kingdom pass through here?" Deutsch paused for a moment, recalling, then replied, "They did, but they left almost immediately." "I see. Do you know where they went?" Deutsch answered promptly, as one who had been a hero and benefactor. "No, I don't. But there was something strange about them." "Strange?" Encrid inquired. "There were 3 individuals more skilled than me." Was that such a big deal? Encrid thought to himself, but he barely restrained himself from saying it out loud. Instead, the words came from another voice. "Is that really a big deal?" Encrid hid his thoughts, but Shinar was not so reserved. Though it could have been a subtle insult, Deutsch did not dare respond to the fairy's face. After all, he was traveling with Encrid. "Brother, the world is wide, isn't it?" Auden chimed in as well. After hearing them, Encrid adjusted his perspective. A mistake. Auden Shinar, being naturally gifted, wouldn't know, but Encrid, who had climbed up from humble beginnings, realized that Deutsch Pullman's abilities were not average. Surrounded by so many monsters, he had momentarily mistaken him. Deutsch Pullman might not even make it as a knight squire, but he could still be called a skilled person. 3, you say? Encrid responded appropriately, his words measured. Deutsch couldn't get angry, nor could he press further, so he nodded in agreement as soon as Encrid spoke. "Yes, one of them seemed really angry, but they didn't say a word. The atmosphere was... how should I put it? How should you put it?" Though he had become a knight, Encrid was still an excellent listener. He nodded as if signaling Deutsch to continue, indicating that anything could be said. His gesture reassured Deutsch, making him feel comfortable enough to speak his mind. It felt like they were going to scold a child who had done something wrong. That sort of vibe, I guess. It seemed strange to me. Deutsch Pullman had been a mercenary for a long time, meaning he had survived for years as a swordsman. What that implied was that his sharpness in perception was likely more valuable than any martial skill. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risen to become the mayor of the city. He had good instincts. This meant that his feeling about the atmosphere could very well be accurate. Moreover, since he had no reason to spread false information and clearly felt goodwill, his intuition was likely on point. His eyes were sharp. This made Encrid pause again, filled with questions. How strange, really. Somehow she or he had managed to kidnap the saintess, and through some miracle had obtained her agreement, making the escape smooth. Yet, despite all this, something still felt off. Why kidnap her? And here came another question. There was no reason to kidnap the saintess at all. Chapter 567. Alone, the tea had cooled. He had no desire to drink it, nor did he touch the snacks. Encrid sank into deep thought. Crace had once said that Encrid was excellent at coming up with strategies. Huh? Deutsch, sitting across from Encrid on the worn but soft sofa, blinked in confusion, then asked again. It was likely because he didn't understand why Encrid was asking about the reasoning behind abduction. Can a saint make potions or something? Encrid asked. Deutsch blinked and replied, somewhat perplexed. You're asking me? Yeah. Why was he asking this? I do not know. Despite his confusion, Deutsch answered faithfully. Is there anyone who can do that sort of thing beside the saintess? I doubt it. Common sense dictated that no one knew the potion-making methods created by the church. It was clear that it wasn't part of alchemy. Not everyone with divine power could become a saint or a saintess either. This was a conclusion Encrid reached by thinking from the perspective of an abductor, drawing on knowledge of the past he'd heard from Auden. Was the abductor dreaming of making potions by kidnapping a saint? If that were the case, it would be better to study and research alchemy. If not, perhaps the person was suffering from a terminal illness and wanted a cure. Even then, it didn't make sense. I'd never do that. If he had the ability to abduct a saint and was terminally ill, what would he do? It would be far more difficult to overcome the multiple layers of defense around the temple, to abduct a saint. In that case, it would be far easier to rob a few noble estates. That would be quicker, simpler, and more effective. With the money from such a heist, he could immediately make a donation large enough to secure a cure. It was a much easier, faster, and simpler method than kidnapping a saint. Then why would they do it? There was no gain. It wasn't a murder. It was an abduction. Abduction was a clear act with a purpose, meaning they intended to gain something. But right now, there was no visible gain. Was a rival church abducting the saint out of jealousy? To bring her back to their church? If they were caught, it would result in a war like the Holy Sword War. The Holy Sword War was discussed even in history books. It started when a sacred sword was discovered in an ancient ruin, and the church that found it claimed it was a relic of their god, causing a war. It was said that over 10,000 people died in that war. Though the exact figures were unclear due to the passage of time, the number of deaths was significant. The churches reconciled afterward, merging all the factions to prevent such a tragedy from occurring again. Although each church had its own god, they became united as brothers and sisters. Initially, this unity might have been superficial, but with time, it had become genuine. It wasn't abduction. Auden knew more about the church than Encrid. Having witnessed it both from the inside and outside, he reached the conclusion quickly. Probably. Encrid also came to the same conclusion without any surprise. I don't understand what you're saying. Deutsch, unable to comprehend the situation, hesitated as he looked at Encrid. Encrid, instead of explaining further, decided to ask only what was necessary. Did the people from the temple just leave? A question born from experience. If you're chasing someone and they keep evading capture, what should you do? If it were me, I'd just expand the search. It's hard to do something alone, but with 2 people, it becomes doable. With 10, it becomes much easier. Therefore, the solution is simple. Just increase the number of people following the orders. But where would one find people who would follow orders without asking questions? In this world, there are always people willing to fight for a few gold coins. It was rare for the Holy Kingdom to spend gold on such things, but it wasn't impossible. Huh? Oh yes. They asked to strengthen the city's security, and they also asked if there was an information guild in the city. It seemed like one of the pursuers from the Holy Kingdom had a reasonably sharp mind, thinking to increase the number of people, just as Encrid had. Encrid raised his head. Where and who? Deutsch, quick to catch on, seemed to sense something was amiss. He had a feeling that he was getting caught up in something troublesome. Encrid, sensing his concern, spoke before Deutsch could say anything. There won't be any harm. Deutsch looked slightly pale, but shook his head. Even if there's harm, I'll bear it. There was no intention to retreat. His resolve was clear. Having witnessed a man heroically defend the city from the Null attack, Deutsch had been inspired to improve himself and strengthen his resolve. Since then, he had lived for the city, remembering the heroic deeds he had witnessed. Deutsch had been a mercenary for many years, and a mercenary with quick reflexes tends to survive longer, but a mercenary with loyalty lives even longer. If there's something you need, I'll see to it. Deutsch's words were not something Encrid was inclined to refuse. Information? People's movements? Does the Information Guild only deal with information? The answer came. Deutscher replied. It's a brotherhood, a group formed by a few criminals. I want to know everything they've heard from those who left the temple and everything they've been doing. Everything. Just tell me the location, and I'll take care of it. No. Deutsch shook his head, and Encrid realized he couldn't sway the man's determination. When someone offers help with sincerity, how could one refuse it? Even in terms of efficiency, it would be far better to rely on a local like Deutsch, who was both the mayor and someone who had shared in the city's founder. It'll be done in half a day. If you haven't eaten, please do so. Deutsch bowed toward Encrid, then left. Encrid, watching him leave, requested the meal. Yes, yes. The maid, nervous, answered twice before bringing out various dishes. Meanwhile, Encrid drank the now cold tea in one go to quench his thirst, and looked at Auden. Auden's eyes didn't sparkle, and he seemed indifferent. But Encrid wasn't fooled. He was pretending to be calm. Though his heart wasn't wildly unsettled, he was likely on edge. We'll rescue her, Auden said. Of course, Shinar added. If it were an abduction, the child's will wouldn't have been involved. But if it's a defection, that's different. What should one do when seeing a child suffering from persecution and abuse? What if that child's sacrifice, the abuse they endure, is for the peace of the continent? I don't know. I don't care. Honestly, I think the idea that the peace of the continent depends on a single child is nonsense. Therefore, I will save the child. If all of this is a misunderstanding, a mere mistake, and the child was actually kidnapped, then that's fine too. By saving the child, I'd be owed a debt by the Holy Kingdom. But if it's really a defection, then if that's the case, it wouldn't matter if they were from the Holy Kingdom or anyone else. Rogi was the leader of the largest brotherhood in Felheim. He had a brother who had been with him since childhood, and after settling in the frontier city, he had built an organization. Bang! The headquarters of Rogi's brotherhood, located on the outskirts of the city, had just had its door smashed open. Damn! What's going on? Roge clenched his jaw and grabbed the handle of a dagger. The face of the person at the door, silhouetted by the light behind them, appeared dark. The midday sun shone from behind them. Roge narrowed his eyes. The figure's build seemed familiar. He could see a long weapon in the person's right hand. It was a spear with a blade at the tip. Glaive? The person in the shadow spoke. Subdue them. If they resist, kill them all. At those words, soldiers poured in. They were clearly the Felheim Direct Guards, the patrols and core forces of the city. These were not people a small criminal guild could face. Wow! What? The Brotherhood members were confused. Should they fight? They all just gripped their daggers, but none of them drew them, hesitating. Jake? One of the Brotherhood members recognized the soldier and called out, but the soldier ignored him. Stay still. Drop your weapons. Jake, the soldier, spoke. The spear in his hand seemed to promise no jokes or playful remarks. The spear slid through the air and stopped right before the stomach of a familiar Brotherhood member. Jake's eyes were cold, and his tone was harsh. Drop your weapons. Roge had always thought they were like the cleaner birds for the city, scratching at its itchy spots. He had never met Deutsch Pullman directly, but he had thought that they were considered partners, responsible for the day and night of the same city. Deutsch Pullman had never commented on those words, and up until now, everything had seemed fine. It was a relationship built on mutual respect, or so he had thought. But now, what was going on? You should have come in person. Deutsch Pullman spoke, his scarred face looking more vicious than ever before. The frontier city was a place where dangers were always present, and naturally, rough individuals gathered. Even after Encrid had raised the Knoll colony, there had still been many incidents in the city. Deutsch Pullman had started as the captain of the guards, and eventually became the mayor, solving countless problems in a manner that reflected his competence. One of those was ignoring the petty provocations from those who dared challenge him. If the problem wasn't significant, he'd let it slide. That attitude made enemies underestimate him. And when the time came to act, the targets were reduced to mere blinking fools. It was a tactic any general would use, but those who didn't understand it always suffered. And it was happening right now. Hey, what's your name again? Roge? Luge? Should I just cut off one of your ears and talk after? Deutsch Pullman moved forward, as gracefully as ever in solving the matter. His grace always came with overwhelming force. If he didn't act, he'd give a subtle warning. But when he did, it was decisive. If he didn't, those who killed people and dumped them in alleys would continue flooding into the city. He wouldn't tolerate that. Though there were other reasons for Fellheim's good order, it was widely acknowledged that Deutsch Pullman's glaive played a part in maintaining it. Speak up now. There's nothing good coming from bloodshed. Roge felt humiliated by Deutsch's words and immediately drew his dagger. Sleek. The blade reflected the light. Roge clenched his teeth. Then he gently placed the dagger on the ground. The tip of the blade pointed towards himself, laid down in an obedient, respectful manner. Yes, my lord. What's the harm in feeling a bit of shame? What matters is surviving, he muttered. There was really no secret to it. An inquisitor from the Holy City had given the request, and according to it, the task was to find a girl traveling alone among the strangers entering the city. It wasn't a difficult task, and the reward was generous. He had even placed the request with bounty hunters who specialized in tracking people. Alone? In the middle of the story, Deutsch Pullman asked again. No, continue, he urged, signaling for him to proceed. Roge answered with a neigh, and then recounted everything in detail. Deutsch, being a sharp man, quickly pieced things together. From the flow of the story, he understood why Encrid was here. There had been a previous message from the kingdom. But if an inquisitor or a paladin from the Holy City had requested it, why had they gone to the trouble of involving Krona, using the parasitic brotherhoods in the city? Could that order, a group that had rumors of secretly selling black salt, really be behind this? There's something off about this. The fact that the girl was alone also raised a red flag. Deutsch Pullman, having learned the information from Encrid, began dispatching forces while he gathered intelligence on the whereabouts of the paladins and other priests. They have already left the city. A subordinate quickly approached with the update. Deutsch Pullman, walking, inquired, which direction? East. Aye. Having learned all he could from Encrid, Deutsch Pullman shared his findings and suspicions. Encrid, repeating the same question, asked again, Alone? Yes, alone? Encrid nodded, deep in thought. It wasn't a kidnapping, but a defection, just as he had predicted. And Auden had also overheard. Did you say alone, Brother Mayor? Are you certain? Yes. Though there was no concrete proof, the circumstantial evidence was strong. Encrid decided to modify the mission. Instead of helping the paladins recover the saint, the priority would now be on rescuing the fleeing child. Yet, one question still remained. How has she not been caught yet? During his time as a bounty hunter, Encrid had memorized the names of the top hunters, 3 of whom were considered the best in the field. 2 of them had died and the 3rd had retired. But interestingly, all 3 had come from the Order. When Encrid asked how this could be, the mentor who had trained him explained it like this. The Order is the best at chasing people down. That's for sure. When asked why, the mentor smiled and replied, Why? Because They've done it a lot. Hunting wasn't about talent, but experience. Those labeled heretics often fled, and the more they chased such people, the better they got at it. Now the girl, once a victim of abduction, had become a specialist in evading such trackers. It was a mystery more fascinating than any spell could weave. Chapter 568. How much did they offer? When something beyond curious, bordering on the mysterious occurs, there's always a corresponding reason. Does the saintess have an ally? The answer was no. In that case, there was only one possibility. The runaway or fugitive saintess was somehow managing to evade pursuit entirely on her own. But does that make any sense? She's just a child after all. It's said that saints and saintesses manifest their powers at a young age. If Odin said it, then it must be true. Encrid imagined a child in his mind. Oddly enough, the image of Anne in her younger days came to him. It was hard to associate someone being chased, and on the run with the other strong companions he knew, like Esther, Shinar, or Teresa, who all left powerful impressions. Anne, on the other hand, fit the description of someone who might be pursued. This was merely a product of his imagination. But consider it. Such a child exists, even if not with red hair, running with their hair bouncing, evading their pursuers. And yet, it was a clear fact this child had escaped the grasp of some of the most skilled trackers on the continent. If that isn't a mystery, then what is? Could she be a magician? That didn't seem likely either. After all, she was called a saintess. So the conclusion was this. The child possessed such extraordinary talent that she managed to create the current situation. The likelihood of this theory being wrong wasn't high, because otherwise it simply wouldn't make sense. She's alone. Encrid reflected on the three main ways a fugitive might evade capture based on his own understanding and experience. If someone has allies scattered across the continent who can hide them, it's possible. Someone who could rely on organizations or acquaintances in any city wouldn't be easily caught. Next would be having exceptional disguises, but the people from the Holy Kingdom wouldn't overlook such tricks. So, were the first two options viable? That seemed unlikely. The pursuers weren't ghouls playing chess and losing every time. They were certainly capable of critical thought. What does that entail? Tracking the target's family, friends, lovers, and acquaintances is fundamental. And disguises? Would merely obscuring one's appearance with mud and paint make them someone else? Sure, let's assume extraordinary talent allows someone to conceal themselves flawlessly. But could they live their entire life in hiding? Eventually, there would come a moment when they'd need to prove their identity. Or if there were flaws in the backstory, they created alongside their disguise. What if someone became suspicious? Could they hide in some remote mountain village where no monsters or wild beasts roam? But where would such a village be found? Even if one existed, the smaller the community, the harder it would be to maintain secrecy. In tightly knit villages, where a couple's argument is known to everyone the next day, hiding wouldn't be easy. Thus, people often resort to living in cities, which are surprisingly strict about verifying identities. Even if they manage to create a fake identification badge, there's no such thing as an eternal secret. Living a life of perpetual suspicion is hardly living at all. Moreover, seasoned bounty hunters in cities rarely neglect to investigate strangers of unknown origin. That's why information guilds and bounty hunter guilds exist in the first place. In Border Guard, the standing army patrols during the day, verifying people, while guilds like Gilpin Guild handle such tasks at night. Each city still has individuals who engage in these activities. Even now, other guilds are beginning to establish themselves in Border Guard. So, fugitives often hide in city slums. Pursuers, upon losing a trail, usually start searching the slums first. It's not for nothing that bounty hunters glare at vagrants the moment they arrive in a city. And what about staying in an inn to eat and sleep? Doing so would be no different than praying to be caught. Hiding perfectly in a city was nearly impossible. Avoiding human eyes is one of the hardest things in the world. Of course, some people manage to disappear without a trace, but such individuals are exceedingly rare. Honestly, Encrid believed most of them likely ended up meeting their end quietly in the slums, unnoticed by anyone. The sound of jingling coins alone would attract at least 10 thieves on any given night. That leaves the third option, which was both practical and the most logical alternative. Minimize contact with cities, resolve rest, and sleep entirely outside walled areas. One would avoid people, instead dealing with monsters and beasts while traveling. Rather than merchant routes, they'd take animal trails, mountains, forests, or open fields. But even here, problems arise. No matter how skilled a fighter, humans need to sleep and eat. How would they find food? What about rest? Thus, sheer martial skill alone wouldn't suffice to make a good fugitive. A knight with recognized strength among the knight orders might manage to an extent. But even for someone of that caliber, escaping the reach of the Holy Kingdom would be a daunting task. So, what would it take? Becoming an exceptional ranger or a skilled hunter? If one were to choose the profession most likely to survive after being dropped anywhere on the continent, rangers or hunters would top the list. They knew how to live atop trees and prepare beast meat for consumption, though taste wasn't a priority. Encrid's thoughts reached this conclusion. A born hunter? Does such a thing even exist? He asked aloud while walking. His steps weren't hurried. Tracking those being pursued often required waiting for the fruit to ripen, so to speak. The pleasant autumn sunlight and the scenery he passed by left no impression as he focused intently on his thoughts. As he climbed a gentle slope, Shinar shielded her eyes from the sun and spoke. No such thing could exist. Coming from Shinar, who had directly trained ranger units, her words carried weight. Encrid agreed with her assessment. Hunters must learn the terrain and understand the habits of beasts. Without training, experience, and practice, hunting is impossible, which makes this all the more mysterious. This enigma would unravel upon meeting the target. If questioned, answers would surely come. For now, it was enough to continue the pursuit. Encrid had a strategy in mind. After all, he'd turned down Dutch Pullman's last proposal for a reason. Seeing the severed head of a dog-faced creature sprawled in front of the boulder, it bore marks that seemed like it had been relentlessly burned with a branding iron. "This is the work of the Holy Crusade Division," Auden said, halting to inspect the monster corpses. He knelt on one knee and examined one of the lifeless bodies. "A nasty piece of work, someone with a cruel streak," Shinar added. Killing was one thing, but this was done with cruelty, as though tormenting them was the goal. It wasn't hatred for monsters or beasts driving this. It was someone with a sadistic hobby. Encrid nodded in agreement and gave Shinar a pointed look. "I see my help is required." "Very well, I shall rise to the challenge for the sake of my betrothed's difficulties." Shinar remarked with her usual impassive expression and began examining the traces of battle as direct. Her expertise in such matters far exceeded Encrid's own. Still, Encrid wasn't idle. He scanned the footprints and broken branches following the trail. Among those being pursued, several seemed to move exceptionally quickly, as evident from how they smashed through paths blocked by living tree branches. Impressive skill, he thought, observing the cleanly severed branches. The cuts showed precision, done in a single stroke, not through clumsy hacking. However, he felt it fell slightly short of the skill level he would expect from the Holy Crusade Division. The cut ends were somewhat uneven. Shinar, who had been sniffing the ground and inspecting it closely, suddenly raised her head. Encrid immediately asked, "Which direction?" "This way. We're not far," Shinar replied promptly. At her answer, Encrid and Shinar moved quickly, with Auden following behind. From here, even if Deutsch Pullman himself were to join them, differences in mobility and stamina would soon become apparent. It was only natural that they hadn't brought soldiers unfamiliar with the terrain. If they intended to cover this area within half a day, they needed to maintain this pace. Encrid advanced, cutting through a few branches with the short sword given to him by Eitri. The weapon felt like an extension of his arm, its grip fitting perfectly into his hand, its blade as if it were a part of him. Although Eitri had lent it temporarily, it was clearly a custom weapon made for one person alone. A blade like this is a joy to wield, Encrid thought, listening closely. In the distance, he heard what sounded like human voices. Shinar's earlier claim that they were close was being validated. The sound was faint and unclear, but they were approaching rapidly. "Let's pick up the pace," Encrid said, kicking off the ground. His movements were fluid, lightly leaping forward while avoiding sharp stones and uneven terrain. Although his steps didn't disturb the earth, his body surged forward like a shadow, leaving after images in his wake. Viewed from above, his form might resemble a long, sinuous snake. The path had been cleared somewhat by the group ahead, making it easier for them to follow. Behind him, Auden, despite his large build, moved adeptly, his bulk only slightly hindered by low-hanging branches. Shinar, unsurprisingly, excelled the most. She darted through the forest like a fish in water, occasionally leaping along tilted trees, with the ease and grace that could only come from a fairy. Though none of them were pushing themselves to their limits, they moved faster than squirrels. In moments, the three of them reached the source of the sound. Ahead, 2 men and a woman were clearing a path. This was the first pursuit party they had encountered. Hearing the approach, all 3 turned their heads, alert at the sudden presence of Encrid's group. Suspicion was evident in their expressions as they regarded the newcomers warily. Encrid, observing their reaction, decided to satisfy his curiosity. "How much are they paying you?" he asked. How much could the Holy Kingdom be offering to attract this many self-proclaimed tracking experts in such a short time? It wasn't an important question, but a trivial curiosity that had lingered as they traveled. After all, he couldn't help but wonder about the spending habits of the notoriously frugal clergy. Chapter 569. Born Hunter. The holy city-state was notorious for its frugality, refusing to waste money on trivial matters. "Ha, may blessings express gratitude for your efforts," they would often say, resolving issues with mere words. It was a well-known tale. Be it believers or not, they rarely spent krona, they hoarded it. Most problems were solved internally. If one were to rank the nations least liked by guilds, the Holy Nation would undoubtedly top the list. And among the upper echelons of trade, they were the most despised. Leona had once expressed her thoughts on this matter. "I respect priests, but I won't work with those religious fanatics." This sentiment was universal, whether one referred to pious or corrupt clergy. The Holy Nation preferred to rely on their own crusader monks for mercenary work, inquisitors as guides, and their own merchant companies for trade logistics. Amazing, isn't it? All this just to avoid spending krona, Leona had commented. Encrid agreed but believed there was another layer to it. It's about not giving outsiders a foothold in their sacred affairs, he thought. Sure, they disliked leaking krona, but their real aim was to ensure that no external influence disrupted their church's operations. Thus, this situation was rather peculiar. How much must they have offered to hire these bounty hunters for a church matter? Bounty hunters, notorious for their mercenary nature, wouldn't move without advance payment. This indicated they had already received a significant amount of krona, which was surprising in itself. Encrid was curious enough to ask earlier, but the exact amount didn't matter. What intrigued him more was the boldness of the Holy Nation's actions. The hunters had likely been hired as soon as the group crossed into Norilia, with information brokers spreading the word. While hiring through such networks incurred fees, the church didn't seem to hold back. Clearly, they had prioritized capturing the saintess over conserving their resources. It wasn't about the kidnapper. Understanding their intent was far simpler than dealing with a non-existent culprit. Profit. Encrid mused. Capturing the girl, now a saintess, offered far greater returns than sparing a few krona on trackers. Noble intentions. None to be found. Both the atmosphere and unfolding events screamed otherwise. Who are you? The three pursuers lacked the insight to recognize their new company. They wore light leather clothing, sturdy enough to act as armor in emergencies. Their gear prioritized mobility. You haven't found the trail yet, have you? Encrid noted, realizing the first group was a bust. He had no further use for them. Judging by your appearance, you must have joined on a whim. This isn't a job for amateurs, one woman spat, her tone both hostile and uneasy. The sudden appearance of three strangers, none of whom looked ordinary, had clearly unnerved her. Odin's massive frame alone created unease, amplified by the presence of a fairy and a strikingly handsome man whose blue eyes gleamed like enchantments. Still, she didn't blurt out an admiring handsome in the middle of her growing anxiety. From her words, however, Encrid deduced that the krona being offered wasn't insignificant. This wasn't a standard church operation. Such bold expenditure was unprecedented. "Auden!" Encrid called out, moving toward the man on the group's right. He moved with a sudden burst of power, his frame appearing larger to his target as he surged forward. Without stomping or theatrics, he drove forward with steady footing and focused will, closing the distance in a blink. The man's face morphed from wariness to shock as Encrid's knife hand struck the back of his neck. With a single fluid step to his right, Encrid swung his left arm like a whip, landing a precise, devastating blow. Thud! The man crumpled with a gasp, and Encrid gently laid him down. Beside him, Odin handled the other two with equal efficiency. One was downed with a hammer-like fist to the crown of the head. Boom! The man's eyes rolled back, leaving only the whites visible before he collapsed with a groan. The other was subdued with a firm chokehold, gasping futilely as his feet left the ground. Dirt and dried leaves scattered from his kicking feet. But that was all he managed before losing consciousness. Thump! Odin lowered him carelessly to the ground. They wouldn't stay unconscious for long, but there were no nearby beasts or monsters to endanger them. "Let's move," Encrid said, resuming the chase. Tracking became easier from this point. Footprints, broken branches, scents, sounds. Traces of slain beasts and logical paths all guided their way. Soon, they came across a familiar face, a bounty hunter Encrid had encountered before. This man had once offered to pay Encrid 70% of his bounty up front if he fought on his behalf. A scoundrel, a kidnapper, a wretch. Encrid had lured beasts toward him back then and made his escape. To see him alive now was surprising. With his muscular frame, he resolved most situations through brute force, wielding a blood-stained iron mace as his symbol. Nearby, two female bounty hunters lay dead, presumably his victims. "Did greed over krona drive you to kill them first?" Encrid asked, assessing the scene. The man didn't recognize Encrid, nor did his two companions. Even with rumors of the Knight of Unyielding Wall, few would identify him on sight. Odin's massive build might have evoked memories of the Berkin of Border Guard, but most would dismiss him as a half-giant at best. Looking at the corpses, Shinar remarked, ambushed from behind. Clearly, the man had persuaded them to cooperate, only to strike from behind with his mace. "What do you want?" The bounty hunter radiated confidence, as he had before. It wasn't misplaced. His skills justified it. But that was then. This was now. "You've gone too far," Encrid said, drawing his sword without bothering to introduce himself. Encrid drew his sword and advanced, each motion fluid and seamless like an elegant line. This was the unyielding sword of the knight, who protected the city of Ura. The sweeping arcs of his blade traced unpredictable patterns in the air, leaving long comet-like trails that then shot straight as streaks of light. The transformed comet descended upon the enemy's head with unerring precision. There was no chance for the mace-wielding foe to react. It was inevitable. Bang.p. The steel helmet resting atop the enemy's head was effortlessly cleaved apart by Encrid's blade. The technique of cutting through steel, once a skill honed with hours of training, now came naturally to him. The resistance he felt in his hand was negligible compared to before. The force of his strike, the angle of the cut, and his unwavering will all combined into a perfect result. Splatter! With the helmet split, the enemy's head was likewise bisected, spilling blood and brain matter onto the ground. The sheer speed of the strike left the blade nearly clean. The mace-wielder collapsed beside the bodies of the two female hunters Encrid had slain earlier. The reddish-brown earth turned black as it soaked up their blood. As the mace-wielder fell, two others, likely his comrades, attempted to flee. No! Their escape was swift, likely a move they had prepared for from the start. Such was the iron rule of hunters. If the situation goes awry, retreat. This, too, was part of their survival code. However, their misfortune was palpable. What were the odds that a knight would appear suddenly and execute justice upon them? Such an encounter was as rare as divine punishment itself. And while meeting a knight could often spell death, the improbability of either event placed them in the same league. Encrid locked onto the two as they darted in opposite directions, his senses capturing their movements in their entirety. What followed was merely the realization of the future he foresaw through his instincts. With a motion like unfurling wings, Encrid spread his arms and drew two daggers. Then, with a flick of his wrists, he launched them in opposite directions. The daggers flew through the air with a sharp whistle. Whack! One dagger struck its mark, piercing through the nape of one fugitive and pinning him to a tree. The other lodged itself into the skull of the second, embedding deep enough that only the hilt was visible. The man stumbled forward, crashing face first into a tree before sliding lifelessly to the ground, leaving a trail of blood. "May the gods await your arrival," Auden murmured, offering a brief prayer for the dead. That he refrained from mentioning the god of war might have been a kindness. According to the creed, the god of war greeted the deceased with beatings before anything else. Knowing this would render Auden's farewell less a blessing and more an ominous jest. Yet Auden's tone carried genuine sympathy, and if asked, he would likely respond, "Well, if they deserve punishment, they should receive it, no?" A fair point. With this group dispatched, the party continued forward, Encrid following his own moral compass to decide who would live and who would die. To Shinar, it seemed that Encrid operated by a distinct set of principles. His decisions were clear-cut. Those who merely pursued their tasks were spared, but those who acted out of greed or crossed moral lines met swift retribution. This wasn't about justice. It was simply Encrid following his heart. Watching him, Shinar began to sense the essence of Encrid's will. He acted without hesitation, his judgments grounded not in others' perceptions, but in his own beliefs. To Shinar, that radiance of conviction was striking. The group continued to encounter hunters, some of whom surrendered information willingly despite not realizing the nature of Encrid's party. The tracks led into the forest, but for a child to enter alone is suicide. We were just trying to recover the body while avoiding the monsters and beasts in the area. The hunter's voice faltered as he swallowed hard. He had likely heard rumors of a manticore dwelling in this forest. Now that very creature lay in 6 neat pieces at the feet of the slender fairy among Encrid's group, a sight enough to humble anyone. The clean cuts through its bones and muscle spoke of a single decisive stroke, an image that inspired respect and caution alike. Most notably, the hunter couldn't ignore the possibility that they could have been the ones facing that manticore. "Anyway, do you know the Crusaders' current position? They didn't enter the forest. We arranged to signal each other if we crossed paths," he said, shaking an arrow tipped with a glittering pouch of powder. Encrid gave the arrow a brief glance before moving on. It was possible they could locate the child before the pursuers from the Holy Kingdom. But there's barely any trace at all, he thought. Erasing tracks was certainly within the skill set of a seasoned ranger, but this level of concealment was extraordinary. Shinar, these tracks. He didn't need to elaborate. The fairy responded quickly. Yes, they're strange indeed. It was odd, though no alternative path was apparent. They knew the target had headed east, and there was no better place to hide than this forest. Encrid decided to adjust his approach, adopting a more aggressive strategy. Since neither monsters nor beasts posed much of a threat, he chose to cut straight through any obstacles as they searched for signs of the child. Following this method, they tracked down and dealt with 15 more pursuers. Yet not one could identify the whereabouts of the lone fleeing child. This level of evasion is beyond even the greatest rangers. It defies explanation, Encrid thought, halting abruptly. Ha! This. One of the fundamental rules of tracking was to follow a line, not just points. By predicting the target's psychology and movements, one could trace the path they were likely to take. Encrid recalled a question he'd pondered upon leaving the city. Could this be the work of a born hunter? Surveying the forest, he saw faint traces, not enough to follow reliably, but present nonetheless. The pursuers had also seen them, which was why they ventured into the forest to begin with. A young girl had entered the forest alone. Her chances of survival were slim. At best, they hoped to recover a body, whether whole or reduced to bones by the beasts. Even that was unlikely. Many creatures here devoured bones as well. The manticore Shinar had slain was a prime example, a predator that tracked prey by scent and relished chewing through bone. While its reaction was likely due to their noisy passage, the point remained. Survival in this forest seemed implausible for a lone child. It feels like we've been played, Encrid muttered. Not by the Crusaders, but by their target. The Saintess had left them chasing phantoms. With this realization, Encrid began to retrace the Saintess's steps in his mind. Chapter 570. Traces in the forest. Failure doesn't mean the end. They left traces heading into the forest. This tactic would direct most of the pursuers into the woods. The forest is not an ideal place for tracking, which would delay their search. Perhaps this maneuver would buy at least half a day before the traces were rediscovered and followed. It was clear. The pursuers were being led here, while the so-called saint had taken another path. An astonishingly clever move for someone so young. Either the child was exceptionally intelligent, or someone had trained her rigorously for such scenarios. Then came the lingering question, why is a paladin involved directly? From what Encrid had gathered, the pursuers from the Holy Nation were from the Paladin Corps, a select force within their military. But why deploy such a group for a single child? What significance did this pursuit hold? The presence of paladins necessitated notifying the kingdom, which suggested a situation beyond mere pursuit. After a brisk reconnaissance around the forest's perimeter, Encrid came to a singular conclusion. The Saint's gambit failed to account for a force capable of shredding through both terrain and opposition, without delay. Encrid's effort to circle the forest had proven fruitful. If he had pursued step by step, meticulously following the traces, he might never have discerned the Saint's ploy. The pursuers were concentrated in the eastern forest of Felheim. The traces abruptly ended at the forest's edge, but indicated movement deeper within. All right, I have unraveled this puzzle. But what about the Paladin Corps? Had they anticipated this scenario? Perhaps they had, given their familiarity with the Saint and their persistent pursuit. They would not have fallen for the same trick twice without preparing countermeasures. So, is that why they increased their numbers? The Paladin Corps had dispersed Kronos, not merely to form a net, but as bait to provoke a reaction from the Saint. Yet even in this tactic, their frugality with Kronos was evident, almost laughable. Listening to accounts confirmed this. The Paladin Corps operated knowing their hired hands would not succeed. They minimized advance payments and even invoked their god's name as collateral, an audacious and creative display of exploitation. While bounty hunters pursued one trail, the paladins likely took another. From a distance, their strategy was apparent. Drive the target like a rabbit, using hunters as hounds to flush her toward the traps. "They've outmaneuvered me," Encrid muttered. "No one is infallible." Winning and losing in pursuits had always been a coin flip, even now. His knighthood had not changed that. Encrid was not trained as a master tracker, but had honed his instincts through experience. Was he late? Perhaps. But that was no reason to stop. In the past, being captured never meant the end, and missing a lid didn't signify failure. Success often came from persistence, not perfection. "We return to the city. Keep pace with me," he ordered and took off running. The ground shattered with a loud crack as Encrid surged forward, holding nothing back. "Rah!" A ghoul blocked his path. Encrid didn't even draw his sword. Passing by a flash, he snapped the creature's neck with his hands. The Vala martial arts style shone through. The ghoul's spine protruded grotesquely as it collapsed lifeless. Encrid dispatched every beast and monster that crossed his path, pressing forward relentlessly. Reaching the city, Encrid filled his lungs, then bellowed, "Deutsch!" The resonating cry startled a boy feeding a donkey, who fell over in fright. A carpenter building an inn accidentally smashed his hand with a hammer, howling in pain. "Ow!" Ignoring the commotion, Encrid sprinted toward his target. Soon a figure appeared, shoeless as always. "What's going on now?" The startled Deutsch stammered as Encrid's glowing blue eyes locked onto him. "Do you know the Paladin Corps' location?" He did. Deutsch had continued gathering information even after Encrid's departure. They were spotted near the northern outskirts. The Paladins weren't adept at hiding their movements, making them easy to track. However, that was the extent of the lead. North? But where exactly? Once again, Encrid resolved to compensate for incomplete knowledge with sheer effort. "Let's run," he declared, shaking the city with his booming voice before sprinting off. "See you around, brother." Following behind was a towering bear beastkin. "Indeed. My thanks on behalf of my betrothed," quipped a peculiar fairy. The three dashed to a manor, arriving and departing as quickly as they had appeared, leaving Deutsch feeling like he'd seen a ghost. Encrid always brought chaos and unpredictability. After catching his breath and returning to the manor, another visitor soon arrived. "Do you know where the members of the Holy Order went?" The man had a benevolent expression with downturned eyes. Likely in his mid to late 40s, he wore armor that suggested a formidable presence. The most striking feature was his eyes, silver pupils. If there was one more thing worth noting, it would be his apparent age. He seemed older than he looked, though it was purely a feeling. "If it's inconvenient, you don't have to answer, but I'd appreciate it you would. I assure you no harm will come of it, brother." The man spoke, and Deutsch realized he couldn't carelessly refuse. The air, the demeanor, and the tone, all of it made it clear that this man possessed extraordinary power. Even so, should he act solely out of self-interest here? No, he should still speak. Whatever the man's intentions, Deutsch could follow up and address any fallout. Despite his earlier intent to withdraw from the tangled situation, Deutsch made a decision. "Let's go together." He resolved to face the complications head-on. The silver-eyed man smiled broadly. "Then thank you kindly. The first thing the girl who would become a saint ever held was a bow. The first thing she ever made was a trap. A crude snare with a stick propped against a rock, a strip of leather stretched taut, and a small stone balanced precariously on top, meant to fall with a thud. It wasn't even good enough to catch a mouse, but it was her toy, her game. That was the childhood of the saint. Now, as a fugitive, she had decided to shake off her pursuers here. Felheim, She muttered the name of the city under her breath, as if out of habit, while memorizing the surrounding terrain. If she left traces near the edge of the eastern forest, she could lose most of her pursuers. It was something she had learned through experience. They'll be careless, won't they? To those chasing her, it might look like she was running in a panic. She made it appear that way, deliberately. However, regardless of what they thought, the saint had no intention of venturing deep into the forest. She knew, even if this wasn't where she grew up, just how dangerous forests could be to humans. Unless it's just one or two ghouls or man-faced hounds. In the open fields, her keen eyesight was an asset that reduced danger. But in the forest, that was no longer true. Even with heightened senses and the ability to remain half alert while resting, death felt much closer. She knew this instinctively. Don't die. One couldn't enter a forest unprepared. One couldn't scale a mountain unprepared. Her grandfather's teachings and her own experiences had taught her that. Thus, she wouldn't enter the forest, not really. But she could make them believe she had. Hadn't she already risked her life 3 times to move in ways no ordinary person could fathom? By choosing an improbable route, she could force her pursuers into a single line of thought. Leave footprints here. She deliberately left traces leading into the forest. Breaking a few branches would make it seem like she had fled in haste. After creating just enough clues, she tied a rope around her waist, attaching a blunt, elongated rock to its end. Whoosh! Whoosh! Swinging the weighted rope, she hurled it at a branch. The sturdy fabric absorbed the rock's weight, looping around the branch several times before holding firm. Climbing the tree, she moved horizontally along the branches, leaping from one to another. This created a tree path, tricking anyone following her trail on the ground. She would circle the forest's edge and then return to the outskirts. To do this, one needed a specific skill, the ability to move through trees as effortlessly as a flying squirrel. She had that skill, so she used it. Of course, she remained vigilant. If she sensed any aerial monsters, she would need to flee immediately. The sound of wings or a presence in her sensory range would mean danger from unpredictable creatures. This, too, was a risk to her life, but it was one she calculated to be minimal. At this time of day, neither spectre-like abominations nor large flying monsters would likely appear. The greatest threat might be an owl beast, but it was daytime, so the chances of encountering a nocturnal predator were slim. This was precisely why she chose to flee now. Her planning and execution had brought her to this point. Not bad. Her grandfather's teachings, combined with her own insights, had carried her this far. Naturally, it hadn't been easy. Escaping from the Holy Kingdom was never going to be simple. To get here, Seiki had to rely on the compassion of some and the sacrifices of others. There had been a priestess who had cared for her like a nanny, and a monk who ultimately risked everything to help her escape. They'll be branded heretics and killed. She hadn't understood at first, but after 8 months of being trained to become a saint, Seiki had come to understand the truth. She now knew what the church intended to do to her. Why is making holy water or potions so important? The teachings claimed to prove divinity, but it felt more like brainwashing. She had hidden her doubts, maintaining a calm facade. She had no other choice. For now, Seiki pushed those thoughts aside and focused. While finishing her so-called tree path, she pressed her feet against the trunk of a tree, gripping a branch to steady herself. Few would be able to follow her trail this far, but she wasn't taking any chances. Whoa! Taking a deep breath, Seiki bent her knees and launched herself. With a solid kick against the tree trunk, she soared briefly through the air like a flying squirrel. As her body angled downward, she braced for the inevitable fall. She tucked her shoulders, rode on impact, and rose to her feet in a seamless motion. Thanks to her impeccable landing technique, she emerged unscathed, save for a slight ache in her wrist, nothing that wouldn't heal quickly. She unwound the rope from the tree and tied it securely around her waist. Now it was time to circle back near the city and bypass it. As she moved, Seiki recalled how this ordeal began. That day had been utterly chaotic. She hadn't realized it then, but in hindsight it was clear. Perhaps, if she had handled things differently that day, she wouldn't be on the run now. But then again, who could say? The church would never have relinquished its hold on a saint so easily. Chapter 571. Saint Seiki, you have the qualities of a saint. Who does? What? No? Can I say here? A saint. At first, Seiki felt nothing but suspicion. In her hand, hidden beneath her cloak, was a short hunting dagger with a blade sharpened to perfection. If some clumsy con artist tried anything funny, she was more than ready to relieve them of a few fingers. And if they approached her with less honorable intentions, she wouldn't hesitate to remove something more vital. That was how Seiki lived her life. On the surface, she looked like a small, frail girl, an appearance that made her an easy target for swindlers or aggressors. However, such an image didn't help much in her life as a hunter. Monsters never hesitated when they saw her. If anything, they underestimated her, making her job easier. Was this man just another fool taking her at face value? Or did he have some ulterior motive? She couldn't tell, but her experience from a year ago lingered. Back then, a storyteller had tried to charm her with deceitful words. When his real intent became clear, Seiki made sure he would never pull the same stunt again by separating him from a rather crucial body part. Through her experiences, Seiki had learned that sometimes showing a glimpse of her strength was the quickest way to resolve things. He doesn't seem like the type to comment on my looks given my current state. Seiki evaluated herself critically. Even without a mirror, she had a good sense of her appearance. She hadn't bathed in a while, leaving her face streaked with grime. Her woolen hat, pulled low, covered her ears. The man who addressed her claimed to be a priest from a temple. His platinum blonde hair was neatly combed, and he carried an ornate object that resembled a golden cluster of grapes with 7 beads. Seiki didn't know, but it was a sacred symbol representing his faith and position within the church. A weapon? It didn't look like one. He didn't seem dangerous either, not his robes, his demeanor, or the setting. They were in a corner of a small town market, not some desolate field or mountain trail where ambushes might occur. And beyond appearances, her instincts didn't detect any threat. On the contrary, the man's presence exuded warmth, almost as if he bore endless goodwill toward her. Their meeting wasn't planned. She had simply sold some pelts and bought supplies when he approached her. Out of the blue, he stopped her, whispered something about her being a saint, and then began to speak earnestly about divine blessings and joining the church. Normally, Seiki would have ignored him, but this time something was different. She paused, lost in thought. Will you spend your whole life gutting beasts? Broaden your horizons, see the world. Her grandfather had said something similar before leaving 3 months ago. She wasn't thrilled by the idea. Why would she? She didn't care for gods or saints. To her, getting killed by a monster wasn't a matter of divine punishment or fate, but of poor preparation and lack of skill. But her grandfather was usually right. So perhaps this was worth considering. What happens if I become a saint? She asked. The priest smiled warmly and replied, You'll have everything you could ever desire. Anything the church can provide will be yours, saint child. The church often referred to saints as the children of God. My name's not Saint Child. It's Seiki. 13-year-old Seiki knew the ways of the world but hadn't mastered them. And so, she was fooled. Was the priest a bad person? No, he wasn't. He was genuinely overjoyed to meet her, sincerely believed she was a blessing, and truly thought her happiness lay within the church. Even if she had refused to go with him, the Holy Kingdom wouldn't have let her live in peace once they learned of her existence. Eventually, Seiki found herself in a monastery. It wasn't in a city, but perched on the outskirts of a mountain ridge. The priest who guided her there blessed her with tears of gratitude before departing. Oh Lord, you have shown us your favor. The harvest is yours, and all abundance is your gift." Seiki only half listened as she entered the monastery. Within 2 days, she realized she was a prisoner. "Where are you going?" There was always someone stationed at the doors. The so-called priest of abundance monitored her every move under the guise of teaching her the ways of a saint. While she could move freely within the monastery, any attempts to leave were forbidden. She was trapped in both body and spirit. A prison. Seiki had spent 3 days in a jail cell at the age of 12 for causing a commotion with her blade. Her grandfather had sold a valuable pelt to bail her out. This was no different. But was that really a problem? Yes, it was. Sensing something off about the monastery, Seiki began exploring under various pretexts, taking note of its layout. "What's that place?" She discovered an underground cavern beneath the monastery, with traces of human activity leading inside. She hadn't gone down. There was neither the opportunity nor the time. "It's a chapel for fasting and prayer." They claimed it was for devout meditation without food, but Seiki detected faint traces of food smells, along with breadcrumbs and small animal droppings. What did that imply? "They're keeping people down there." "What does a saint do?" she asked innocently, feigning ignorance. The answers she received varied in usefulness, but she pieced them together to form a picture. A saint can create holy water and potions. The divine power of saints and holy men is vastly different from that of ordinary believers. It's a power to share and give. That's why you, Saint Seiki, must train further to perfect your abilities. That was what the abbot, Shilma, told her. Underground. Fooded winox. Balniwaide. Sabalazainti tarnmode. Captivity. Saints could create potions. That meant her current value lay in her potential to produce these items. If she mastered her divine power, what would she be forced to do? Most likely spend her days churning out potions. Otherwise there would be no reason to keep her confined. Seiki wanted to experience the church and its ways for her own reasons, not to be trapped. She certainly hadn't come here to live as a prisoner. But even if she said, "I don't want to be a saint anymore. Let me leave," they wouldn't let her go. Seiki had been observing her surroundings from the very beginning. She studied the buildings, memorized their structures, and noted the layout. It wasn't difficult for her. Since childhood, she had memorized the placement of traps in the forest just by looking at its shape. Failing to do so would have meant death, something she had long accepted as natural. Compared to where she grew up, the distinct features of the buildings, the moss-covered shadows, and the ivy-covered walls made them easy to identify. A structural map began to form in her mind. But it wasn't just the terrain. Seiki included everything, passing people, weapons, and movement patterns, into her mental map. She could even track those moving in real time. It was one of the many skills her grandfather had taught her, a skill that was both her greatest asset and her sole possession. She meticulously organized this knowledge without anyone noticing. After completing the mental 3-dimensional map, she arrived at one conclusion: I can't escape without help. Seiki's first escape attempt was also her last. It succeeded. Her breakout began during a theology class when she held a knife to the teacher's neck. It was a dining knife, but its purpose mattered little when it came to threatening someone's life. Up until then, she had feigned obedience and pretended to be incapable, so no one could have predicted this moment. The room was small, containing only her and the teacher. Using her understanding of the monastery's routines and environment, Seiki moved decisively. She utilized everything: the placement of windows, the underground storage inherent to monasteries, paths frequented and avoided by people, areas populated by individuals capable of subduing her with a single punch, and their likely routes. Feigning escape, she scattered traces everywhere, ultimately hiding in the room of a young monk who had taken pity on her. "Thank you, Lord punish and correct the sins of the order. The young monk acknowledged the absurdity of the situation in his prayer. But there was little he could do beyond helping the pitiable child before him. All Seiki asked was for a place to hide briefly, just enough time to catch her breath. That was enough for her. She even told him that if he couldn't, he should at least explain why she was being imprisoned for life. There was no reason for her to remain confined. Therefore the monk could not refute her words. Not a debate, but truth spoken plainly. In the end, he granted her wish. It was the best he could do under the circumstances. Why? Because pointing out such injustice openly would result in his own swift execution by fire. He was a remnant of conscience within a decaying order, and Seiki had recognized his nature. In hunting and chasing monsters, she had learned to utilize everything around her, and she did just that. The monastery resembled a fortress more than a place of worship, and while it housed believers and monks, not all of them were despicable. After hiding in the monk's room for half a day, when the pursuers realized they had been misled, she donned the young monk's robes and ventured outside. She fabricated a plausible story about accompanying a priestess who had cared for her, a figure akin to a nursemaid, 2 allies. Without them, escaping this fortified monastery would have been impossible. Passing through the colonnaded cloisters, past the statues of 7 martyrs, and the sculpture of 7 grapes symbolizing their god, she left the prison they called a monastery behind. "Thank you," she said. The middle-aged woman who had posed as her nursemaid responded with a smile that softened her eyes, a truly warm expression. "Live as you wish. Won't my departure put you in danger? A child like you wouldn't stop for such worries, would you, Seiki?" The woman exuded kindness and compassion. If a divine being, or its incarnation, existed, it would surely resemble her. Seiki nodded as she recalled the theology she had barely studied. "Sorry, I have my own desires, and I intend to live by them." Stopping here out of pity wasn't an option. She stepped out of the sanctuary and walked, ran, and hid through the city and beyond. Along the way she avoided monsters and magical beasts, but had to pull off some daring feats when she noticed pursuers tailing her. Once she even traversed a swamp teeming with dozens of lizardmen unarmed, a route no one would have dared to take. Despite losing her trail, she was forced to enter a city, where she knew her pursuers would eventually follow. It wasn't a mistake. It was necessary for her to prepare for the next stage of her escape. She sold a silver candlestick stolen from the monastery and bought essential items: a hunting knife, sturdy boots, a cloak, and spare clothes. The moment her pursuers arrived in the city, Seiki disguised herself as a hunter's child, joining a hunting party, and left. Walking tirelessly, using every skill her grandfather had taught her, she evaded danger and continued north. She avoided hills, caves, and mountain ridges, keeping her senses alert to any movement. Eventually, she reached Felheim, intending to shake off her remaining pursuers once and for all. Persistent bastards. In the city, as she was about to leave, their numbers suddenly grew. What felt like fewer than 10 earlier had now become dozens. They spread out wide, casting a massive net to capture her. Even knowing she was being chased, Seiki deliberately headed into a dead end, the forest. It was the best route to escape, even if it seemed like the worst. Not the end of the world. Though injured, her innate divine qualities allowed her to recover from wounds quickly. She didn't understand how to wield her holy power consciously, but her body healed unnaturally fast. "Are you a frog hybrid instead of an elf hybrid?" Frogs lay eggs. Did they pull me out of one? Only my grandfather would know. "Your mother is my daughter, you brat." Her grandfather's exasperated words still echoed in her mind. Since childhood, her rapid recovery had been treated as extraordinary, but left unexplained. After half a day of running without pause, she finally reached the mountainous region known as North Felheim. It was part of the distant Gigant mountain range, a place infamous for its dangers, home to monsters that could breathe fire. Despite this, Seiki planned to venture further north along the treacherous ridges. That plan crumbled when figures appeared before her. "Saint Child," said a woman with a warm smile standing at the center of the group. "My name is Seiki," she declared, asserting her identity. She was no holy child. She was simply Seiki. The woman, however, was none other than the one who had once congratulated her on becoming the saint of the order. A title she rejected. Chapter 572. The reason for running 5 individuals were sent from the Holy Kingdom to track the saintess. The key figures among them were 3, the paladin Alma, the priestess Shilma, and the inquisitor Bert. The actual combat duties were handled by Alma and his 2 disciples, with Alma's strength being overwhelmingly powerful. Naturally, the strongest representatives of the church were the paladins. They were considered to possess the same level of strength as the knights of the continent. That said, the Holy Paladin Order was not weak either. Within their ranks there were individuals whose abilities rivaled those of knights. Moreover, they had the backing of the church itself. This alone meant that the Holy Paladins would be well regarded wherever they went. However, not all paladins were like that. In the Order of Prosperity, if one did not prove their strength, they were not given a name, merely referred to as someone's disciple or an apprentice warrior, like Alma's disciples. The reason they were nameless was because once they pledged themselves to the church, they were considered like fallen fruit or leaves, those who abandoned everything in the material world to dedicate themselves entirely to serving the divine. Therefore, gaining a name meant receiving the baptism of prosperity, a sign that divine power had descended upon them and a testament to their abilities. As such, the paladin named Alma could stand proudly among those who revered him, wherever he went. And it was Alma who had been sent on this tedious chase. The reason was to prepare for the possibility that force might be required in case of unexpected situations. So, where is the saintess? Alma's brow furrowed deeply. His scowl was a clear sign of his displeasure. In truth, he was very unhappy. He resented the fact that he had to personally involve himself in such trivial matters, and it further irked him that they had to cross the border and come all this way because they couldn't resolve the issue quickly. Did you not know that the Saint Child had such abilities? A priestess, standing about 3 steps away from Alma and his disciples, also spoke up. Her name was Shilma, the head of the recent monastery. She didn't particularly like Alma's impatient temperament, but she was equally in a hurry, so she shared the same feeling now. She was eager to capture the saintess quickly. The man who would answer the question was Bert. Although he had an ordinary appearance, Alma and Shilma were listening intently to his words. Bert's combat abilities were not exceptional, but he was a specialist in chasing people. He alternated between looking at Alma and Shilma as he spoke. "Yes, Brother Alma. I believe we will catch her by today. Priestess Shilma, after the incident, we discovered that the saintess had been raised alongside an independent ranger from a young age." Alma's brows twitched at that statement. Nothing had been to his liking, and now hearing something he didn't know about added to his discomfort. His 2 disciples observed his reaction. They knew well that their master had been unable to satisfy his desires for several days now. If the runaway saintess were caught, it was unlikely she would return with her limbs intact. They knew their master's tendencies all too well. His favorite thing was to deal with heretics who resisted. More specifically, he liked beating those who defied him. His hobby involved breaking bones and crushing bodies. Bert quickly added a brief explanation as he noticed Alma's frown. They are also called independent rangers. The term independent rangers, or self-reliant combatants, was a term used by some who had knowledge of them. Some scholars called them Highlanders, as they believed their lifespan differed from that of ordinary humans, considering them a different kind of being. In fact, most people simply referred to them as Highlanders or mountain people. The name likely stemmed from their tendency to stay within their territory, rarely leaving. Regardless of their origins, their existence was quite unique. Even in a world full of monsters and beasts, they lived alone or in small groups, rarely more than a few. They did not desire work, nor did they have anything they particularly wished for. What they wanted was simply to continue living on their land. Are you talking about Highlanders? Shilma interjected during the explanation. Yes, that's correct, Bert responded, rubbing the brooch on his chest. It was adorned with 7 grapes, a symbol of the god of prosperity and a tribute to the 7 martyrs. Holding it seemed to ease some of his anxiety. If this mission failed, while death might not be an immediate risk, there would certainly be significant losses. Highlanders have skin as white as snow, and their eyes resemble those of beasts, don't they? Shilma recalled reading that Highlanders, having lived in the wild for long periods, had undergone a form of convergent evolution, resulting in features resembling those of beasts. Their eyes were said to pierce through the darkness, seeing even without light. Shilma had been close to the saintess for several months, and she noted that her eyes were just like any normal human's. The saintess doesn't seem to be of Highlander blood. It seems another mountain person raised her and trained her as well. Bert's conclusion was just that. While still a guess, it was likely close to the truth. Highlanders were experts in the mountains and masters of trekking. They were nearly impossible to catch within their own territory and were not the type to be easily pursued. They were skilled in setting traps and creating snares. After gathering information, Bert had shifted his focus on the saintess's origins. He, too, was an excellent tracker. Like Encrid, he could trace the movement of someone not by points, but by the line they moved along. Is she just running aimlessly? Highlanders were individuals who laid hundreds of traps in their territory and memorized their locations. To chase someone blindly was foolish. If one only followed the traces left behind, they would surely fail. That's why Bert had directed his people to push her into a corner, predicting where she would move next. Until now, he had been in the dark about her nature, but now he understood. The saintess was like a monster from the mountains, capable of remembering the location of every stone after spending just 3 days in one spot. What if we still miss her? The fear of failure added to Bert's unease. If that happened, there was no choice but to go back to the place where they first discovered the saintess and search again. But in that case, Bert knew his position would no longer matter. He had to catch her here. It's better to finish this here if possible. He had no desire to enter the mountains where the Highlanders lived. Those who fought with traps, arrows, and poisons would be virtually unstoppable within their own territory. It was said that the famous glacier rangers, known as the guardians of the glaciers, had learned their techniques from the Highlanders. If Bert went that far, it would mean the end for him. He would have failed the mission, and would have to report the failure to Alma. The thought of that consequence filled him with dread. Therefore, Bert was determined to finish the task here, no matter what. Fortunately, he had the support of cronies and enough strength, as well as information on the saintess's movements. With that, he had hired several local hunters familiar with the area to guide them, bringing along Shilma the priestess and Alma the paladin. After passing through Felheim and setting up camp near the northern woods, Shilma used divine prayers to conceal their presence with a sacred spell. The Lord watches over us, so please shield us from the sun's gaze for a moment. The incantation darkened the color of the shadow that had been protecting them. That darkened area was now the zone of the spell. If we stay within this, they won't notice us right away, Shilma said. It was an invisible barrier, but it existed. Alma waited with a dissatisfied look on her face. The battle with the monster they had encountered earlier had not satisfied her at all, and her anger was still unresolved. Bert, on the other hand, was contemplating where the saint might have gone if she had escaped. He would need a self-defense strategy in case the worst came to pass. Time passed, and even while holding in his need to relieve himself, Bert continued to wait. Then, at a distance, he spotted a shadow and let out a sigh of relief. The shadow drew closer, revealing the figure beneath. The shabby cloak reached her calves, and even without seeing her face, Bert knew exactly who it was. It was the saint. Thank goodness. Bert felt truly grateful to the saint for coming. He no longer needed to prepare excuses, and since it wasn't sunset yet, he assumed they could have dinner inside the castle that evening. The pursuit was the main issue, but once they met, the problem would be solved. "Saint Child," Shilma called, and as she did, the black curtain that had hidden them began to fade and disappear. Alma and the two other disciples, including Bert, now realized what had been in front of them, something they had not noticed earlier. It had only been a slight sense of unease until now. The spell had been lifted, and with it, Shilma had recognized their opponent. The saint responded, and a standoff began. Alma, who had no intention of waiting, swung her battle hammer with a casual grip. As predicted by her disciples, she intended to break the saint's legs and take her away. The saint's divine power would heal her, right? Alma thought the whole ordeal seemed far too easy for someone who had caused so much trouble, much like a frog. The crime was far too great. Encrid had simplified the situation in his mind. North, pursuers, St. Dotty. With only these 3 pieces of information, he quickly formulated his next steps. Run, Dot. He ignored the rolling hills, monsters, and anything else in his way, running in the autumn sunlight. Finding traces would be helpful, but luck wasn't on his side. As they say, ignorance makes your feet suffer. Encrid readily accepted that he was ignorant. His heart and organs were burning from the exertion as he ran, and soon sweat began to drip. Just because he had become a knight didn't mean he had transcended human limits. He was still sweating and gasping for breath like everyone else. However, compared to ordinary people, he could run for much longer and breathe far more deeply. Some knights trained in the art of breathing could stay submerged for over an hour. With strong legs and an unwavering stride, Encrid zigzagged across the terrain. For now, he didn't need to hold his breath for long. But he just focused on running, feeling his speed increase as he exhaled freely. Boom! Each time his feet struck the earth, it shook, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. He didn't care about the direction. When something was missing, he would simply hit it with his feet. "I'll be tired out when I need to fight," he muttered. In fact, Encrid knew a far easier way. If the paladins who had captured the saint were headed somewhere, it would probably be to a nearby city. After all, they couldn't go on a long journey without supplies. When that happened, it would be much easier to ambush them. But he didn't want to do that. His gut told him that it would be wrong. It was like when he had split the monster's skull and seen the remnants of the battle. There's a nasty piece of work involved here. Shinar had said something similar before. Just from looking at the traces of the fight, Encrid could tell. Someone stubborn and vicious was involved. There were also witnesses. Deutsch had said that someone looked particularly angry, and the others seemed to be wary of that person. The one who was angry and belonged to the Order wasn't likely to just grab the saint and walk away, he thought. So he ran, driven by the certainty that if he ran a little further, he could lessen someone else's suffering. A faint sound from a distance caught his attention. Here. Shinar pointed with his right index finger, having found the source of the noise and the traces of movement. Beyond a short stretch of faded yellow grass, the towering peaks of the gigant mountain range rose in the distance. Above them, clouds lingered, and below, the remnants of the battle were clearly visible. "It's the mark of divinity," Odin remarked, furrowing his brow. Encrid wasn't concerned with Odin's thoughts. Instead, he pressed forward, acting instinctively as his feet pounded against the ground. Boom! The earth trembled as Encrid continued to run, pushing past his limits and closing the distance, ignoring everything but the saint. When he reached the location, he saw the saint, her right leg broken, wielding a small dagger with determination. In the split second that followed, the dagger missed its mark, and a man stepped back, sneering as he watched her futile attempts. All of this unfolded before Encrid in a flash. With a thunderous crash, he skidded to a halt, kicking up dust that obscured his vision. Through the dust, his blue eyes locked onto the 5 figures standing before the saint. In front of them stood a girl with a grim expression, a broken leg clearly visible, yet she held the dagger in a reverse grip without so much as a scream. Encrid took it all in. Without hesitation, he moved forward, making a sharp, fluid motion. A man with furrowed brows raised his hammer, and before he could swing, Encrid grabbed him by the face and with a swift kick, sent him crashing into the ground with a resounding thud. The collision was brutal, the sound of it echoing through the air. Chapter 573. Punishment is necessary upon being asked, "Who are you?" Encrid knocked a man out. It was a rather violent gesture for a first greeting. Isn't it better than just slicing the neck off? Encrid thought so. As long as the person didn't die, it was fine. If it was a misunderstanding, then it could be resolved with an apology. So, he didn't kill him. That, in Encrid's mind, was a considerate act. But he was honestly a little surprised. Boom! The man who had his head slammed into the ground swung a hammer as he fell. Didn't knock him out? Encrid released his grip on the man's face and stepped back. He straightened up, his body springing back to an upright posture, and the hammer swung past him. It was the hammer of the man he had just knocked down. "You insane bastard!" The man who had been knocked down burst out angrily. He seemed to be in a rage. His face turned red as he huffed through his nose. "Do you know who I am?" he said again. Encrid wiped the sweat off his forehead and calmly walked towards the child with the broken leg, opening his mouth. "Kidnappers?" Everyone stared blankly at him. They were too stunned to react. Alma, who had been watching Encrid's actions, suddenly sprang up. Encrid observed Alma as he rose, trying to figure out how the man was still fine. A faint glow emanated from his body. That glow had absorbed and neutralized the impact. While it manifests in various forms depending on an individual's traits, divinity is a singular ability. Divinity was a force that made the body incredibly resilient. Though even with that, Alma was bleeding from his head. Shilma blinked. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. Kidnappers? Was it possible to have such a misunderstanding? It certainly wasn't true. This made no sense. Didn't that person see the clerical robes? Yet, he called them kidnappers? But if one were to see it that way, there was little argument. If someone insisted on it, there wasn't much to say. Shilma let out a sigh as she watched the situation unfold. She couldn't bring herself to say more. The person who had rushed over had effortlessly subdued the paladin Alma without even using a weapon. Shilma spotted the sword hanging from his waist, 3 of them, in fact. Additionally, she noticed several throwing knives on his chest. He clearly wasn't someone who specialized in unarmed combat. Yet, he had taken down the knight Alma with his bare hands. Shilma wasn't skilled enough to recognize the abilities of a knight, but her instincts suggested a rough estimate of the man's strength. He's toying with Alma. This man hadn't recognized the clerical robes? That seemed like a cowardly excuse. But could she call him out on it? What if he simply denied it? If one were to argue that lies lead to divine punishment, only a naive person would believe such words. If divine retribution worked that way, how could corrupt clergy exist? "How dare you!" While Shilma couldn't speak further, Alma once again exploded in anger. He felt the sticky fluid dripping from his head, and that only fueled his rage. "Are you trying to disrupt the Order's work?" Alma shouted. "Do you think I'll believe you just because you pretend to be part of the Order? Damn kidnappers!" The man immediately responded, without taking a breath, and Shilma couldn't help but admire the way he spoke. He said, "Damn kidnappers," with such clarity, almost as if declaring, "I've labeled you as kidnappers, so from now on, you are kidnappers." What did that tone and those words imply? He's not backing down. This was truly unexpected. The problem had always been tracking and finding the saint, but never did they expect someone to block their way. How dare they obstruct the Order's actions? Even if the King of Norillia were here, this would be unthinkable. At least that was what Shilma believed. Not everyone would think so. If Krang had been present, he would have done as he pleased, no doubt. Alma, though angry, believed he couldn't kill the man standing in front of them. There was a clear difference in skill. Alma considered his opponent to be at a knight level. Shilma stepped forward. It wasn't the time to solve things with brute force. My name is Shilma, a priest representing prosperity and fruits. Do you require proof of my status? These bastards are well prepared. I won't be deceived. The man with blue eyes glanced at the child's leg before wiping the sweat from his neck and scratching his nose. His attitude was full of nonchalance. Damn it! Alma exploded again, but as expected didn't charge. Shilma continued to observe the man in front of her. His words and attitude seemed out of sync, and it was incredibly provoking. Wasn't he signaling that he wouldn't listen to anything they said? Why are you doing this? Shilma couldn't understand. Despite being the saint, this was just a matter of capturing a single child. It seemed strange that both Alma and herself had to intervene directly. If the saint hadn't shown any signs of running away, this situation wouldn't have happened. After all, it was just a child. There was no reason for them to be involved in blocking the way. Unyielding knight! Suddenly, Bert shouted out. He had been deep in thought earlier, and his outburst came as a surprise. He had connections to the information guild that dealt with selling intelligence. Black hair? Blue eyes? The man caught his superior's attention. Even other men couldn't deny his handsomeness. Then, with his insane behavior and ability to defeat the paladin Alma, a name naturally came to mind. Shilma furrowed her brow at Bert's shout. She still couldn't comprehend the situation fully. The unyielding knight? I've heard him. In fact, it's hard to find anyone in the continent who hasn't heard of Encrid's reputation by now. But why is the unyielding knight appearing here? Did the king send him? Why? Does it mean anything? There's no reason to interfere with the Order's event. None. None. No matter how I think about it, there's no reason. So why is she acting so aggressively? Sending someone called the Unyielding Knight as well? I just happened to come across traces of the kidnappers while passing by, and as a knight of Norillia, I can't just ignore it. So, let go of the child and surrender quietly. Encrid responded flatly. Emphasizing that it was a coincidence really irked me. Why, exactly? Shilma asked the same question again, and in the meantime, Alma also recalled the other party's reputation. Crazy bastard. Truly, a madman. Alma thought that the guy wouldn't be able to kill him. If he had intended to, he would have slit his throat when they first crossed hands earlier. So, this person must also be watching the Order's response, which allowed her to act more arrogantly. Rather. In the brief exchange, another shout came as a giant-sized man and a fairy smaller than him approached. They were following the reckless Encrid. Auden approached Encrid's side and looked around. Even without anyone explaining, the situation was clear. They are the kidnappers, Encrid said. Shannara responded with sharp perception. Kidnappers disguised as a priest? That's right, I see. This is unforgivable, pretending to be God's child. They conversed like a comedy act. Bert recognized one of them. Auden Fumarai. Though not a frequent colleague nor someone he worked with consistently, Bert knew the name and had exchanged words a few times. It was hard to forget, given his distinct appearance and nickname. Wasn't he the child of the war god's love for humans? Bert recognized his face. This was a crisis. The enemy thought they were kidnappers, not members of the Order, but since Bert recognized Auden, it was a sign that their identities were now going to be revealed by him. Shilma, Alma, their two apprentices, and Bert all looked at Auden. If his next words confirmed it, it would be the end of the matter. So, speak. Everyone looked at him with expectant eyes, and Audin's lips parted. Who are they? This group of kidnappers seems to be scheming. Brother, they need to be punished. Audin turned away from Bert's gaze, nearly speaking the word brother as a habit. Bert, stunned, could only gape, his jaw slack for a moment. Was he pretending not to know? Was he going to pull a fast one with that huge frame? Audin cleared his throat awkwardly, then bent down to check on the fallen child. Seiki, observing everything, still couldn't understand. Who were they? And why were they protecting her? They couldn't have been sent by her grandfather. Her grandfather spent most of his life in the mountains and had no friends. Like most Highlanders, he was similar. Would he even step forward knowing the danger? She wasn't sure. Her grandfather had always said she should take care of herself. Before Seiki, a seemingly threatening figure bent down, casting a massive shadow as he turned his back to the sun. The shadow engulfed her. A person of such size kneeling before her wasn't threatening at all. In fact, it oddly brought a sense of relief. But did that mean she should trust him right away? No, that wasn't the case. Seiki raised the dagger she held in reverse, bringing the gleaming blade before her face. Even within the shadowed area, the blade gleamed eerily, as if representing her current predicament. Should I trust you? No, that's not the case. The dagger spoke. Audin's eyes narrowed. Truly, nothing could be sadder than this. Why was the Order involved in this? Why force sacrifice upon such a child? Is it right to save someone using the creation of the so-called saint, the Holy Child? Why has the Church become so corrupt? I'm sorry. Audin spoke. Seiki had never seen such a painful expression filled with guilt before. In that moment, Seiki's talent bloomed, though it was strangely inappropriate for the situation. She was born with divine powers, enough to be called a saint, but she had no idea how to properly use them. To share her light with others, to show compassion and care, those were the ways to use her abilities. But Seiki had never learned such things. She had only learned how to survive alone, how to eat, sleep, and stay alive since childhood. Just like the Highlanders, she had lived that way. And now, for the first time, Seiki felt the emotion of pity. What crime did this man commit? Why did he look at her with that face? The large man looked at her with the same expression. Seiki felt pity and the blooming of her talent, but as she had been taught, she still held her dagger. I'll stab you. Even if the dagger pierced his heart, the man wouldn't evade it. She didn't know why. She just knew that it would be so. The two who had helped her in the monastery had reasons for their actions. They were cleaning up the mess they had made. Seiki used their conscience to her advantage. It had been calculated. But not now. Seiki pushed the dagger, piercing his heart, but as the blade sank into his clothing, he only smiled, his face full of sorrow and pain. She felt the blade cut through the leather. He would die like this. Seiki let go of the dagger, which fell to the ground with a soft thud. With empty hands she gently caressed his face, and the voice of the broken saint echoed. Why are you crying so miserably? At that moment, light radiated from Seiki's hand, surrounding Audin's face. The light spread silently, growing like a wildfire in a dry field, then scattered in all directions. The light burst from Seiki's entire body. What had started as meaningless radiance soon gathered into a single point, forming a pillar that reached the sky. There was more than one pillar. It spread horizontally, forming a ring of light around Seiki. Seiki felt her own leg heal instantly. At the same time, she felt something fill her body and then leave it. A feeling of exhaustion followed, as if her strength had drained. Her vision began to darken. Then Seiki lost consciousness. The last thing she heard was the voice of Shilma, the monastery's head priest. Holy pillar! Shilma opened his eyes wide. It was the first time in his life as a priest that he had seen a pillar of light of such size and intensity. That pillar was literally formed from pure divinity. Could such power reside in a single person? Yes, she had seen it now. It stretched all the way to the heavens, and not just one but 7 pillars of light. Release the saint! Shilma shouted, her eyes glaring. This wasn't just any saint. This was a true child of God, one with the power to create holy pillars with their divine gift. She could no longer let her go. Even if she knew it was a foolish act, he believed that her father, the Lord, was speaking through her. She had to do his part now. Shilma knew what he had to do. Holy Paladin Alma, listen. We must save this child. Shilma felt the heat rising within her body. She was deeply moved by God's direct message, and his mission to save the child became a fiery passion within her. No matter what it takes. Shilma made a firm resolution and felt her blood boil, her head growing hot and his eyes bloodshot. It was fanaticism. Audin was part of the same church that had turned a blind eye to such actions. They believed their way was the right one, even when they oppressed others in the name of their faith. For them, what they believed was God's will, no matter the cost. You must do this. Audin, having quietly laid the fallen child down, stood up and asked. His eyes were filled with sorrow, but Shilma couldn't see that. That child is destined to be the saint, Shilma said, his voice rising in confidence. She believed with all his heart that what he was doing was right. The bloodshot eyes burned fiercely. It was fanaticism. Audin turned away from the church's misguided path. It's not too late. Step back. Will you become an enemy of the church? Shilma said again, urging him to back down. In the entire continent, no one could afford to stand against the church. Its power was vast, and all they had to do was give up one child. It would be nothing, but Encrid was not that easy. Why not just kill them all and leave? No one will know. His voice was calm, almost too calm. It was a tempting offer. Even as a disciple of the god of war, Audin would never indiscriminately kill people, especially not fellow members of the church. Audin's ears perked up. Encrid's words were like a devil's. He was talking about killing them all, but his words sounded so sweet. It felt as though the illusion of Filden was watching him in disappointment. Chapter 574. The prophet Overdia killing them all and leaving? This statement wasn't impossible in itself. It was simply a reflection of reality. Including Encrid with Shinar and Audin, the 3 of them could easily kill the 5 in front of them. Even if one of the 5 was a knight, they didn't seem threatening at all. Encrid alone could easily dispatch each of them without missing a beat. At Encrid's question, Alma's eyebrows twitched. Kill them all. Who? Fine. Me? Wasn't I spared because of the church's influence? What? Alma blurted out in surprise, but couldn't continue speaking. The same applied to Shilma. In her bloodshot eyes, the sense of divine mission burned brightly, but even she was stunned by what was said. She never imagined those words would come out. It was completely unexpected, far beyond his assumptions. To threaten to kill a member of the church to silence them, especially when the person standing before them could kill them all in an instant if they decided to. Encrid didn't show any sign of intimidation. He simply spoke in a calm and even tone. However, the weight of those words was different. With his reputation as the unyielding knight and his current demeanor, his words carried more weight. When he spoke, he would deliver on it, and if he couldn't, he wouldn't speak at all. The way Encrid conducted himself overwhelmed the room. Shinar casually placed her right hand on the grip of her sword. If needed, killing a few people wouldn't be difficult. In the midst of this tense atmosphere, a distant roar, whether it came from a monster or beast, echoed in the distance. Odin exhaled and shook his head. He hadn't fallen for the devil's whisper. Encrid probably wasn't serious about his words. It was just a threat, a warning of what they were relying on. Obviously, Shilma, Alma, and the rest of the five trusted the church. If you considered the influence on the continent, the church was more powerful than any bank. While banks were only in the major cities, the church's temples and monasteries were spread throughout the continent. So, what could the church do now? That was what Encrid meant. Odin knew Encrid was more resourceful than he appeared. In doing so, Shilma, with her bloodshot eyes, and Alma, who relied on his strength, had been silenced. And with this, the atmosphere had almost completely shifted. The first to react was Shinar. She moved her pointed ears. While Odin's ears had twitched earlier due to his mood, Shinar's ears moved for real. The tips of her ears twitched and turned in one direction. Encrid's head turned toward the direction her ears pointed. A moment later, Odin's gaze followed as well, and everyone's attention turned to the path they had come from. Someone was approaching from there. It was still a distance away, but if one could wield will as a knight, it wasn't that far. Plated armor, steady steps, a metal rod at the waist. The pattern of 7 grapes embroidered on the clothing was visible. Without anyone saying it, they knew. It must belong to the temple of the god of abundance. And the person wasn't someone easy to deal with either. Unlike the feeling they got from Alma, an unsettling sensation stirred in Encrid's mind. The person approaching had a steady pace, neither too fast nor too slow, walking down the small hill the group had passed. After watching them take 5 steps, Encrid had a strange vision. That vision of the person suddenly jumping up, grabbing their neck, and slamming them into the ground. Was it just an illusion? Encrid, in that split second, judged that this was some form of will. That meant it was a vision of something soon to happen, something his insight had pierced through, and he reacted according. Bang! The sound erupted at the same time. The person in white armor seemed to tear as they zoomed toward Encrid. The owner of the plated armor reached Encrid in an instant, their leg whipsawing toward his calf. It was a ruthless dash followed by a low strike. Encrid observed the entire motion, his exceptional eyesight picking up every detail of the fast-moving leg. As his thoughts accelerated, he felt time stretch out, as if everything was slowing down. Fast. Should he evade? No. It was better to endure. In that brief moment, his will supported his movement. Encrid bent his knees, focused his strength in his ankles, and summoned his will. His reaction speed had grown significantly compared to before, and with a snap, his leg was struck, but his balance wasn't greatly disturbed. At the same time, another hand came toward his neck. Encrid angled his fists and struck out. In the style of Valaf's martial arts, he used a short, powerful punch, twisting his waist and rear leg to add weight and power. Bang! When the hands collided, the air compressed and exploded with a loud sound. The sharpness of the impact was followed by the sound of retreat. Just after the vision, every action took place in the span of one breath. The opponent was fast and decisive, without hesitation in their movements. That was impressive. You really know how to block, the opponent said, seemingly in admiration. Encrid wasn't one to accept defeat easily, but there was a strange sensation left in his leg, the one that had been kicked earlier. Though his muscles and skin were fine, the tendons and ligaments inside were sore. Even after using the technique called iron plate to block, it still had an effect. Even a giant wouldn't cause such a sensation if they kicked with full force. This meant the opponent had used some skill, something Encrid couldn't even begin to guess at. The same skill that had created that strange vision. Encrid's leg hurt, but he lowered his hand as if nothing had happened. The hand hovered near his sword's grip, ready to draw it at any moment. Despite learning Vala's martial arts, Encrid's true strength showed when wielding a sword. Shinar, lowering her leaf-shaped sword, asked, "What did you just do?" She too had insight and should have sensed whatever the opponent did beforehand. Her sensitivity should have caught the movements even if they were a bit slower. After all, Shannara was sensitive enough to track assassins or play tag. But she hadn't felt any signs when the opponent approached, kicked, and struck with their hand. What did this mean? Did it mean the opponent was superior, far above her own skill? No, that can't be. But still, I barely sensed it. Then what? The opponent had done something, of course, using will to pull a trick. That much could be understood from the brief clash just moments ago. The opponent was a knight. And as if to confirm this, Alma, the crusader who had just been struck by Encrid, shouted, "Lord Overdia! Is that name unfamiliar?" It was to Encrid. Then the Inquisitor Bert added, with a further explanation, "Prophet." Prophet. That name Encrid had heard before. A key figure in the Holy Knight Order. A person who had lived for such an extended period that his age was hard to guess. He appeared to be a middle-aged man at first glance, but in reality, he was said to be a monster who had lived for more than 100 years. Blessed by the divine, his aging was slow. His nickname was Prophet. A prophet. His prophecy only applied to those who opposed him. He had the ability to engrave the image of his defeat onto his opponent by using will, more precisely, the divine. It was no different from imposing a forced future on his opponent's will. Since the future had never strayed from its path, the title Prophet had stuck. In his left hand, he held a metal rod, and there was another one at his waist. His eyes drooped in a soft expression, but with silver pupils, his gaze had a mysterious aura. Those mysterious silver eyes opened as he spoke. I had doubts when the vague vision came to me, but truly, there is no mistake in the will of the Lord. The prophet Overdia spoke. As he spoke, he took the second metal rod from his waist. With a rod in each hand, these two rods were his engraved weapons. He crossed them in front of him, clearly signaling his intent to fight. "They seek to oppress us and take the saint away," Shilma shouted as if she were about to collapse. "Vision?" Encrid suddenly reacted to Overdia's words. Overdia did not respond to Shilma's words and looked directly at Encrid. Perhaps he found Encrid more interesting than engaging with Shilma. Or perhaps he simply could not look away. As he spoke, Encrid's momentum continued to grow, pushing against Overdia with an increasing pressure of will. Naturally, it wasn't enough to overpower him, but if he wasn't bothered by it, that would be a lie. Overdia's gaze also turned toward Encrid. "Yes, I received the vision." Overdia replied calmly, his posture unchanged. Encrid thought of the boatman who had appeared in his dreams recently. "You will face only hardship and trials ahead. Is there more to say about swordsmanship? You will wish for nothing more than to be trapped in today. How about this? Instead of wave blocking, how about this? You will become an immortal. When your opponent strikes, receive the blow with your blade, and close the distance like this." When the word immortal came up, Encrid, balancing himself on a swaying boat, demonstrated. It was a memory he had recalled while traveling the continent, learning from Krona, and then explaining it to the boatman. Surprisingly, the boatman seemed knowledgeable about swordsmanship. The tips he casually gave often turned out to be surprisingly helpful. "I will not curse." The last time he met the boatman, he'd spoken his mind, but that was true for both of them, so there was no one to blame. Thinking of that boatman, Encrid now found himself with a strange question. Looking directly into the prophet's silver eyes, he asked, "By any chance, did the one who gave you that vision happen to be riding on a boat? With gray skin, cracked skin, maybe even holding a purple lamp?" It was a completely random question, almost nonsense. No one could grasp the meaning behind it. Odin or Shannara were just as puzzled. Encrid didn't care about that. He didn't care what they believed. Perhaps it could be said that he had no preconceived notions. He didn't curse the fanatics, nor did he criticize those who, believing in gods, took bribes and walked a path of corruption. As long as they didn't cross the line he set, he could tolerate it. He had that mindset. He just had the thought that perhaps there might be other voices slipping into their faith. In reality, he might have been unknowingly denying the existence of the God they believed in. But he hadn't really thought that deeply. Still, the question remained, if the God they believed in existed and was just, why were certain children trapped in the name of saints, while fallen priests or worshippers were not punished? For that reason, Encrid didn't believe in God. Not believing allowed him to say such things. If Overdia had understood this, perhaps even his century-old composure would have been slightly disturbed. But Encrid's thoughts were beyond his reach, and Overdia had learned long ago that it was best not to answer meaningless words. He did just that. The vision was given only by my lord. In other words, he wouldn't listen to Encrid's nonsense. Encrid wasn't really expecting an answer to his question anyway. He had asked it half in jest. The boatman appeared only in dreams or illusions, so he didn't press the issue in this conversation. Encrid had also wondered if the boatman had played a trick on him, but after asking, he realized that probably wasn't the case. And in truth, none of this mattered that much. The boatman had spoken of hardship and trials, of a life destined to face endless walls. Would he truly become an immortal trapped in a loop, repeating today? Encrid didn't truly consider such things. Life, by nature, had its trials and challenges, and when a wall came, one simply overcame it. That was all. It was the same now. A prophet or a holy knight had appeared. Whether the boatman had summoned him, or if he had truly appeared by divine will, or whether it was just a coincidence, it didn't matter. All that mattered was that his heart was racing. Strong. Just one exchange, and I could already sense it. The boldness in the grip, and the strength in the physique. It was a fighting style different from Odin's. The two metal rods in the hands of the so-called prophet caught my attention. Ting! He crossed the rods and tapped them together. Sina raised her leaf blade at an angle, aiming at the opponent. Paladin Alma says, "That man there is a heretic and a fugitive." Alma pointed a finger at Odin. Odin casually glanced to the side. Of course, there was no one. He tilted his head and, pointing to his chest, asked in return, "Me?" His tone was as sly as Encrid's. After all, he had learned something over the years. It was an acting skill worth admiring. He could easily handle 5 or more puppets in a puppet show, directing them with great skill. If a true monk had seen him caring for orphans, they would have thought the same. At that moment, Alma, who had made the remark, could only curse inwardly at Odin's cheeky response. "Or it's you, who else would it be?" Alma couldn't hold back and shouted in anger. It was a relief he didn't add any swear words. His insides were boiling, ready to explode like a volcano. His heart was burning, as though someone had set a fire in it. The extreme anger had risen. He had been beaten and insulted, losing all his dignity. And after that, he couldn't even speak back when Encrid said he would kill everyone. What could he say? He had to shut up. The self-loathing and wounded pride only fueled his fury. Of course, he was also angry that things had turned out this way. And now, hearing what Bert said about Odin being a heretic and fugitive, it only added to his ire. A sinner, wasn't he? Prophet Overdia's gaze shifted over to Encrid, Odin, and the fallen saintess. Overdia only let out a short cough. His face gave no indication of his thoughts. Encrid, tired of the little skit, subtly moved to a different spot. The sun was just setting, and with a small shift in position, the glow of the sunset from the mountain range hit his eyes at an angle. Perhaps due to the giant mountains or some other reason, today's sunset was more purple than orange, a mix of pink and purple hues. Despite the sunlight hitting his eyes, Overdia didn't move from his position. His gaze simply followed Encrid. "I won't kill you. It wouldn't be right, you're not entirely at fault," Overdia said. "Ah, so that's how it is." Encrid responded with a strike instead of words. Kicking off the ground with one foot, he closed the distance in an instant and swung down at Overdia's head. It was a fast, heavy strike, almost identical to Ragna's swordsmanship. Clang! A loud sound erupted. The sound came from the collision of the rod and the blade. Sinar didn't intervene. This was a duel. There was no winning by stabbing someone in the back. That would go against honor and beliefs. One had to keep their word. Encrid would never tolerate interference. For this reason, Encrid stepped forward alone, and though he lost, he didn't die. Chapter 575. Between an imperfect tomorrow and a perfect today, Sinar also stepped forward but lost again. Of course, he didn't fight with his life on the line or in a fierce manner. It was something like, well, there was a very bad compatibility between them, or you could say there was a difference in skill level. Encrid never believed his abilities were exceptional among knights, but it was truly surprising to encounter someone clearly superior. Moreover, the opponent didn't even try to kill him, so he had no choice but to admit defeat. Overdia defeated both of them, but no one was severely injured. Afterward, Overdia's gaze turned to Odin. His eyes resembled those of a fairy, expressionless and indifferent, like eyes painted in monochrome. "I've heard of this heretic Odin," Overdia said. As a disciple of the war god, with his divine abilities, his name couldn't possibly be unknown. Even Overdia, who had inherited the name of one of the 7 martyrs of the church, knew it. A short silence fell, blending with the sunset, muffling any sound. The distant sounds of beasts also stopped, leaving only the rustle of the wind and the chirping of insects. Caw? For some reason, Ragna and Saxen were all gathered in front of the barracks training ground when crows flew above their heads. Caw! Behind them, magpies followed like a chase. Birds seemed to be having a coordinated training session, causing a ruckus above their heads. "How many times has this been?" Rim muttered, looking at the sky. The twins from the west bent their fingers and replied. "Third time? Seems like black birds are more frequent today." Rem mumbled again, feeling an ominous sense. Crows were known for their intelligence, often used for delivering messages. However, training or handling them wasn't easy, so there weren't many trained crows. Often, they'd wander off for their own business during training. Given their high intelligence, if there weren't proper trainers or druids, they'd just eat their food and leave. The crows flying above them didn't seem like well-trained ones. There was no urgent message to deliver to border guard right now. Rem clicked his tongue. There was a superstition in the West that when crows flew at dusk, it was bad luck. He knew the origin of this superstition, so he didn't really believe it. Long ago, a shaman who scattered curses had used crows to bring a plague over the heads of the Western tribes. That was the entire reason. Still, hearing this tale since childhood always made him uneasy. With that unease, he looked at the gathering group and wondered if there was something more to these birds. Maybe they were unaware or pretending not to know. But then again, the chances of that were as low as a lazy, directionless crow going out on its own and returning at the right time. Still, it was a possibility. "You guys know the captain's weakness, right?" Rem casually asked. Saxen, who had been carving wood with a knife, glanced at Rem but didn't respond. It was at least a response in some way. Usually, he would have been completely ignored. "Where did you lose your tongue?" "Hey, little bloodthirsty runt," Rem muttered, tossing a reprimand at the alley cat, then called on someone else. Ragna, unsurprisingly, didn't respond. He might not have even realized he was being called. The problem was that the way Rem addressed him was wrong. so Ragna's ears probably filtered out the words automatically. Right now he was fully immersed in a rare, proper training session. To explain, he had recently been teaching Robert, or more precisely, beating him up, and in the process, he had come to some new realization, which he was now reflecting on. Huh? Ragna absent-mindedly made cuts with his sword up and down. Rem felt a vein pop on his forehead. That bastard. Should he just chop off an arm or curse him? He seriously considered this for a moment. Jackson finally spoke up, as if muttering to himself. He's lacking in the technique of adding force in a single strike. It was a brief but solid opinion, precise too. However, Rem didn't like his tone or attitude. Do you want me to find you a speech teacher? Did you forget how to speak politely? Just because they had reached knight rank didn't mean Rem, Jackson, or Ragna had changed. The same went for Ragna. It'll probably take a while. Ragna finally spoke, putting down his sword. He only listened to what was necessary, filtering out what wasn't. What he said was standard. Didn't they all know that by now? Encrid, regardless of the speed or method, always moved toward his goal. It was always that way. Slow or fast, he never stopped walking toward what he wanted. He had awakened his will, become a knight, and progressed beyond recognition in swordsmanship. It had all grown to the point where watching him was a pleasure in itself. Lua Garn, who was with him, didn't follow this time, saying she'd probably get too distracted by watching and miss her own training. This showed just how much Encrid's abilities were improving. Compared to when he first came as a squad leader, it was incomparable. However, that didn't mean he was satisfied. Why? Because he was wasting potential. The will inside him was a powerful force, capable of making him forget exhaustion, but even the finest steel would be useless without a proper edge. Without sharpening it into a long form, it would be difficult to wield effectively. For M. Jackson and Ragna, Encrid's weakness was clear. While he had an overwhelming amount of will, he didn't have enough force concentrated in one strike. That was something that could only be fixed with experience and technique. Rem knew this already. He just asked to confirm. Thankfully, there was nothing new to learn. Rather than talking to you guys, I'd rather teach a ghoul to speak, Rem said. Rem muttered a prophecy toward the two and turned away. It was just a chance meeting where words were exchanged. It was something everyone knew, but no one directly addressed. And besides, Encrid would not have failed to notice it. A man who was constantly swinging his sword and revisiting past events wouldn't have missed it. He would certainly know. Odin knelt before the saint, his gaze directed ahead. He had watched the battle between the prophet Overdia and Encrid, and just before it began, he had predicted its outcome. This is bad. There was a fact known to him. Rem, Ragna, and Jackson alike. Encrid had a well that never ran dry, but the bucket to draw from it was small. The amount of water that could be drawn at once was determined by the size of the bucket, and that was Encrid's situation at the moment. Overdia's staff suddenly emitted light, and Encrid, constantly parrying it, was pushed back. It was likely a disorienting and awkward experience for him. The monk, called the Unarmed Master, learns a technique called divine penetration after reaching a certain level. It allows them to bypass an opponent's armor and strike inside. Holy knights and paladins learn the art of iron armor before becoming knights. Since everyone focuses on mastering and honing this skill, it's only natural that they would also research how to break it. The unarmed monks were those who studied and perfected this technique. So it was inevitable that they would eventually find and refine ways to break or ignore iron armor. He still hasn't learned it, Odin thought to himself. Divine penetration caused the limbs to creak and stiffen. While it wasn't a devastating blow, it was uncomfortable. In a fight between knights, if one's body becomes unnatural, victory or defeat is quickly decided. If it were Rem or Ragna, they would likely expel their will or magical power to push back the divine energy. Encrid did something similar, but the opponent kept repeating the same thing. They made something uncomfortable accumulate on his body, making his movements more difficult. The more they clashed, the more disadvantageous it became. The divine energy would interfere with his physical movements. Still, Encrid didn't easily succumb. It's amazing. That's true. In the midst of this, they spoke and laughed while swinging their swords. The sword was fierce, sturdy, and fast. If he hadn't attained divine awareness himself, he would have found it hard to match the speed. The precision was such that if he missed a single movement from the ankle up, he would miss the strike entirely. However, that was where it stopped. The balance between the trained body and the expelled will didn't quite match. The strength increased, but the will was insufficient. It was still quite a lot compared to an average person, but the opponent was too formidable. Overdia was a fully realized martial artist. He wasn't outmatched in speed, strength, or technique, and his divine energy struck Encrid repeatedly. He could hold on, but he couldn't win. That was Audin's conclusion, and it was the same outcome. It didn't look like Encrid was fighting with his last strength. Overdia wasn't doing so either. Then Shinar stepped in, but she wasn't at all well suited for this fight. Her strike could have been deadly to Overdia, but only if she could find a gap. However, creating that gap was difficult. Attacks won't work on someone wrapped in divine energy. Her specialty, the energy blade, was in direct opposition to divine armor. If divine energy wrapped around the entire body like an iron armor, it would be as tough as divine armor itself. Most attacks would be ignored. The subtle light around Overdia's body proved that. Though the energy blade struck, Shinar's energy blade shattered with a loud crack. The light that enveloped Overdia's body flickered for a moment, but the blade shattered and disappeared, and the divine energy around Overdia returned. It was a battle of strength, but right now, Overdia's divine energy was much stronger. It was hard to even compare. Therefore, Shinar had to retreat. Of course, she didn't use her trump card either. Even if she had, victory couldn't be easily guaranteed. So, both of them lost. "Did you come to save the saint?" Overdia asked. Before the violet sunset had fully disappeared, a breeze swept through, tousling his hair. The traces of the ground and dust from the surrounding area were evident. Broken stone fragments lay scattered around. While they hadn't tried to kill each other, a knight's battle had taken place here. It would have been odd if the surroundings were intact. Those who had been chasing the saint had long since retreated. Among them, Audin had been watching him closely from earlier. Would Encrid and Shinar team up to fight now? Or would he be invited to join them? That might give them a chance to win. No. If one of the three sacrificed themselves, they could win. There was a way to ensure victory if they truly wanted to kill the opponent. But would they choose that path? The leader wouldn't. Would they retreat? No, that wouldn't happen either. How would it go? Audin, at this point, had already made up his mind. If necessary, I'll take the saint's place. Even if it cost him his life and he was tortured for the rest of his days, he would live like that. It was something only he could do. He would do it. Encrid wouldn't retreat, no matter what was said. He was that kind of person. Therefore, Audin would not allow that. "Now please step back." Overdia spoke again. What was interesting was that Encrid was not the type to meekly follow such a command after being defeated once. "Once more?" Encrid said. Whether it was a sparring match or a battle, he wouldn't back down now. His will flared, making his blue eyes shine brightly like a raging flame. Overdia, in that moment, felt an instinctive realization. This man would not give up, no matter what was done to him. Not easy. Naturally, Encrid knows his own weaknesses. The moment he deployed his wall, there was time. If he had preparation time, Encrid could draw out his will far beyond what was necessary. The technique of the wall proves that. However, this time was different. In that brief, fleeting moment of wielding his sword, he had to push that amount of will into it. Naturally, he was trying again and again, but it wasn't working. Encrid quietly gathered his thoughts and adjusted his grip on the sword. Is this a crisis? It seemed so. After repeating today, this might be the greatest crisis yet. If death were to approach, and the opponent showed such resolve, then he could die and repeat. But what if the opponent had no such intention? What then? That was the problem at hand. Overdia, the paladin, didn't intend to kill him. Thud! He dodged the swing of the sword and was struck by the staff, but it didn't shatter him. So, Encrid could only endure. In Encrid's mind, there was no thought of joining forces with Shinar or Odin to kill the opponent. Was it because someone's sacrifice was involved? No, it was because the opponent stepped forward alone and stood proudly. So Encrid did the same. Therefore, he wouldn't join forces to kill the opponent, even if it meant his own death. So, what was left? Stick your head out. The voice of the boatman echoed in his mind. Go ahead and stick your head out, Dai, and repeat. The voice of the boatman continued. What he suggested was the easy path. It was the easiest path possible. You like that? Then you'll get today again, and you can start over. Encrid heard those words as if he was being told to throw away today for tomorrow, to not live the best today, but to take the second best option. The same words he had heard in his dreams for the past few days, and now the hallucinations. If Overdia didn't intend to kill him, then he should open the door to repeating today by his own action. Then he would have the chance to surpass Overdia, but in return, he would live an immortal today. I really don't want that, Encrid muttered again, as he was struck by the staff on his shoulder and forced back. What are you talking about? Overdia asked, but Encrid shook his head. Just talking to myself. If someone were to ask why he was choosing the hard path despite knowing the situation, Encrid would answer like this. If there was an imperfect tomorrow and a perfect today, he would always choose the imperfect tomorrow. It doesn't change with stubbornness. The voice of the boatman echoed over him. There's no change by being stubborn. Overdia's voice overlapped. But didn't he know? In truth, it wasn't stubbornness, but determination, and it was closer to belief than determination. Of course, Encrid was just doing things as usual. Without retreating even an inch, he stood there holding his sword. Nothing had changed. He had lost, but he wouldn't back down. Why are you doing this? Overdia asked. Encrid simply stated the truth. I heard the church locks up the child and drains the holy power from them. He didn't mince his words and went straight to the point. Encrid's words made Shilma flinch. What was this man saying? That's when Overdia's gaze shifted from Odin's back to the fallen child.